Chapter 1151. Anton faced off against Chitty at a distance of 100 meters apart, on a spatial platform made precisely for high-tier duels. The distance was chosen as a compromise to actually getting some sort of benefit from their sparring, and of course the limitations of physical arenas. Obviously, Anton could be a full system away and continually pepper Chitty with attacks, but that wouldn't be interesting. It still seemed appropriate that he should have to close some distance to reach Anton. Chitty felt weak. Anton knew he was anything but weak, yet it still felt like it. That was something he had to be aware of, as the lack of threat that he naturally felt could easily cause him to act carelessly. The instant the signal indicated the match to begin, Anton formed a dozen bows of energy and began to rain arrows down upon Chitty. He was more than certain that his opponent could handle as many arrows as he could shoot with just his primary bow, but he figured that he might force something from his opponent this way. He did. Instantly, the entire 10-meter area around Chitty suddenly became empty. Not of space or matter, for which Anton was quite grateful, but simply of all energy, or at least any sense of it. Anton felt his arrows simply erase as they entered the area, all at precisely the same distance around him, and Anton had attacked from all sides except for below out of respect for the local infrastructure. Anton wondered if that distance was Chitty's limit, or if he was even limited to a spherical area. He would be willing to bet no for both. Chitty had immediately begun to dash forward, but with his negation abilities active, he moved at a nearly trivial pace, until he suddenly dropped negation, covering 50 meters in a fraction of a second with a surge of energy. Anton leapt to the side, while at the same time firing more arrows. This time, he focused on different types. He retained his standard spirit arrows, but added to the mix those imbued with elements of fire and light. Just for fun, he mixed in a few ice arrows as well. It was far from his specialty element, so it was likely 10 times as costly for half the effect, but it was worth experimenting with. What Anton learned was that Chitty didn't care. All of the arrows simply disappeared around him, regardless of type. Anton had been led to believe that Chitty was actively canceling the energy fluctuations in the area around him, though that was information from when he first achieved negation as an augmentation equivalent. Even if he didn't require active effort, activating negation was a weakness in itself. Anton took a single step while his arrows were being turned into nothing, making use of his distance to use his full speed. He was easily 100 meters away once more, and he could have been 1,000 or more if he were not acting within particular limitations. That was where Chitty finally had to reveal something more, and Anton nearly lost his head for it. Or more likely, he would have received a deep cut that would stop short of decapitation, based on how his master acted during spars. Anton was forming new bows around him as Chitty instantly changed directions of his sprint. The process only took a fraction of a second, so he would be able to rain down more arrows and repeat. Anton could have even used the previous energy bows, since they were hardly a significant distance away, but he dissolved them back into usable energy instead. He saw Chitty extend his sword, but it was as if it was in slow motion. Anton's senses were still heightened by his own energy, while Chitty acted purely with his body. There were so many orders of magnitude of difference between their speeds, he was effectively immobile. And then suddenly Chitty was faster, but Anton lost all sense of him except for sight and the very slightly delayed sound of his feet. Anton attempted to fire his weapons, but found that they didn't exist. None of the energy previously around him did, or at least not in any meaningful way. Anton turned to run, but at over 50 meters away, Chitty slashed out. Without even extending his reach with energy, just his sword intent was enough to fill Anton with a sense of danger. He ducked and rolled, during which time his pursuer actually managed to close the rest of the gap. Had the materials in Anton's bow been anything less than world hard, he doubted that he could have parried the incoming sword swipe. Acting on what was presumably a level playing field, Anton felt almost entirely helpless. He could try to kick Chitty, but he didn't like the idea of his leg getting punctured or severed. He hadn't even noticed the negation expanding to cover him, if that was even a concept that mattered for it. Anton couldn't even feel his stars, though he was certain the connection was still there. It was simply that the flow of information and energy didn't exist. A few moves later, and Anton had a sword pressed against his heart. "You're much nicer than your master," Anton said. "She would have run me through." in an entirely safe but painful manner. Chitty stepped back, and Anton felt everything return. I don't have the luxury while doing that. Anton pondered for a moment, wondering if Chitty somehow lost control. Then he remembered. During negation, they both had to rely on their physical senses, and Chitty was blind. Or even, he had no eyes to begin with. Judging distance between himself and his opponent with sound and other means with great accuracy was likely within his capabilities, but determining the minute differences in position between various organs and important muscle groups when stabbing through the chest was probably a bit much to do without energy senses. The first round was obviously Chitty's victory, and Anton hadn't really underestimated him. He'd been serious, trying to keep his distance, but clearly that wasn't enough. The second round, he kept moving. His feet never stopped as he made instantaneous changes in direction. If Chitty could fully encompass the area between them without warning, there was nothing he could do. But Anton expected that to extend beyond a particular distance, not necessarily that 10 meters, would take more time and likely a narrowing of effect. As he ran, Anton left trails of energy bows behind him. He also began pulling things out of his storage bag, because during negation he had no access to it. He hooked onto his belt some hatchets which would likely be useless against Chitty, but he'd prefer to have a proper melee weapon. He also withdrew some actual, physical arrows. Most of them were things that negated energy, but he kept a few around for novelties, and others he had prepared for this spar. He would just normally draw things directly from his storage bag, because that kept his enemies guessing. That just didn't work if his supernatural access was cut off. The trailing bows continuously fired at Chitty, who mostly ignored negation and instead cut his way through, slicing open a path to forge ahead. Only when he was completely surrounded with no way to dodge would he erase everything around him. The transition was so smooth that Anton truly couldn't tell if it took any time at all. The same was true of his spirit arrows, which didn't split into free energy, but were effectively just gone while within the area, though they did return to unbound energy spread throughout the area when Chitty left. Anton thought he could do something with that, but it would require an excessive amount of energy. It would be worth experimenting with for Chitty's sake, in case he wasn't aware of the potential threats. So far, he hadn't been caught again, but he had to keep his movement pattern from becoming predictable. As for his offense, he had an idea how he might actually do something. Suddenly, Anton shot an arrow formed of ascension energy. He knew Chitty could negate that, and indeed he would be more attuned to it than natural energy, but he followed with another arrow of natural energy that approached from a different angle with the same timing. It worked, in that it forced Chitty to react differently. Even Chitty didn't seem to quite know how it was going to happen as he swung his sword before activating negation. Anton's natural energy arrow was completely eradicated, but the other arrow continued on with little hindrance. Chitty split it in two, but Anton maintained control, turning both halves back around until Chitty severed the actual connection, which was also made out of the same sort of energy, or it wouldn't have continued to exist. Having succeeded at his experiment, Anton immediately added spectral energy to his attacks, including all of his energy bows. He made certain that the controlling connection would also be of the same energy, even if it was more expensive. Spectral energy was not the same as imbuing natural energy with fire or light, or even some vaguely deathly elements. It was something more. Yet, even without having prior experience, Chitty immediately reacted. All of the spectral energy was negated, leaving only a few natural energy arrows to be individually cut apart. Anton had a plan, and he was ready to enact it on the third round. Somewhere in the process of cutting one of his arrows out of existence, Chitty had also cut through space and appeared behind Anton. "I didn't know you could do that," Anton admitted. "Shakir could," Chitty pointed out. "Yes, but she also used her blood as swords. And I don't believe you do that." "Doesn't mean I can't," Chitty shrugged. A fair enough point, though Anton was certain that Chitty would be quite limited in that regard. It required its own path to make any sense, and if he made use of negation, he would lose his connection to every mode of blood. But it was good to know he could perform high-tier sword abilities such as severing space with lower-tier energy. Not that Anton ever expected to have Chitty as an actual enemy. Otherwise, the battle would have been recorded instead of specifically not having that be the case. Plus, Chitty's presence alone was something like an alliance secret. Anton no longer felt that any distance was safe, and any patterns in his movements were quickly discovered. But he could mix his attacks between spectral energy, natural energy, and ascension energy. Two of those were specialized sorts that he had limited quantities of, but Chitty couldn't negate more than one type at a time, until he managed two of them. And surprisingly, Anton found that it was natural energy and spectral energy together instead of the more normal pairing. He'd been trying to land a single hit, but he simply couldn't keep up the pace, especially not with Chitty expanding his negation to include any energy bows Anton formed. Even if each group took only a fraction of a second to form, suddenly having them be lost along with a portion of his attacks put great dents in Anton's plans. Mundane arrows weren't any better. Chitty cut down groups of them in a single swing, while at the same time slicing through the arrows of ascension energy individually. Anton was growing low on his special resources, which included his store of mundane arrows. His energy stopped around him as negation expanded to cover him, but Anton called upon Fleeting Youth to form arrows of ascension energy as Chitty moved directly towards him. Anton couldn't run fast enough to leave the area, so that was his only choice. Arrows flew out, but they circled around Chitty instead of getting within his reach. Anton timed them to reach Chitty slightly before Chitty would reach him. If he felt any access to the other two forms of energy, he'd immediately call upon them. The arrows were meant to disintegrate peacefully upon touching Chitty, obviously. He had no reason to actually cause any harm. Chitty swung his blade to cut off Anton's connection to his arrows, but some of the trails were beyond his reach. Yet, no arrows hit Chitty. Instead, Anton felt his connection wobble, and then his arrows slowly began to fall apart. It wasn't as instantaneous, but the effect was the same. And now Anton had access to no type of energy at all. Chitty's blade was coming for his gut, which Anton parried. He reached for one of his hatchets, despite knowing he'd never land a blow on the swordmaster. Then Chitty collapsed, his energy exhausted. The complications of negating the flow of distinct and separate bases for energy, combined with his low quantities of actual internal energy, must have been too much. Though Anton had already died twice, so it wasn't particularly much of a victory. Nor did he think winning a battle starting a light year distant would be much of an accomplishment. Chapter 1152. Despite being born and raised in the upper realms, Chitty actually recovered quite quickly with only natural energy to sustain him. That was due at least in part to his original training methods, adapting to lower energy before finally incorporating upper energy upon reaching integration. Unlike many others at equivalent stages of cultivation, he didn't carry massive stores of energy with him. In fact, upon taking further steps into negation, he had reduced his own personal energy. Even so, his energy control was quite potent, so he filled up his stores rather quickly. Before facing off against Anton again, it would be better for both of them to spend time on insights. However, both Chitty and other powerful cultivators in the lower realms could have much to learn from personal matchups. All things told, Chitty versus Anton was a relatively fair matchup. Several of the upcoming matches would not be nearly so balanced, but not because the cultivators were lower in cultivation. It still made some difference, because of experience or what they could do when not limited by Chitty, but with the way his training had gone, more powerful cultivators were the most vulnerable to his style. Next on the list was another archer with a similar style, or at least a style with the same basis. Because while Nthanda was trained by Anton, their actual abilities as archers had significantly diverged. Unlike when going up against Anton, Chitty had no expectations of victory or even the potential for victory. But he was still going to do his best. As he faced off against Nthanda, holding her quivers of physical arrows, Chitty was glad for at least one thing. The number of attacks she could manage to launch at any one time would be limited. He was normally quite capable of dealing with physical threats, but Nthanda's arrows were a far greater threat than anything Anton carried. Their battle would take place in a different location, because Nthanda could quite easily destroy an orbital platform. Anton could as well, but he couldn't do it accidentally. Meanwhile, Nthanda wouldn't be able to stop the momentum of her arrows if Chitty negated her energy. So they were on a small asteroid. As the match began, Chitty was still quite excited. He moved instantly, trying to close the distance. Nthanda had no difficulty matching his pace as she moved in any direction while still aiming her bow. Arrows began to fly, half of them crashing into the ground and scattering chunks of rock, while the other half flew off into space, Someone was responsible for stopping those, so that they wouldn't be hazards. The one concession Thanda made was that she could not alter the trajectory of her arrows after they were in flight. Thus, Chitty was able to barely keep himself out of the line of fire. Or when he could not avoid them, his sword cut them in two. Doing that without being knocked back was a difficult task, as the momentum in each arrow felt like a mountain crashing onto him. Thanda's path was one of advanced body tempering and the rejection of energy, or at least any sustained use of energy. Meanwhile, Chitty was all about negating the energy his opponents used. Similar in concept, but not a matchup that favored him. He couldn't even reach her, at least not using any traditional method. Chitty chased after Thanda, dodging, deflecting, and slashing his way through arrows launched one after another. She casually moved backwards, her steps carrying her further than Chitty could go. He'd engaged in a small amount of advanced body tempering himself, and he was far above what normal humans could do, but he simply couldn't match her. So he disappeared. It was a simple stealth trick making use of the slight variation in terrain features. Chitty expected Thanda's senses to be excellent, but the majority of them should be useless on an asteroid. Sight was still a problem, of course, which was why he dealt with that first. He made sure to insulate himself from making any sort of energy fluctuations. Aside from that, with near vacuum surrounding them, sound and smell wouldn't travel. Obviously, neither would touch, so Chitty began to make his way around the asteroid to try to catch Thanda off guard. No doubt she expected he would be doing the same, so he could only pick a direction and rely on his skills, hoping for the best. He was fortunate enough to come up behind her as she turned to scan another part of the horizon. His footsteps were light as he approached. His sword intent was kept concealed until the very moment his blade swung. His blade struck her forearm and stopped. That was a double loss for Chitty, because not only had she detected him in time to react, though he wasn't surprised her speed was something he couldn't keep up with, but also because he simply couldn't damage her. No, wait. It just took a moment. Chitty's senses revealed blood dripping down her arm. So there was that at least. That was pretty serious, Thanda said. I was aiming for your ribs, Chitty admitted. I knew I'd never get through bone. That sword and your skill must be something special, Thanda admitted. To be able to harm my tempered body without the use of energy. Such a minor wound is hardly reassuring, though, Chitty said. So what gave me away? Footsteps. I could feel the vibrations through the asteroid the whole way. No matter how minute the movements you made, you're the only thing here other than myself. Maybe I should have tried to launch myself into an orbit, Chitty commented. Though the gravity of the asteroid was so minimal that wasn't practical at all, Chitty felt the edge of his blade. He hadn't encountered anything so durable before, and this was a person. One who had specially tempered her body over centuries, but still, it didn't matter how good his cutting insights were if she had such a durable body, and most likely a powerful image of herself. His skills simply couldn't deal with that. But he didn't mind where his choices had led him. Going from the least winnable fight he would ever had, and he'd fought a domination cultivator, Chitty moved on to a fight that he was probably the second most qualified individual to win in all the realms. The fight didn't look like much of anything, and it was mostly for fun, and partially for the sake of his opponent. The instant the match began, legs began to skitter. Chitty simply pointed his sword at his target, thrusting forward, and pulling his attack, so his blade just touched the Great Queen's forehead. Though she was small and felt like nothing, Chitty could actually use that to track her position far better than before. He'd interfaced with some void ants under crossed antennae, and he'd thought about how to handle them. Chops and snips wouldn't be able to beat him, and the Great Queen was specialized in a similar thing to himself, and thus she lost based purely on her body. Chitty did need some help interpreting her exact gestures. She says you have trained your senses well, and she accepts her first defeat, Anton said. She wants to try other things. Chitty nodded. He knew the Void Ant Queen could do more than that, but each and every time, his sword would find her. She couldn't completely conceal herself, and her speed was limited. There was one circumstance she could obtain more speed, however. The Great Queen could fly, but not with wings. It was fascinating to observe how she consumed some of the surrounding natural energy to guide her movements, matching the speed of a powerful cultivator for a single instant. Chitty twisted slightly, and his blade came between himself and her once more, pressed against her neck. Using negation on passive energy was a trivial exercise, and so ending her manipulations was just that easy. Air pressure instantly slowed her, allowing him to react to her remaining speed. But the Great Queen wanted to try again, and Chitty didn't begrudge her attempts. She wanted to be faster, and conversely he needed to be able to activate negation in tiny fractions of moments. Cultivators could move at incomprehensible speeds, and if Chitty couldn't react in time, his body was as vulnerable as any other. Well, he was slightly more tempered than others, but he'd never get close to Nthanda's level. The Great Queen moved faster, in strange patterns, and even tried to eat up Chitty's control over negation. That almost worked, surprisingly. She tried stealth, but even when there was no ambient energy to disrupt, Chitty could use his own small quantities of energy to flood the area. The very final move the Great Queen attempted was something that would have gotten most people who thought they knew how void ants worked, but the sudden spear intent that tried to pierce Chitty simply wasn't high enough quality. Plus, Chitty was the first one to observe void ants making use of anything of the sort. Twisting his body out of the way was easy enough, and he swung his sword, cutting apart the air. The Great Queen was sent gently tumbling away. She says she appreciates your time, Anton translated, and that you were willing to work with her descendants to create new styles. Chitty nodded. Snips and Chops are perhaps my best disciples, despite not having humanoid anatomy. Finding an even match was difficult for Chitty, but he knew that would always be the case. His cultivation method revolved around humbling the strong, but that also meant he could be humbled himself by those on alternate paths. Knowing his weaknesses was always valuable, though Chitty was surprised one of them was trees. Or tree. A very particular tree with leaves strong enough, even he could not cut through them. Grandfather Willow towered over Chitty. With negation active, the natural strength of the dangling branches was enough that Chitty couldn't cut them, at least not all the way through. And without negation active, he had to deal with so much natural energy that he simply couldn't manage. Chitty let himself continue dangling upside down, wrapped in one of the branches. He had really thought that they were only able to move because of energy. But no, they had their own mechanisms for movement. He should have realized that most grasping willows weren't traditionally imbued with significant natural energy. Technically, this was supposed to be a battle with Leviticus, but if he couldn't reach Lev, it didn't matter. Chitty could insist that they have a match away from the grandfather willow, but that wasn't particularly great either. Lev was grinning up at him, leaning against the tree. It was both to show how casual things were, and because he had to. If Chitty activated negation, Lev would simply topple over. If Chitty understood correctly, Lev had exactly one limb with properly functioning nerve connections. So with negation active, he would be a blind guy with a sword picking on one who couldn't stand. Why don't you get someone to regrow your nerves? Chitty asked, perhaps because he had too much blood in his head. Why haven't you gotten bionic eyes? I've never had eyes, Chitty said. At this point, they'd just be a distraction. Fair enough, Lev agreed. As for me, there's no point. And it's a reminder of how I got to where I am. And to my disciples, in case they think that directly connecting to a tree is a good and safe idea, I can remind them it's not. Their faces when I flop over. Priceless. Chitty attempted to replicate the look of shocked horror he was imagining. Something like this? Sometimes they pass out from the shock. As if enrichment cultivators can't show weakness. Or have any weakness. Nobody's invincible. Not everyone gets that. Lev shrugged. You want to try again? As long as you promise not to get mad if I successfully cut through one of these limbs. Every tree needs pruning, Lev said. Even this guy. Chapter 1153. Crossed antennae found the responses of humans to various events fascinating. The chaotic conglomeration was more than a little bit surprised when the Scarlet Alliance managed to raise 2 domination cultivators simultaneously. Crossed antennae herself thought it was a fairly natural progression. When pressured, humans always grew quickly. Void ants were slower to adapt, which was why attaching themselves to humanity had been quite useful. Everyone was somehow more surprised about the other thing that had happened recently. Having met Anton on her trip through the lower realms around the Exalted Quadrant, she had felt it. Crossed antennae knew that humans could feel each other's energies too. So why would they be surprised? Well, she supposed that most of them hadn't met Anton, or the other enrichment cultivators. They probably still thought that the lower realms were as stagnant as they had been for millennia past, as if that made any sense now that they weren't being oppressed. In Crossed Antennae's opinion, This was merely the natural result of things, an explosion of power. Sure, it had taken almost 1,000 years on its own to reach this point, but there had been so much buildup in the lower realms it simply had to happen. But almost nobody ever asked Crossed Antennae for her opinion. Most people didn't know she existed, and the rest just didn't. The twins were an exception, though. They asked everyone about everything. It seemed to Crossed Antennae that they should have run out of questions for the whole of the chaotic conglomeration, but they were still going. Nobody's really able to determine with certainty who will make it to higher stages of cultivation, Misai commented. Are you sure you knew? Even if I didn't trust my mother's judgment, Crossed Antennae signed, I would have known. But of course, it is not that people are strictly destined. Anton could have failed, and it would not have been surprising as one of those leading the charge. I still think being the first to reach a particular stage is always going to be surprising, Julie added. The twins were paying careful attention to not miss anything she said, even as they recorded their own thoughts. Crossed Antennae thought about that. One time is a surprise. Twice might be unexpected. After a certain point, people must resolve not to be shocked. Right, Misai agreed. But this is the first, he pointed out. I'm not speaking strictly of unity. Crossed Antennae commented. It was a good name. Very Void Ant. At least, the Void Ants she knew. There had been some news from the lower realms about some that were a bit more jumbled up. Nor of Anton. However, he was one of the first to reach assimilation, at least as known in Cerritos. Then enrichment, and finally now unity. But this stretches beyond that. This is a time of great change. Humans and Void Ants have become friends, and others who are not human. The wolves and Acaris. Maybe this new system. Crossed Antennae was not done. No, far from that. She felt she could continue to speak on what she had learned forever. Her passion was shown in the exaggerated gestures of her forelimbs and antennae. The scarlet midfields are unified for the first time in the memory of the people there. The lower and upper realms are working together, in some sections. Multiple domination cultivators died within a century of each other. No one should be surprised at anything, because nothing fits what people used to think was normal and unsurprising. I haven't even mentioned the other cultivation paths that have sprung up. But I will. Advanced body tempering, confluence, negation. Crossed Antennae looked at Julie. Technology, both as connected to cultivation and as an independent factor. Oh, Julie's face lit up. How's the microtech process going, by the way? We've run into limitations of the laws of physics, Crossed Antennae said. Misai frowned. In what way? Electricity doesn't like many very small pathways close to each other, among other things. He thought for a couple moments. Maybe just make normal-sized tech and shrink it? Crossed Antennae tilted her head. That sounds even more difficult for us to do independently. We've got to get some of you interested in formations, Misai sighed. Void Ants are so good at sensing energy flow. It is not my job to create interest, Crossed Antennae pointed out. But you are allowed to attempt to seduce my kin away from their productive careers if you believe it can be successful. Occasionally, Anton was actually able to reach Chitty with a trinity of energy styles. Chitty simply couldn't negate upper and lower energy plus spectral energy all at the same time with any consistency. And while it was nearly impossible for him to encounter such anywhere else, the possibility of there being more obscure yet seemingly fundamental energies was possible. Domination cultivators would be the most likely candidates. Previously, Anton had never needed to combine the energies. They functioned better independently, and he only combined them when he simply did not have enough of one kind. They weren't strictly incompatible, but Anton didn't necessarily see further progression down that path as anything of value in most circumstances. At best, it would be usable to bypass something like adaptive defenses. As for Chitty, however, it was valuable for him, so Anton helped him train. There was one more thing they tested, and perhaps the most important when considering who Chitty intended to fight. Though Chitty was aware of his weaknesses, it was necessary to overcome as many as possible. Thus, Anton was about a day away from Chitty, by the best speed he believed the younger man capable of. It was a distance at which Anton was still comfortable, though very few others would even get close. However, it allowed Anton the luxury of safety, representing an enemy Chitty could not reach no matter what. Because of that, Anton could gather as much energy as he could control. For the sake of safety, Chitty was on a small device that should be able to absorb any accidental energy aftershocks while still allowing him sufficient freedom of movement to react and potentially counter Anton. Obviously, Anton wouldn't actually hit Chitty, but when gathering a certain amount of energy, simply dissolving it into the surroundings could still be extremely dangerous. Anton intended to let his attack dissolve safely far away, but something could go wrong. Anton expected he would display a similar effect to when he killed Sudin and when he completed his advancement. The upper realms would no doubt be in a tizzy, but not knowing where the attack went, he might hope they would underestimate anything in the future. This attack wouldn't be traveling past multiple systems, so it would only exist briefly, and that was it. Energy condensed around the lower realms, snapping everything into place. The shape of a bow wouldn't really allow attacks to go from the outside to the inside, but Anton wasn't physically using the stars as structure. He drew upon all of his bound stars, gathering energy for quite a long time. He didn't take anywhere near as long as the flight of Sudin, both because he was more efficient with the process and because his attack didn't have to go nearly as far. Even so, it was an amount of time that would have been impossible to use in a short-range battle. It could only be done like this as a sort of artillery strike, or through the methods of an assassin. Chitty was aware the attack was coming here, but not precisely when. That would have to be good enough as far as Anton's contribution went. A streak of blinding energy tore through space itself, arriving at a speed Chitty shouldn't have anticipated. Anton was confident enough to aim straight for his grandson, but he was prepared to alter the trajectory of his attack at any moment if he had to. He was his arrow, streaking towards Chitty. Then the image of Chitty disappeared from his vision as an area of negation stretched outward. Anton didn't even feel his arrow fade. It was just gone. A minute later, the natural energy in the system was several times higher than the normal ambient, but otherwise not notable. Certainly, it didn't have any resemblance concentrated force sufficient to destroy a planet. There was just one more quite annoying thing Anton had to do. He shot one arrow after another, spaced out so they would arrive several seconds apart. He could do that literally forever. He might find he had to sleep after a few months, but until that time his energy replenishment was far more than necessary. He could have used more power, but that wasn't actually useful. Staggering the timing between the arrows so they weren't predictable, Anton forced Chitty to defend himself. Some arrows he sliced apart as individuals. Often he had to use negation directly around himself, but even if it didn't tire him much, over the course of hours he was beginning to look rather ragged. If that was where things ended, Anton would have been disappointed. After all, Chitty had weeks to think of a proper countermeasure. He wasn't expected to somehow catch Anton, but if he could at least escape it would be good enough. Even so, Chitty hadn't moved at all from his starting position. An illusion was both outside of Chitty's wheelhouse and impractical. It couldn't be directly affecting Anton's mind, and any energy he used would have been blown away by Anton's arrows reaching the area regardless of what Anton's senses might be convinced was going on. Chitty simply didn't have the energy stores to resist that. Was Chitty simply going to surrender? No. More likely he was waiting for Anton to be off guard somehow. He did his best to continue his attacks with minimal pause, though he took a few minutes off every once in a while, keeping his senses locked on Chitty. He also launched hails of arrows, forcing Chitty to cover himself from all arrows. Again and again Anton continued his attacks. If this was endurance training he'd gladly continue, but he hadn't seen any progress. And he didn't until one time negation faded and Chitty simply wasn't there. Anton searched for him, trying to extend his senses to cover more of the system, but the young man was just gone. There weren't even traces of spatial distortions, though that didn't mean they hadn't happened, just that they were covered up. It took about an hour for Anton to get a message from Chitty. That gave him a hint to Chitty's location, but aside from informing Chitty not to taunt any actual opponents, it was sufficient to show that Chitty had actually escaped his notice, moving further than Anton thought was capable and keeping his energy concealed. After a short time of negation cutting of Anton's sensory access to the local space. "So how did you do it?" Anton asked. "If I told you, I'd have to silence you," Chitty said, dragging his finger across his throat. "Harsh but fair," Anton agreed. He had his own guesses, actually. Most likely, it was some combination of keeping the area of negation static while moving himself towards the edge, thus foiling Anton's immediate sweep of the area. But he could only guess that was what it was. Is there any more training I can help with? Just an endurance test. Something like omnidirectional suppression. It would be a shame if I lost to someone's aura, and I can't imagine there's anyone better here. Then I was hoping to take some of Devon's time. Really? I hadn't expected he'd be a good matchup for you. Or rather, despite his considerable abilities, he'd certainly lose. Devon's range was merely planetary, so at best he could run from Chitty. There was no way he could slip past Chitty's defenses or overpower him, especially not as an enrichment cultivator. Maybe if he reached unity. If that was even something that was a universally valid path. I do believe that would be the case, Chitty agreed. But I need to match myself against alternative energy suppression. A fair point. Have you tested with standard energy negating shackles? I can cut them apart with merely my sword intent, Chitty confirmed. And I'm confident I could handle most formations. I'm sure he'd be glad to help. Your family, after all. Chapter 1154. As Velvet left the bounds of the Scarlet Alliance's territory, she was briefly able to look upon it as an outsider. If she had the choice, she absolutely wouldn't intrude upon the region, as it was terrifying. A mighty presence, standing vigilant ready to defend the area. The worst part was that Velvet didn't know if Timothy could actually guard their whole territory at once or not. It seemed a bit extreme, but with the spatial distortions, it wasn't unreasonable. Unwanted intruders would be brought to their most well-defended system, that of Xianxia, and then they would have to face him. And Katerina. But for all that she was probably far more dangerous if she had time to prepare, she wasn't particularly intimidating. At least, as far as domination cultivators went. Velvet had gotten the opportunity to properly observe 5 of them throughout her life. Everhart didn't count, since he hadn't been around since his advancement. But beyond Timothy and Katerina, there were Ratna, Karonis, and of course Zorbarids. The latter had seemed more bluster than strength. For all that he had appeared to handily defeat any individual who matched up against him, they had for the most part survived, mainly due to luck, numbers, or planning. But if so many factors could limit Zorg, then he wasn't quite as powerful as he appeared. As Velvet continued to drift away from the Scarlet Alliance, she brought to mind her mission. She was to investigate to determine the weakest and least stable of the colonies beginning to worm their way into the Scarlet Midfields. Studying their various rivals among the opposite factions would be most useful if she could manage to get them to call each other out for breaking the pact without getting the rest of the midfields into a war. Not the easiest task, but that made it all the more necessary. The Scarlet Alliance was slowly expanding to fill the midfields, but unless something suddenly changed, it would be another 1,000 or 2,000 years before they truly encompassed the majority of the area. They could place nominal outposts wherever they wanted, but the only areas they could be said to truly control were those that they had encompassed by the spatial distortion. Some of the planets that were occupied were close enough to the southern border that Velvet could count on Anton's ability to reach them now that he was a unity cultivator. However, it wasn't feasible to assume he could handle more complex operations than simply annihilating people. If they got to that point, the Upper Realms part of the Alliance would handle things themselves, since he would be best reserved for what might happen afterwards. It was too bad he couldn't come to the Upper Realms. He would probably be able to cover all of the Alliance's territory without the spatial distortion. He hadn't been entirely forthcoming about his limits, potentially because he didn't know, but Velvet suspected it was more likely so that people didn't count on him. At least, not in that way. Aside from training and cultivation, and specifically with Chitty, Anton had recently become a catalyst for another wave of sweeping social changes, small ones, but significant in their reach. Mainly, they were things people couldn't give voice to, and that they hadn't really even understood to be a problem. Major inequalities were always being worked on by the Alliance, and if people could give voice to a problem, it would be looked into. However, there were smaller issues that were no less serious, but that still required addressing. For example, issues of mobility. It was entirely possible for people to go from one system in the Alliance to another for a relatively cheap price considering the distances involved. Given the proliferation of a common language, it wouldn't be impossible to get along, but there were still cultural differences between planets that lingered. That wasn't the main issue, however. Certain systems had more people that wanted to leave to seek opportunities elsewhere, but the flights weren't there. Some of them were simply unable to give voice to those ideas. Others held the thoughts in their subconscious. If given the opportunity, they would travel. It was a need people couldn't fulfill not because they didn't have the ships or pilots, but because they didn't know. Obviously, such a thing didn't mean much to Anton personally, as he could travel wherever he wished far faster than anyone else. But it was safe to say most people couldn't independently surpass light speed. Long-distance communication was fast, but not instantaneous. Communities were still separated by distance. And though the problem was constantly being worked on for various practical reasons, once people were aware of the issue, efforts were redoubled. Maybe they would have teleportation available in the next century, or at least instantaneous cross-system communication. Then there were intangible things which Anton couldn't do anything to facilitate except to connect people together in ways he didn't even fully understand. One example Anton learned about after the fact was an individual looking for peace, trying to find a particular place of relaxation. A cove with particular conditions he assumed simply didn't exist, but someone else did. The manifestation of the connection was simply drawing two people together for a moment. The second individual merely mentioned the place in passing conversation, not knowing the full extent of healing it could bring to the first. If Anton had to consciously control it, he imagined he would go mad. A single connection between two people was one thing, but with the total population in the trillions, the myriad possibilities were impossible to discern. Anton simply allowed energy to be used according to the principles of unity he had laid out for himself. It was much like devotion in that way. Because this particular form of unity was tied to Anton, that meant it was certainly incomplete in coverage. Plenty could go undiscovered, things away from his bound stars being the most prominent. But he could hope that eventually other unity cultivators would arise, or perhaps society would develop to a point that they weren't useful. That was a hard situation to imagine, however, as it wasn't as if the rest of the galaxy stopped existing just because the Lower Realms Alliance happened to be doing well. The Alliance really didn't need Anton's unity, just like it didn't need most of the other components individually. But if individual pieces were lost, eventually the whole thing would unravel. It was just one thing that should hopefully result in things becoming better. Anton didn't fully understand the connections, but according to what he heard, it was like a prompting that people followed. However, there were no serious consequences for ignoring it. It wasn't a divinatory ability that somehow predicted or mandated the future. Instead, the more people something could affect, the more connections were made that could solve said problems. The connections between two people were most rare, and Anton remembered hearing about it precisely because of that. If opportunities were missed, it didn't somehow lead to disaster. Instead, there would always be promptings until the need was no longer significant enough. Since it was new, not everyone was willing to follow mysterious promptings. Even for cultivators who learned to follow a certain sort of instinct, it was odd to connect with something that was clearly external to some extent. Anton himself felt no promptings himself. Perhaps that meant nobody needed him and he needed nothing in return, but more likely it was that he couldn't interface with the effects himself. Or it could be because he'd simply not considered himself when he was making his attempt. Anton didn't need to help himself, because he already had everything he could ask for and more, multiple lifetimes worth. Asking for more would be greedy. As for how he could help others, if unity wasn't personal enough, Anton still tried to leave his personal touch wherever he went. A few words of guidance could help a cultivator suck at a bottleneck, especially when Anton had seen the same difficulties hundreds or thousands of times in disciples. Sometimes people just needed a kind word during a rough day. That wouldn't change just because Anton was stronger now. People might find it weird that someone with planet-destroying capabilities just talked like a normal person, but Anton would find it weird if he didn't. Cultivators who thought themselves above everyone and everything were kind of missing out on part of existence. Though there were a few who could actually be content with a solitary lifestyle, focused on self-perfection. In some ways, Chitty found escaping from Devon's restraint to be easier than the simplest of physical shackles. Those made with cultivators in mind, of course. Others weren't even worth considering, as he wouldn't even need any sort of abilities. Having his energy suppressed was certainly inconvenient. Chitty couldn't manipulate his own energy or the energy around him with Devon's chains wrapping him. But with the right shifting of his body, simple and minute adjustments, the flow of energy could change. Once negation took hold, he could propagate it outward, and once he erased any part of the binding effects, it was worthless. The chains were gone as if they had never existed. Fascinating, Devon said. I'm not sure if I could reasonably learn enough about energy flow to stop you. Normally, I wouldn't describe my own weaknesses, Chitty said. But I'm going to be out of here soon enough, Uncle Devon. He was a great uncle or something similar, but it was the most proper thing to call him. And Devon liked it. If you happen to run into someone like me somehow, there's one trick. Just make sure I can't move at all. I considered that, Devon said. The problem is, you'd be dead. I couldn't truly be certain that you were incapable of doing that unless everything about you would be perfectly still. Your heart, your lungs, every portion of your cells. Chitty made a face. That sounds a bit excessive. On the surface, at least. Chitty wondered if he could carve formations on individual cells. That would be difficult for many reasons, including that they weren't usually entirely stationary and that whole pesky thing where they were living and dying. Anyone actually trying to restrain him would likely just take the opportunity to crush him if they successfully caught him, so training such a niche ability was probably excessive. That said, he would absolutely scale the formations inside of himself in ways that he could still shift them without appearing to move. Flexing or unflexing muscles, perhaps, though he'd have to make certain not to disrupt the flow of energy when he didn't mean to. There was one more family member Chitty had to meet in the lower realms. Actually, that was completely untrue. There were probably thousands or tens of thousands, as there had been many generations of family that didn't really live as cultivators after Anton rescued them. Plus, he was pretty sure he had aunts and uncles from his mother's side in the centuries after she was gone. But there was only one active in high-tier cultivation and to which he had a personal connection, even if they'd never met. The connection itself wasn't even important. They'd merely been born close together in time, with vast distances separating them. That person was Anishka. Her mother and Lai had been close to Alva for most of their early life, and even until the latter ascended. Then Anlai had nearly given up on cultivation after her husband's death, and was now living out something like her final days. You're more impressive in person, Anishka admitted. Energy recordings don't do negation justice. I'll say the same for you, Chitty replied. Fire and ice together is a difficult combination. She shrugged. So you say? But I was raised with it, and it always made sense. Except during brief periods of crisis. She stared at Chitty hard. What are you thinking about, cousin? Just whether I can beat you in a fight. And I don't think I could. Or you'd completely destroy me, Chitty said. It's not like I could ambush you. I know you've got better awareness than that. And I don't have amazing range. Well, I'm not telling you how, Chitty said. Because I think others could replicate it easily enough, and I really can't let that happen. Anishka frowned for a moment. I think I figured it out. I don't intend to let you test it, Chitty shook his head. So don't ask. Chapter 1155. Despite the amount of time he had spent there, Anton felt that his explorations of Klar were rather incomplete. He'd landed on a single planet and associated with the plant cultivators living upon it. While the development of a language spoken purely with energy was certainly valuable, there was a lot more to the systems. Other planets, certainly, but most relevant was the large variety of things living in the vacuum of space. For the most part, Anton had avoided those. They seemed to act with the instincts of beasts, and even those that seemed more intelligent were just clever hunters. Anton hadn't yet pinned down anything of sapience in the spacefaring individuals, but he might yet. It required closely watching a number of individuals for an extended period of time, unless he simply got lucky with certain forms of displays that would tip him off. Reaching unity allowed Anton to return to the system more quickly, though it was still isolated in various ways. The first was the distance from the Lower Realms Alliance as a whole, with the second being Anton not having a nearby bound star. But he had some thoughts about that. In the past, Anton had come to the decision that he should gain permission from the locals before binding a star, and he stuck to that. But he thought he actually had a better method now. What he was doing would reveal him to the whole system, if they hadn't yet noticed him moving about, but Anton didn't find that particularly concerning. Merely knowing he was around might make some beasts seek him out, but he hoped sapient individuals would recognize he wasn't a threat. Blue supergiant stars burned bright and fast, at least by stellar standards. Something around 10 million years, though there hadn't been enough long-term observation to confirm that fully, and especially not whether decay accelerated or decreased when a star possessed greater natural energy. Most likely, there were stable and unstable configurations. Klar's star was a highly potent blue supergiant. The life around it had likely been supercharged in its development, though the exact magnitude depended on whether there had been any outside influence. That didn't necessarily mean life-seeding, but even simple bacteria ending up in the system by coincidence could have skipped a large part of the process. Anton reached out to the star, infusing it with his power, but not with any intention to form a bond. Not yet, at least. Even so, he was infusing it with the power of unity. If Anton's experience hadn't failed him, he should be able to achieve his desired results with that. The power of unity resonated with the residents of the system, and Anton felt pulses of responses. Nothing conscious, exactly, but responses nonetheless. Klar wasn't ready to accept a bonded star, and the main resonance came from the one planet Anton had already surveyed, plus one more, and then a very weak response from space itself. Something of sufficient sapience might be hiding there, or perhaps sufficient cultivation strength or quantities of lesser thinking ability could produce the same response. The feedback Anton received was sufficient to guide his future actions, even if he couldn't perfectly interpret the results. But he'd likely get better at it, and he could perform his test again as he felt he was making progress. Anton had no need to visit Bear Hug. The algae-based individual was one of the few that Anton was certain would be accepting of him bonding to the local star. But just because Anton didn't need to do it didn't mean he wasn't going to. It would be rude to come into the neighborhood and just ignore your friend. After the traditional greeting, Bear Hug stepped back, gesturing broadly with their general limbs and rallying their energy to speak. You were with the star? One thing Anton had to accept was that language was mutable. As long as the information was conveyed, that was all that mattered. There were already as many dialects as there were different people Anton interacted with, including the Alliance members who had invented the language. They were the ones who had a harder time letting go of their grammatical structure. Anton just tried to make sure that anyone who met would be mutually intelligible. Yes, Anton agreed. I am responsible for the phenomenon with the star, Anton explained. You will be part of the star? The way Bear Hug's energy twisted in and around itself actually seemed to imply a mutual entanglement. A good sign for a bond. The plan is to become that way in the future, Anton replied with his energy. It could also be interpreted as to grow into something. He'd been speaking with a lot of plants. Bear Hug nodded. Actually nodded, though they had little neck to speak of and only a vague blob for a head. The soil and season are not yet ready. For not actually growing in the ground, Bear Hug sure took to plant metaphors quickly. And for maybe being technically not a plant by certain definitions. That's right, Anton confirmed once more. Do you need assistance? Anton shook his head. It shouldn't be necessary. Maybe moral support. And if anyone happens to come by, let them know I would like to speak with them. If you can communicate. Energy speech is easy to learn, Bear Hug said. I will teach. If anything actually showed up around Bear Hug while Anton was on planet, Anton would know. He constantly monitored his friend for the sake of their safety. He wouldn't be able to bear it if something happened, and he could have stopped it. As Bear Hug moved, Anton noticed something. Patches of brown among vibrant green. Are you all right? Anton asked. As part of the question, his energy gestured to the part in question. Bear Hug looked down, mimicking Anton's movements, even though it was pointless to move the head to see anything if one had no eyes. Or actual head. A mass of brown pushed to the surface and then was pulled out by a hand. Bear Hug tossed it away into the lake. Not a problem. Some death and decay is natural. We'll grow more. I need occasional pruning. That was a good enough word. Anton supposed for a mass of algae, it wouldn't be troublesome to lose a body part. Obviously, cutting a limb off of a tree produced a permanent change, but in some cases it was necessary, and they could simply grow more. Other sorts of plants were even more mutable than that, and Bear Hug was just a colony. Anton supposed that as long as sufficient mass existed, so would Bear Hug. It sounded a bit concerning to know that Bear Hug might stop existing if they lost enough of their body, but that was also generally true of humans. The quantities were simply different depending on what was lost. Bear Hug could probably lose a head or even a torso without any lasting damage, though maybe the latter might be too much all at once. Anton certainly didn't intend to test that. I'm going to be traveling around, settling the concerns of others, Anton explained, returning them back to the topic of unity. He hadn't really expected people to trust a stranger, especially when most of those people he'd met had been isolated individuals. He just wanted to get a vague sense of locations so he could have somewhere to start looking. I will come with you, Bear Hug said. Are you certain? It may be dangerous. Anton would of course do his best to protect his friend, and it was unlikely that there would be anything too dangerous. But it wasn't just traveling with Anton that would be dangerous. Instead, it would be associating with him. I might make enemies, Anton said, and I will not always be here. Dangers always exist, but I am strong. Bear Hug looked around in an exaggerated fashion. I have encountered an issue. I cannot carry a lake. Anton could, but that would be a bit disruptive. You could carry part of it, Anton pointed out. Keep it around you, he said as he demonstrated, forming a sort of bubble around him. I should be around it, Bear Hug said. In the end, they pulled up a portion of lake into and around them. Bear Hug paused. I have concerns about the danger. I will stay here. That might be for the best, Anton agreed. I would enjoy your company, but I would not wish to see you hurt. I will not get hurt, Bear Hug said. I am safe in my lake. When are you leaving? I only plan to stop by for a short time, Anton said. Very well. Let us go. I thought you said you were staying. Yes. You just implied you were coming with me. Yes. You can't do both of those things. Bear Hug was clearly thinking hard enough that no physical motions were made. I shouldn't come with you? I didn't say that. I just said you can't do both things. Can't. Bear Hug looked very confused. Shouldn't. Clearly they were failing some sort of communication. Anton was fairly certain he hadn't mixed up the words, but the meanings might not have been delivered properly to begin with. You can come with me if you want, and stay here if you want. I'm going to go now, Anton explained. He turned and began to walk away from the lake at a slow pace, paying attention for whatever Bear Hug said. Then his friend tore in half. One half flopped into the lake, floating on the surface as a shapeless mass. The other turned into a child-sized mass, plodding forward. Yes, I want to go with you. And I want to stay here. Oh, so you can do both, Anton said. I was not aware of that. Is it safe? How far apart can you be? To Anton's understanding, Bear Hug functioned by being a combined mass carrying energy. He didn't sense any sort of link between the two. Was there just another Bear Hug? Was one of them a different person now? Or was there merely a connection he couldn't sense? Beyond the horizon is how far, Bear Hug explained. That was either not very far or endless. Let me know if you have any problems, Anton said. For now, we really must begin. There were a few things Anton took for granted, like walking and talking at the same time, or walking and manipulating energy, or having a skeletal structure. Bear Hug was only partially capable of those first things, and the last was certainly not the case. Short legs didn't help with their walking pace either. Speaking consumed energy, even if only a small amount, and so did walking. Even more so because Bear Hug was carrying a mass of water at the same time. Thus it was that they stopped to meditate after just a couple of hours at a slow pace. They stopped in the sun, and Anton watched as Bear Hug clumsily absorbed energy while trying to maintain a form. The net gains were rather slow, so Anton did his best to smooth out the incoming energy to make it more easily absorbed by his friend. In the future, they should at least try to find a pond or something. Have I made you too slow? Bear Hug asked with worry, energy swirling slightly. I have lived a very long time, Anton said. Sometimes the pace is slow. He truly didn't mind. Sure, he could have covered the same distance in a single second, but he would have missed seeing so many things along the way. He would of course see them, but only technically. Anton had some concerns about the separated parts of Bear Hug. The mass back at the lake was happily cultivating, but Anton was concerned that this might result in some sort of split consciousness. He wouldn't mind two individuals with the same personality, but it would be better to not end up that way accidentally. Bear Hug likely understood themselves better than Anton would, but it wasn't as if all sapient individuals had perfect understandings of how they worked. But in this case, Anton simply had to trust that cultivation instincts would prevail. He did his best to monitor his friends' water levels, leading them towards future sources of water. He had a decent understanding of the purity requirements, though Anton had to admit he'd only really seen Bear Hug live 2 places, plus a short journey along the way. Chapter 1156. As Anton journeyed with Bear Hug, he also monitored another local friend. Liberty didn't move much, but after breaking free from the rock that Liberty had grown into, the fur never again remained in a single position for more than a week. Though it might have perhaps been better for its physical growth, Being confined clearly wasn't acceptable for the tree. It was unclear if Liberty would get along with Bear Hug, but that was only a theoretical possibility as they were quite some distance apart, nearly a quarter of a planet distant with a sea in the way. Not something either of them could feasibly travel, and it would be more meaningful if they did it themselves instead of just being carried around by Anton. Lacking any sort of central structure, Bear Hug clearly found it difficult to move, but still happily came along with Anton. At the same time, Bear Hug remained in their pond. There was no connection between the two, but the energies shared the same signature. Anton could almost certainly discern the full nature of the connection if he was willing to probe deeper into his companion's cultivation, but that would be a bit much. Observing what was displayed externally was one thing, but there was a limit to what made sense. Furthermore, Anton was uncertain if he might cause damage unknowingly. He would be fully confident with a human or even one of the cultivators of Acaris, but with the core of cultivation diverging so far from what he was used to, he was cautious about interacting that deeply even aside from privacy concerns. As far as Anton could tell, Bear Hug did not sleep. He had attempted to ask, but the concept was conflated with rest and cultivation. In short, either Bear Hug could cultivate while sleeping, or simply did not seem to sleep. Obviously, Bear Hug was more active during the day when they could photosynthesize, but inactivity at other times wasn't necessarily the same. Though Anton had warned of dangers, they were rarely attacked. Anton didn't completely erase his own presence, as it seemed unfair to anything acting on its instincts if something they picked as prey was suddenly strong. If they were just trying to eat, he couldn't blame them, though he might have to defend himself. Some things were willing to attempt to pick off Bear Hug, which likely seemed like a great boon. After all, most things wouldn't expect even plants with higher natural energy to defend themselves. Algae might seem out of place walking around, but such oddities could be overlooked by those looking for a potential meal. As they entered a clearing, a meter-high creature with a sharp horn on its head charged into Bear Hug. Anton very much wanted to defend his friend, but his experience had told him that Bear Hug could defend himself from such things. And his reactions were fast enough to affect the situation even if it got bad. Bear Hug turned towards the incoming enemy, but did nothing more. The algae might seem to be standing in shock, but it was simply that moving was a waste of energy. The horn pierced right through their center of mass, and the algae flopped loosely over the beast that impaled them as water splashed everywhere. Then strands twisted around the head and neck of the creature that seemed to be in between a boar and rhinoceros. The beast had some level of natural energy that it instinctively used in defense, but such instincts could only go so far against intelligent control. Algae simply pushed its way into the creature's head, breaking past the defenses with concentrated energy and driving into its brain. It stumbled and crashed into a tree, half uprooting it. Bear Hug disentangled themselves, completely unfazed by the encounter. The hole in their center of mass was hardly a greater concern than if something parted some strands of Anton's hair. No doubt the beast had expected something moving around to have a more defined anatomy. The loss of most of their carried water was likely worse than any actual damage. What do we do with this? Bear Hug asked. Speaking with energy, they had to pause to nudge the beast away from the base of the tree before shoving the tree back into approximately the right position. Once done with that exertion, Bear Hug continued. Do I cook and eat it? I don't think I eat. Since it is dead, it's reasonable to try to consume it, Anton said. But given that you don't live in soil and don't have a stomach, I'm not sure what you can do. If you can absorb its natural energy directly, that might be all you can manage. Let us find a lake with fish. Bear Hug scaled a tree, extending their energy senses as far as they went, which was around 100 meters. The algae was fairly strong, something near Essence Collection, but was not trained for distance sensing. Anton, why do you mount a tree to find things far away? Because I have sight, he explained. If there is nothing but air or water in a direct line between myself and what I want to see, I can sense it. Like the sun, Anton pointed. Bear Hug seemed confused. Even at night, when it is far away, the sun doesn't actually go away. It's just blocked by the planet. The planet is big, isn't it? That means the sun is very far at night. But during the day it is right here. Anton took the time to explain to Bear Hug that the sunlight and the sun were not really the same thing. Or at least, not as humans tended to speak about them. In the case of Maheg, Anton thought of the sunlight it radiated as like his own energy, but he supposed that until it reached a certain point it might actually be part of the star. Cultivator's energy wasn't an intrinsic part of them in the same way, though losing it would be just as bad as losing a limb, if not far worse. Thus, it couldn't really be considered as something separate. Bear Hug actually moved much more smoothly with a smaller complement of water, though clearly Anton's algae-based friend was eager to get back to greater quantities of water. Anton himself was carrying the beast, because Bear Hug couldn't manage that while at the same time effectively puppeteering their own body. Lev could probably help with that, though he did have a rigid structure to work with. Anton wondered what response plant cultivators would have to the other sort of plant cultivators. They could feel threatened, perhaps. It would also be interesting to see what another grasping willow would develop into. Lev had more trees. Would it become sapient? Clearly different species had independently ended up that way, though exactly why was still unclear. Abundant natural energy wasn't sufficient, so the system must have some subtle properties that influence things in that direction. Eventually, Anton splashed the beast into a decent-sized lake. A rotting corpse could pollute water, but at the same time lake creatures and plants could feed off of the nutrients. Rot was disgusting, but perfectly natural and part of an important process, though it might be less efficient on a large corpse. So Anton was considering chopping up the creature so that none of the more problematic consequences of decay would easily develop. Bear Hug flopped into the water, then wrapped themselves vaguely around the corpse. Rather than leaching natural energy from the body, they took it from the water as it slowly diffused out. It was an interesting process, but quite slow. In the morning, Anton ended up scattering most of it around the area, some in the lake and some in the woods for scavengers. Bear Hug wouldn't be able to get much more use unless they waited around for days or weeks. After seeing he was up, Bear Hug came up to Anton and wrapped around him in greeting. Happy morning. Enjoy the sun. Just the previous day, Anton had seen Bear Hug move in much the same way before killing the attacking beast, but he was not afraid. After all, if he feared hugs from everyone that could kill such a thing, then almost everyone he knew would qualify. He was no more afraid of his new friend hurting him than most humans, especially not as he became more in tune with his friend's emotions. They were muted in some ways, but no less real. Curiosity, fear, happiness, anger. Positive and negative depending on the situation. With no face or actual body, such emotions were expressed mainly through control of energy, but small fluctuations in said energy also gave things away subconsciously, just like humans. As they walked along over the next few days, the conversations between Anton were mostly him trying to explain what humans lived like. The concept of family, having others around that could think and feel, seemed to be quite attractive to Bear Hug. There, Bear Hug said. A new friend. Anton extended his senses in the direction Bear Hug indicated. Are you certain? He could certainly see how the tree might give off the signature of active cultivation instead of just being full of natural energy. You don't feel it? Anton shrugged, then relayed the expression through energy. I'm just as new to this as you are. I'm going to say hello, Bear Hug said. They walked closer to the tree. Hello. I know you don't speak yet, but my name is Bear Hug. Though the tree certainly wouldn't know the language, the whole point was that any sort of energy cultivator should at least be able to tell something intentional was happening. It was made not with sounds, but with movements of energy. It involved a whole lot of pointing. You appear to be stuck, Bear Hug continued. Do you require assistance? At that point, Anton noticed that Bear Hug was actually speaking to ivy growing on the tree. It's supposed to be like that, Anton said, indicating the aerial roots sticking onto the tree. Anton had to admit that the flow of energy in the ivy was a bit more lively, but he still hadn't felt a proper reaction. Oh, you're supposed to be like that, Bear Hug said. Do you want more sunlight? Bear Hug mimed slicing through branches on nearby trees, though it was only tiny threads of energy with no real power instead of actual cutting. This one doesn't talk much. Anton was actually willing to bet that it simply wasn't sapient. But with how sure Bear Hug had been, he wasn't going to declare that for certain. What did you notice that made you think this one is what we're looking for? Active energy intake. It didn't feel the same for Anton as what Bear Hug did, but perhaps he shouldn't expect it to. Did it stop? Yes. Do you think we feel threatening? It's quite possible, Anton said. Let us give some space. Bear Hug dejectedly slunk away. Perhaps they had been expecting all others to react precisely as they did, curious about the moving thing, clearly intentionally trying to interact. But sometimes people wanted to be left alone. As for determining whether Bear Hug was right or not, they set up vaguely nearby. Not so close as to be problematic, but Bear Hug gave up the comfort of a proper pond overnight and instead continued to hold themselves together with their bubble of water during that time. The slow expenditure of energy seemed to be balanced by an equally slow absorption of the water and the natural energy within it. As long as there was no active movement, Bear Hug maintained a pretty decent equilibrium. Anton decided not to sleep, keeping an eye on his friend and the ivy. It was quite boring, just sitting in the woods for a number of hours and not even cultivating. But he was rewarded for his patience when morning came. It was subtle, but he both saw and felt the ivy shift as the sun crested the horizon. Plants were known to adjust themselves to the sunlight, but it was usually a very slow process. This involved a very small nudge of active natural energy, almost as if trying to avoid notice. But Anton noticed, and Bear Hug did too. The algae jumped up. "Good morning. Happy sunlight." They hugged Anton, then rather daringly approached the ivy, extending a tendril of drooping material. The ivy jerked away. That more than anything else was a clear sign. Anton knew that it wasn't an attack, but Bear Hug's movements were necessarily imbued with natural energy, and the ivy certainly might not know. There were a few tense moments before Bear Hug demonstrated by shaking together their own limbs, making vague representations of leaf shapes with energy to show one of them should be the ivy. The ivy slowly extended, just barely letting Bear Hug touch it. Then it yanked away, ripping a few strands of Bear Hug with it, seemingly unintentionally. "Wow, that's an aggressive handshake," Bear Hug commented. "You're not very good at that. Let's try again." Chapter 1157. Slowly and patiently Bear Hug extended part of themselves towards the nearby ivy that had just torn off part of it. About 90% of the way to actually touching the vine, they stopped and waited. Anton watched Bear Hug hold the pose for several minutes. For a human non-cultivator, their arm might have gotten tired holding such a pose. Bear Hug had no skeletal structure, which meant all support had to be actively maintained by their own energy. It was about the same as constantly levitating material. But Bear Hug waited until slowly the ivy dared to cross the last bit of distance, wrapping around. The two twisting bits of greenery waggled up and down and up, left and right and in and out, and eventually the ivy realized it was supposed to let go. "You did good," Bear Hug said, indicating their new friend. "We can also do that like this." Bear Hug extended just a thin strand of energy, waiting. The ivy responded more quickly this time. Their energies touched, providing a level of feedback that their bodies likely didn't possess. Yet Bear Hug still clearly preferred physical contact. "Good, you're learning." Bear Hug repeated the word good frequently, likely because Anton had done the same. As the only example of teaching language, that was only natural. Over the next few days they came and went. There wasn't anywhere comfortable for Bear Hug to rest within close proximity of the tree. Anton, being the odd member of the bunch, preferred to allow Bear Hug to interface with the new friend most directly. However, he also participated in energy conversation with Bear Hug for purposes of demonstration. Slowly, the ivy came to understand the basics. It seemed they were shy more than unable to understand, but eventually the concept of names came up. Referencing people that were present was simple, but signs for names came about when people couldn't be directly pointed out. Bear Hug was a particular folding and entangling of energy representing the action they were named after, while Anton went with a bow shaped with the warmth of the sun. The latter was a bit more complicated, but most cultivators would be able to make a vague approximation of the feeling even if they didn't use fire. Ultimately, the bow would be sufficient unless other humans arrived or someone else picked up weaponry. The ivy eventually ended up with a name that took a simplistic representative form, a curving line representing coiling around a tree. Helix. Anton thought it was a good name when translated into actual words, and a unique enough form to be recognizable. Eventually, flourishes might be necessary once there were enough known individuals to have overlap in their name structures, but it was unlikely anyone would be taking the name Spring as in the mechanical object anytime soon. So Helix was plenty distinct. The concept of days was clear enough to every plant, heat and cold of the sun. Thus, They were eventually able to communicate that they would be going away for many days, but would return. We need to find other people to talk to, Bear Hug explained. I can't be here and there and over there very well, so I have to go. Helix waved goodbye. They did not appear particularly sad nor happy at the parting. That was good enough, at least. When they were on their way a few hours out, Bear Hug twisted around. We forgot to ask Helix to accept you being the son. Anton shook his head. That's not important. Though it is also more likely now regardless. Creating connections between people is the most important. I want you to be able to get along. But things would be better if you were part of the sun, wouldn't they? My answer would be biased towards that, since it is what I already do. But it may not be the case. Of course, after reaching unity, people would be guided towards a more harmonious world with a bound star around. But there was some possibility that it wouldn't be as beneficial for people who were so different. Though if Anton grew to understand the locals better, what they wanted and needed, then that problem should theoretically solve itself. There could be sapient creatures somewhere that were alien enough he couldn't grow to understand them, though, or they might have incompatible needs. A world that was significantly unbalanced might be difficult to bring into unity without causing some harm to some of its residents. Anton knew that it was impossible to live in a way that caused no harm to anyone or anything, but striving for ideal results was the best thing about being a cultivator. He'd rather not make any big mistakes, and at his level of power it would not require much of his power to make a massive mistake. Though that was only if he wasn't careful with his control. As they traveled, Anton taught Bear Hug how to sense things further away. Previously, Bear Hug had traveled from location to location along waterways, and while that was a useful method, it also greatly restricted the directions and areas of travel. If they were to be exploring the entire region, more mobility would be required. Anton was always happy to find water sources for Bear Hug, but Anton wanted to promote independence. Currently, he was watching Bear Hug get eaten alive, very slowly by a swarm of small fish. Bear Hug didn't seem to mind. From what Anton could tell, they had moved all of the older and soon-to-be dead pieces to their outer surface. Human bodies recycled dead cells automatically, and algae likely did as well, but having entire sections die off was strange. From what Anton understood, those were older and worse iterations of Bear Hug's body. They didn't seem concerned and overall kept up the same amount of biomass, so Anton just accepted it. Over the course of weeks, they had traveled far enough to change into a hotter climate, the beginnings of something resembling rainforest. Bear Hug was excited to see dense plant life and very much enjoyed frequent rains, which was why Anton had chosen the direction they were headed. While Bear Hug had difficulty traversing terrain in general, what might be considered obstacles weren't really the issue. Except for cliffs that completely blocked movement unless climbed over, the strands of algae and water easily fit through and around any sort of obstruction. Dense foliage and bushes weren't a problem except that some strands got left behind. Bear Hug rarely bothered to disentangle any bits. Oh, Bear Hug's energy bounced up and down in excitement. Look, a friend with a pond inside them. This is a good place to sleep for the night. Bear Hug rapidly approached an enormous pitcher plant, large enough to catch more than bugs, but it might even be large enough to catch humans, if there were humans to catch. Anton detected a few remains of bones at the bottom, which was telling. No, Anton said. That's not good for sleeping in. It's bad water. Why? Bear Hug asked. Because that's actually the stomach of that plant. Animals fall in there and can't get out, and it dissolves them. Bear Hug pondered for a few moments. That makes sense. It's a pretty devious trap. Do you think that one set it up on purpose? I don't know if it's sapient, Anton said. I have observed similar plants that are that way naturally, and one elsewhere of a similar form but smaller in magnitude. Do you sense any active energy control? Not really, Bear Hug admitted. I was just hopeful. We'll find a new friend soon, I'm certain. Soon was relative, but eventually they came upon a large briar patch that if nothing else possessed significant natural energy. It was clear to Anton that the whole thing was a single entity, including spines as well as various blade-like features. That was about as far as his observations got when Bear Hug ran forward. Don't scare people, Anton called out. Bear Hug slowed down, just in time for a blade to swipe in front of them. Unlike when the beast had stabbed them, this clearly had natural energy control. The swipe extended a good meter beyond the end of the wide blade, slicing a finger's length into the front of Bear Hug and severing a number of strands. Instantly, Anton formed an energy bow and arrows in his hands, firing it towards the briar patch. No, Bear Hug gestured, clearly towards him. Let it be. Anton's arrow curved upwards before dissipating. He had been ready to transform it into a wide blade, cutting apart the entire patch at once. It attacked you. They were probably scared, Bear Hug said. It's okay. Bear Hug displayed a calming aura, taking half a step forward. Bear Hug was blasted backwards 20 meters. They were nice and perhaps incautious, but not a complete fool. While their defensive energy had been loose during the first attack, Bear Hug had prepared for the second and solidified their energy, thus being knocked back instead of whatever else might have happened. While Anton didn't expect that a small bit of cutting would be ultimately fatal for his friend, there had to be some limit. Are you sure about that? Anton asked Bear Hug. He continued to observe the briar patch, noting that there was a significant lack of other vegetation nearby, following a trail. It seemed to be able to move to some extent, though at the moment it appeared sessile. Bear Hug stood up, brushing himself off, removing twigs and dirt. Vaguely. Yes, I just need to try again. Stubborn. Anton liked that. He watched as Bear Hug approached again. This time, a different shaped blade, closer to an axe head, chopped down from above. The direct clash of natural energy went in favor of Bear Hug for the first exchange, but attacks repeatedly rained down, intentionally avoiding flinging Bear Hug away. Anton watched closely as some of the body twisted around behind Bear Hug. The one good thing about not having sensory organs was that Bear Hug never really got too used to having a front and a back. Long stems whipped forward in an attempt to pull Bear Hug closer to an inevitable demise, but the algae simply split apart, shielding their divided body and then rolling backwards. Only some water was lost. I don't think they understand I am friendly. Anton paused for a moment. I think they eat plants. But not thinking ones, right? Anton shrugged. Maybe they do. Maybe they haven't met any. The briar patch crawled forward visibly, with Bear Hug keeping a more cautious distance as they tried to communicate. However, any strands of energy that reached out were severed by various attacks. The briar patch was quite good at picking out such strands of energy and reacting to anything. Anton also thought that it was paying attention to him while fighting Bear Hug. Bear Hug was stubborn and continued to make attempts. Energy was severed or consumed as a defensive measure again and again, late into the evening. Bear Hug had lost perhaps a quarter of their mass and was barely able to hold their form together when Anton finally managed to get them to stop for the night. You need to rest. I don't know how close you are to dying, but even if this body wasn't important, which it might be, he'd rather not have Bear Hug push that far. You need to rest and recover. We'll come back if you really want to. Bear Hug reluctantly agreed, breaking into a full retreat. Anton stood watch during the night, and the next day as Bear Hug sulked in a nearby river, latched onto some rocks so that they did not drift away. Why don't they want to be friends? People who have never had a friend don't understand how nice it is, Anton said. And sometimes, people were just violent and murderous. Sapience didn't equate to friendliness or sociability, just the ability to reason in certain manners. Active cultivation made it fairly clear that the briar patch understood something, and seemed to not care that Bear Hug wasn't a threat, but perhaps it had previous bad experiences with others. It was highly likely that the first encounters anything had with another sapient was combative in some way, though they might mutually decide that fighting wasn't worthwhile. In the morning, Bear Hug was significantly more full of natural energy and had recovered some lost mass. Anton was prepared to allow them another chance, though he would be ready to yank them away as necessary. Chapter 1158. 10 days. 10 brutal days in a row, Bear Hug repeatedly threw themselves at the briar patch, hoping for any sort of interaction beyond violence. Anton was willing to give up the briars as hopeless. On the 10th day, the long-stemmed creature didn't whip any blades at Bear Hug as they approached. Instead, they reached out a single spiny branch. Bear Hug reached out, wrapping a portion of their algae strands around the proffered limb. About the time elation filled Anton's friend, the thorn patch attacked all at once. Anton nearly annihilated the briar patch despite Bear Hug's insistence. Surely, they hadn't meant for him to allow that. Bear Hug was constantly making active use of their own energy to retain a form, so they were not caught entirely stagnant by the sudden move. Much of what remained was torn away. Bear Hug's energy control stripped away as the briar patch captures chunks of algae. Yet half of Bear Hug's effort was to tell Anton not to interfere, while the rest went to shooting a chunk of algae the size of 2 fists towards Anton. The small clump was only a tiny portion of Bear Hug. I don't think, Weak Energy limply spoke, that our friend is ready to talk to anyone right now. With that, Bear Hug collapsed, entrusting their corporeal form to Anton. His senses told him the other body back at the lake was trembling. This was far too close to true destruction. It wasn't too late to tear apart the briar patch and steal back more of Bear Hug, but Anton followed their wishes. However, he didn't take the situation casually. One step, and Anton was at a nearby lake, dipping his friend into the waters. Hungry fish that like to nibble were kept away by a barrier of energy. Anton amplified the incoming sunlight to bolster the water, and was pleased to see that his friend was hungrily drinking in the power. At every moment, Anton was tempted to just destroy the aggressor. Bear Hug had to learn that sometimes people weren't nice. Not everyone was going to be a friend or even cordial. Sometimes people wanted to tear you apart and devour you. In that way, they were worse than beasts. At least beasts were acting without malice simply out of hunger. But it was clear to both Anton and Bear Hug that the briar patch was more than simply mobile plant matter. 3 days passed with Bear Hug's secondary body in a bitter state. Anton still didn't understand what the split meant, but whether his friend was dying or merely maimed, the circumstances hurt Anton as well. Perhaps as the strongest party present, he should have taken responsibility and stopped things long before. "I'm ready to try again," Bear Hug said. They were currently a collection of algae the size of Anton's head, about doubled in volume from their low point. Their energy felt something like an unstable spirit-building cultivator. "Absolutely not," Anton said. This was where he had to draw the line. "You wouldn't survive." Bear Hug thought for a while. "You could save me." "Yes, but if you sustained any more damage, I'm certain it would be debilitating. So I'd have to destroy the briar patch." "You don't have to do that. You're strong. You could just suppress it with my overwhelming energy," Anton suggested. "I don't think threats would accomplish what you want. You don't make friends that way. And so, if I have to act, it will be the end of things." Bear Hug floundered around for a little, flopping around on the surface and creating ripples. That was a way they physically expressed their displeasure without words. "Can't you just make them listen?" "I won't," Anton declared. Solving a situation with brute force generally just resulted in death. Sometimes it was necessary, but it was rarely good. Anton wouldn't mind destroying the duplicitous briar patch, but it would upset Bear Hug. Thus, he had to bring an end to things. Bear Hug thought for a while longer, slowly cultivating and regrowing. "I'll have to grow stronger myself. I can do that, then come back here." Anton sighed. His energy shaped words for his friend. "If you want to try that, I won't stop you. But it might grow more quickly than you. After all, it consumed much of your energy." "That won't work forever," Bear Hug said. "They'll get all jumbled up. I don't want that. So I'll have to get strong fast enough to set them on the right path." Anton didn't have it in himself to dash Bear Hug's motivations and tell them not to try to be a good person. And seeing that instead of depression their response was motivation, he wasn't too worried about their first exposure to malignancy would forever ruin them. "We'll seek out somewhere good for you to grow," Anton said. "Would being in just one place help?" "That's a long walk." "Too many days," Bear Hug said. Anton wanted to point out he could bring them together in mere seconds, but decided against it. "I don't think it's actually better. We'll go like this." Anton nodded. He needed to find waters overflowing with natural energy, but not too many predators that might want to eat Bear Hug. As his energies swept around, he thought about whether he would prefer that his friend was willing to sacrifice their life to try to make a friend, or if Bear Hug believing they wouldn't die was better. One was more sensible, the other noble. Noble sacrifices were usually foolish, failing to accomplish the actual goal, but Anton couldn't help but respect them in some way. The movements of people were weird. That was what Velvet's instincts told her, though she couldn't say why. Cultivators moving to claim systems for a particular goal, that of stretching the pact around the Scarlet midfields while also pushing what the Alliance would let them get away with made sense. Everyone wanted to try to take as much as they could. The Void Ants at the turn of the tides of the world had been a decent excuse. Velvet understood all of that, and that they would bring in a supporting population of lesser cultivators and non-cultivators. But there were too many, and she couldn't say why she thought that. In fact, their numbers might not have been the actual problem. If it was a small group, she might have resolved to believe they were spies, but that didn't exactly match up. Would the Exalted Quadrant be spying on the Exalted Quadrant? Absolutely yes. But she couldn't imagine how this would be efficient. And spies were just her personal first guess because of her own occupation. In short, she only understood that something was wrong with the masses of people. Maybe it was just that they were far poorer than she expected. Some people didn't even have enough to eat, which was insane because the planet was producing more than enough food. It was like ancient Cerritos back before unification. The Exalted Quadrant had held together for millennia. How could they not have solved this issue? Oh right, it was because they didn't care. If people weren't cultivators, they didn't matter. Everyone in the Scarlet Alliance was a cultivator, at least to some extent, but that wouldn't have been enough. Nobody cared about potential unless they also had connections. In fact, those with potential that weren't part of some larger group were either snapped up or eliminated as threats. How annoying. Velvet decided to go look at turtles. The ponderous turtle clan had been quite prolific about settling one particular planet. It had a decent atmosphere and tolerably lively seas, so that was something. The turtles were just turtles though, kind of big sea turtles and little more. Nothing even resembled the size that the Exalted One's symbol was supposed to possess, and they certainly weren't like Paradise. Paradise was great. He roamed around and provided a port for ships, even before people actually knew what he was. He was a noble turtle that provided a home for a whole sect and hunted the terrors of the sea. And then there were pet turtles. Velvet thought they were pretty decent turtles, but that was it. Clan members rode them around, including underwater. They directed them with special reins when they were about the size of horses. Maybe Velvet was biased, but they felt more like a clan that had turtles than a proper turtle clan. But enough of that. She had to determine if they were planning to invade the Scarlet Alliance. If so, would it be now or later? A year, a decade, a century? Were they building up a new empire that would try to crush the Alliance in a millennium? Obviously, they wouldn't be able to do it alone. But if this was just a way of expanding their growth as part of the Exalted Quadrant, the Ponderous Turtle Clan could be part of some greater operation. Unfortunately, nobody went around speaking about their plans, and they didn't just carry papers that talked about secret plans either. All of the stated goals were to confirm the annihilation of void ants, which was stupid because people didn't have to settle a planet for that. Storage bags were a pain. Without them, people might leave important documents back at some office just for the taking. If there were only a few layers of security alarms and traps, they were as good as out in the open. However, Velvet found it was much more difficult to reach into someone's storage bag and pull out a bunch of papers, scrolls, and communication devices. She could do it, obviously. It was just a much slower process. She had way more information than she wanted to know about how many people were sleeping with other people behind their official partners' backs. And that wasn't even the information that was counted as worthy of being blackmail material. The steady flow of information was no doubt going to be valuable for their information warfare division. The potential ways that the Scarlet Alliance could deploy information to sow division in their neighbors were growing. For the most part, they were resisting such influence within themselves. But obviously Velvet couldn't say trillions of individuals were without corruption. That was why they had special security for all of the important things. One piece of information Velvet had actually tied to the Ponderous Turtle Clan through the lower realms. It was top secret not because the particular piece of information was particularly important, but because of the category it fell into. Specifically, Everhart. Everhart seemed to have more enemies than there were people in the galaxy, and for good reason. He was dangerous and an asshole. Just recently, he'd taken several systems from the Citadel of Exalted Light's territory. The Scarlet Alliance didn't mind when it was their enemies, but at any time Everhart could turn away from his vaguely neutral stance towards them. And it wasn't like he hadn't stolen from them at any point. As for the pertinent connection, it was actually Paradise. Nobody knew the full truth, but Paradise had likely been stolen from the Ponderous Turtle Clan in the lower realms. Then he became Everhart's turtle. A few centuries passed, and everyone forgot that, while Paradise grew even bigger. Velvet wasn't going to say that Everhart couldn't raise a giant turtle up himself, but the independence certainly seemed to have boosted Paradise by more than a few kilometers. If Everhart had been a decent owner, he would have taken Paradise with him upon ascension. He had enough tricks that had to be possible. On the other hand, Paradise, or whatever he might have been called before, almost certainly would have become a casualty of the extremely frequent trouble Everhard got himself into. Just like almost everyone Everhard interacted with. Becoming a cultivator whose name was spoken throughout the upper realms, even as a curse, sure sounded like a lonely prospect. Then again, Everhard had friends now, or allies, or subordinates. Whatever they were, they only made him more dangerous. Chapter 1159. The logs of a long-range, independent probe sat in front of Engineer Uzun. It always felt better to pilot something himself compared to reviewing logs, but that was simply impossible with the task they had at hand. Even faster than light communication had its limit, even more so when one had to consider security factors. If a message took weeks or months to arrive, needless to say it was infeasible to actually pilot such a thing. Human operators would be more effective if their cultivation was matched with the task, but they would also have to end up near the most dangerous places. But any good spying would take place somewhere dangerous. Uzun took in data from a variety of different sensors, not simply reading it off a screen, but experiencing it, to some extent, at least. The probe was assigned to Exalted Quadrant territory and had been tasked with gathering information about the Exalted Citadel. Despite Zorbarid's death, the sect hadn't completely collapsed. It wasn't quite the same as what happened to the Twin Soul sect, with other sects converging upon it in chaos. Ludek had stopped things from devolving into complete chaos, though obviously losing their primary planet along with their sect head had significant consequences. The probe had detected unusual trade activity. That was what the summary of its automatic logs had logged. Uzun didn't have to review things himself, but for particular locations it was worthwhile to do so. Ships moving in and out of the system didn't mean anything by themselves, but Uzun paid careful attention to the time-lapse information. One issue was a greater quantity of ships coming through one of the harmonious Citadel systems, but they would feasibly be rebuilding. Notable for the location, perhaps, but not actually unusual. But there were particular ships that had been flagged. Uzun was waiting for them to appear in the recordings. The automatic systems of the probe could have made a mistake, since it wasn't a true intelligence. That avenue of technological research was very carefully controlled, because even success would have great consequences. The Alliance didn't need to deal with such quandaries. The first ship in question that had been flagged didn't appear to be of interest, nor did the second, third, or so forth. However, given that some of the anomalies had been logged after the fact, perhaps whatever was wrong hadn't risen to the level of a true pattern just from what he had seen. The ships all appeared to be typical. Aside from more passing through the area than he would have expected, Uzun didn't see much of note about them. But he paid close attention to the sensors. They picked up all sorts of energy reading, replicating them for human consumption. It wasn't as good as being there to scan the ships with his own energy, but it at least created a clear record of what could be felt passively. The ships weren't particularly high-powered or special. They ran smoothly, but what ship wouldn't when flying through the vacuum of space? If it could move at all, it should have predictable acceleration. The Exalted Quadrant should have had millennia to perfect such ships, so Uzun didn't find anything odd. But then he figured it out. There was something off about the ship's formations. Without active barriers, it was easier to sense some of the details. Nothing had stood out to Uzun because everything was the same. His Ruderan upbringing didn't think anything was odd about that, but he was reminded that not everyone grew up on worlds with precision manufacturing. Cultivators could be very exacting in their creations, but their work tended to be high quality or easily repeatable, not both. That wasn't because it was impossible for them to work with machine precision, but because high-quality products were paid for by rich cultivators who didn't want something to be the same as everyone else. Maybe it was nothing. The Exalted Quadrant could use one manufacturer for much of their shipping vessel production. Uzun would have to check that and speak to Katerina about the formations. By itself, it didn't mean anything except that they continued to be active, which would probably be troublesome in the future. Hopefully centuries or more, but Uzun had to think about that because he hoped most people he cared about would still be around. Bear Hug grew rapidly, replacing much of their lost mass within a few months. Or perhaps it was slowly, given the pace at which standard algae could replicate. Anton simply assumed that the body of a cultivator would be much more difficult to replace. Bear Hug didn't have much to say on the topic. There was one piece of evidence that Bear Hug was holding back. Specifically, Anton noticed that the other Bear Hug, or their other body, or however that worked out, was much larger, as in expanding from a few square meters to 10 times that size in the same time. But that might have something to do with all-day cultivation and growth without having to expend any energy for unnecessary things like walking. Anton's friend had been quite morose after failing to befriend the briar patch, or as they insisted, taking a long break between attempts to befriend that particular individual. Anton didn't know if that particular issue could be resolved peacefully. However, it was odd to watch the briar patch creeping along. It devoured everything in its path, mainly plants, but occasionally animals. Trees were taken down and mulched into more material, widening the spread of the briar patch. Some of the various protrusions were clearly meant to function as axes. A wake of devastation was left behind it. And yet, Anton didn't think that was necessarily bad. Certainly, there was a long stripe through the jungle behind it where nothing stood, but far enough along the trail of destruction, and it had already been overgrown by new undergrowth. Trees would take much longer, but a single ravenous individual was not the end of an ecosystem, nor was the briar patch focusing on a particular area. A single long line was far more manageable than an ever-expanding circle, which might have been optimal if it wished to devour everything. A plant consuming other plants was an oddity, but not actually that concerning once Anton thought about it. Animals ate animals and plants. Why would a plant not do the same if it could? The only issue that really stuck with Anton was its treatment of Bear Hug. A lack of regard for sapient life was a huge concern that he couldn't just pass up. Fortunately, it didn't seem that such life was so populous that it was likely to come across anything soon. If it did, Anton would probably try to save anything he could. Without that bit, it was just something trying to grow as well as it could. It would have been a step better if it replanted behind it. But nothing was born with the knowledge of how to sustain long-term growth in an ecosystem, least of all unique entities such as that. Maybe an encounter far in the future would be good for them. Bear Hug clearly wasn't going to give up, and Anton wasn't going to lie and say he couldn't find the briar patch when they finally asked. But for the moment, he was still going to enforce that Bear Hug try other things. Maybe they could meet some more ivy. Helix was nice. The invasion began just above Anton. It could have been a coincidence, but it could have also been because he was a notable entity. Anton had sensed the swarm of spacefaring creatures approaching, but he hadn't expected them to simply drop into the atmosphere, certainly not in the way they did. It was a brutal descent, in which those individuals at the top of the pile used the ones in front as a sort of ablative shielding, wearing through their natural energy and then their bodies before the next layer of beasts took over. They dropped in large clumps, making use of their numbers to slow their descent. Surprisingly, over 90% of those involved seemed to land successfully. There wasn't even a crater as the beasts hit. Many of them had the ability to fly in the vacuum of space, so even if they couldn't do so entirely under the weight of gravity, they at least slowed down enough that crashing into treetops slowed their fall enough more. Something fell. Bear Hug excitedly gestured. "Is that a shooting star?" "Not at all," Anton said as a swarm of what Anton would have considered unrelated beasts began to flow over the landscape towards them, devouring things along the way. The pace at which they moved made the briar patch look astoundingly temperate in their hunger. "I don't think they're going to be friendly." "Do they think?" Bear Hug asked. "It's difficult to tell," Anton admitted. He focused his senses. "With so many of them, I would presume not more than animals." The leaders of the swarm were stronger, but even paying special attention to them, Anton didn't see a spark of intention. They were just faster, and thus they were out front, at least until they came across something they considered edible. The beasts of the swarm mostly seemed to avoid devouring each other. Mostly was the key word there, as occasionally they came into conflict over a particular bit of food, and sometimes decided to go from a squabble over a particularly tasty bush or a juicy hunk of meat into eating each other. "I did not think it would be this dangerous to leave my lake," Bear Hug admitted, watching the approaching group with their energy senses. "Anton can fly fast, so you should go. I can carry you, you know." "I would slow you down. It's hard to carry things," Bear Hug said. They folded themselves around Anton briefly, almost seeming to change their mind. Then they shoved Anton with all of their squishy might. Anton let himself be shoved a few meters back. "Go. I will suffer only a partial death. Some of me will live at the lake, and we can meet again." Anton really didn't like the wording there. "I appreciate your nobility," Anton said. but I didn't grow so strong to abandon my friends or allow them to sacrifice themselves. Arrows weren't appropriate for Anton's next move. While he could target very large numbers of enemies at once, he didn't want to draw too much extra attention from other things living in the system. Otherwise, this planet could receive even more visitors. Anton was already worried that this might be his fault, though given the current arrangement of the planets, he thought it might be a repeated phenomenon. A spiral of flame appeared in front of Anton, forming into a wall of fire. The majority of the swarm didn't seem to find fire to be a good enough reason to stop, and the same principles of survival applied to them as they pushed through the barrier. Those in front mainly perished, but others lived. That said, the bodies impeded the progress of the swarm, and a few different sorts of creatures thought it was easier to eat roasted meat than bother continuing further. Bear Hug nervously flickered their energy towards Anton. "You won't flee. Not without you." He could grab his friend and go. He would, if he had to. But Bear Hug needed to accept that violence sometimes happened. "I am not good at running," Bear Hug commented. They focused their energy on the charging horde. "Hey, don't come." The words carried with them an intimidating power, sending some of the beasts reeling. Slowing them even for a moment staggered much of the horde for a second time after the wall of fire, which was now rapidly being stomped out. The leader of the pack was a large ape of some sort, and it swung towards Bear Hug with a large fist. Comparing it to the briar patch, Anton thought it was weaker and generally less of a threat, so he waited to see how Bear Hug would respond. They appeared to do nothing, but the way their energy mobilized actually meant they wrapped around the fist. The ape smashed the algae into the ground a few times to no visible effect. Then it simply pulled the mass towards its mouth, taking a great bite. Bear Hug's energy flared, hardening some of their strands into spikes inside the creature's mouth. The results were particularly gruesome, though perhaps not any more deadly than the aggressor had intended. Chapter 1160. The ape that tried to chew pieces out of Bear Hug found itself with suddenly rigid spikes of algae stabbing into it, followed by a sudden flow of blood. Bear Hug shook off the liquid, even though it was brimming with natural energy. The horde of beasts was flowing past, many not even noting their fellow's demise. When they did, they treated the ape as anything else, a source of food. Bear Hug was still on that list along with Anton, but some carefully placed arrows were molding the situation. It wasn't just one cluster of creatures that had dropped down on them, however, but many more at other places on the planet. Anton was monitoring the other sapient individuals he knew of, including, reluctantly, the briar patch. Spike rather handily dealt with the wave of beasts, a few exploding fruit opening up a break in the flow and keeping the tree safe. A few beasts turned to attack the trunk of the tree regardless, but they found that it was a lot less pleasant to chew on than literally anything else. Not that they had long to regret their decisions, as the tree's natural energy extended the trunk's spikes through them. Liberty was overlooked for being quite small, and the slightly mobile tree also actively hid the natural energy within it. The pitcher plant that trained in ice was still up in the mountains, which were safe for the moment. Anton had decisions to make. He didn't want to disrupt the local balance, but he wasn't certain if this was a normal part of the way things were. He took a few shots back towards Helix, toppling some approaching beasts and leaving their ivy friend with at least one good standing tree. He also shot down more swarming towards him, coming in all shapes and sizes, including forms that didn't seem suited for living in an atmosphere. Some were large and billowed like jellies, but outside of the sea they appeared particularly slow. Yet even they managed to catch some other members of the swarm when they approached a moment of vulnerability. Ultimately, the first wave faded out at a similar pace to how it had first begun. Some swarms remained a cohesive whole, tearing whole chunks out of the ecosystem before they had their fill. Others split up as groups of individuals, leaving smaller trails of destruction. In that way, they appeared little different than the briar patch. Except the invasive beasts didn't just eat, but many also became food for the locals. Bear Hug didn't seem willing to consume anything directly, but the briar patch was sitting on a selection of butchered corpses, providing a fearsome visage that kept others away. Just because things had settled down for the moment didn't mean Anton was willing to relax, though. "Have you seen anything like that before?" Anton asked Bear Hug. "Hungry bitey fish," Bear Hug commented. "Swimming down river." "I meant more coming from the sky," Anton explained. Bear Hug shook their head. flocks of birds are less. As some of the groups sank into a lull of inactivity, Anton wondered if he should cull their numbers. Having too many predators could devastate an ecosystem, but so could too few. He simply didn't know enough to make an informed choice. Killing a handful here or there really wouldn't make that much difference with the total numbers. Anton expanded his senses, trying to figure out where they had come from. There was another planet passing nearby, at least on the system scale. It would still likely require months or years of travel, but the whole thing was odd to begin with. There was no way that all of the beasts could fly or easily survive in the vacuum of space. He managed to pick out several groups still making the journey and was slightly encouraged. This might be devastating to specific ecosystems, but on a planetary scale, he didn't think it would be apocalyptic unless the beasts returned to their rampant devouring. As for the beasts, it seemed they had a chunk of atmosphere with them, clinging together inside a film of natural energy. Trying to trace that back to its source, Anton could only sense a connection to the planet in question. Exactly how it came to be was a mystery, but it certainly involved a vast quantity of energy. Watching the more distant groups, it was strange that they were peaceful. Then Anton saw one beast strike out at a nearby target, impaling it upon a spike. An instant later, the aggressor was attacked from all directions. Yet instead of starting a chain reaction, the beasts simply fed on the single target. Perhaps their instincts of self-preservation somehow warned them of the possibility. Swarming behavior was a phenomenon that vastly changed the behavior of a group, but it didn't usually apply to anything so large or to diverse creatures. Normal swarms gained an advantage of lower risk for individuals and access to food resources, and Anton had seen that the potential was there for these diverse groups, but it was still odd. Something about the energy that carried them along must be influencing the beasts. As Anton watched, those individuals that seemed to be native to space that had already satiated themselves slowly tried to fly away. Some of them managed it, while others didn't have the power to break free from gravity. Not on their own. These were the most vulnerable individuals, often picked off by the local occupants as they were caught outside of their natural habitat. The other beasts that appeared more terrestrial in nature seemed to begin to fit into their environment or search for one that fit. Of course, that came with a significant amount of territorial conflict. Ultimately, it didn't seem like they gained much except one particularly big meal, so Anton couldn't quite understand why it would happen. But he supposed the issue was that he was looking at it as if the behavior was intentional. Anton let his senses wander to other planets, trying to pick out a similar phenomenon, and he eventually found something. He couldn't be certain it was precisely the same thing, but on one planet there were large pockets of natural energy building up. Those pockets drew in both terrestrial and spacefaring beasts, eager to absorb the energy. The energy was so abundant that there wasn't even that much fighting over it. If observed at scale, at least. There were always at least a few tussles happening, but when speaking about a few out of thousands of individuals, that level of conflict was fairly minimal. How that would develop into the situation he had seen was still a matter of conjecture for Anton, as he'd apparently missed this particular event building up. Anton had to wonder if there were any sapient individuals that ended up as part of this phenomenon. If so, it would be nice if he could speak with them, but that wasn't exactly something that would happen quickly, even if he immediately found them. He might be able to observe it happening again soon enough, if he kept watching. When estimating the arrival locations of some of the still incoming groups, Anton saw one of them taken out in its entirety by a massive orb-shaped creature over 100 meters across. Its maw contained circular rows of teeth like a worm, but they seemed to lead directly into a central portion where everything it consumed was crammed together. Anton didn't think it was wise to swallow whole hundreds or thousands of still conscious beasts, but clearly this floating orb didn't care about that. It merely wrapped around the whole group before collapsing. Anton realized that the teeth continued onto the inner surface of its stomach, impaling those on the outside while crushing those on the inside against each other. Then a great flood of natural energy began to dissolve what remained, freeing yet more natural energy from the bodies that was absorbed back into the creature. There was no way such a creature was sustainable if this phenomenon was unique. Even if the vacuum of space in Klar was quite populated, it simply didn't have the density for such a massive beast to feed. Anton supposed it could also attack other larger individuals, but it seemed eerily suited for this particular purpose. Bear Hug had seemed upset shortly after the battle, but quickly went back to their joyous state with a bit of rest. In fact, they were eager to continue the journey. Someone might need help, or maybe one of those who came down can think and speak. What do you think? It's possible, Anton admitted, but I certainly couldn't pick them out from the masses of energy. None of them had been plant-like at all, so Anton would have been more familiar with the traditional arrangement of energy that showed active cultivation in animalian bodies, but Anton would still likely have to individually inspect his potential targets. With vast numbers distributed throughout the planet and now mixing in with the local populace, Anton wouldn't know where to start. Then again, Bear Hug liked nothing more than looking at any individual thing in front of them and trying to determine if it might be a future friend. I found a snail, Bear Hug said, indicating the creature. What do you think? Well, Anton frowned. It does have abnormally high natural energy. I'm naming it Rocky, Bear Hug determined, placing an arm in front of the snail. It took a few minutes, but it crawled up onto it. Look, we're friends. At least it wasn't trying to eat Bear Hug. Actually, that was quite strange. Even the fish had nibbled at Bear Hug. If you carry it, make sure to feed it. Okay, Rocky, can you speak? Bear Hug said. I'm sure you'll get a handle on it. You're my second friend from the sky, after all. We don't actually know that dash. Bear Hug suddenly gave off a very sad impression. I mean, Rocky could be. Definitely came in with everything else. Yep. Was it lying? Technically. Anton couldn't really discern a difference in natural energy, but all the planets actually felt quite similar. The main component of everything came from the same star, after all. It was only then transformed by the local populace. Now that Anton thought about it, it was rather odd that every planet was so similar in feel given their vastly different terrains, but he had subconsciously written that off as related to the permeating field of natural energy that rested between the planets. Over the course of years, border planets shifted control between the chaotic conglomeration and the exalted quadrant. That was how it had always been, so the planets along said border were rarely properly settled. Crossed antennae knew they set up buildings to last decades at most, repairing them as necessary. That was quite short-term for cultivators, but because humans were there, void ants had to be as well. Not that the humans all knew that. Some were more aware that they were being monitored than others. Either way, the border planets were the riskiest. It was where information was most likely to slip to the wrong people, either factions that hadn't agreed to the terms of the Scarlet Alliance, or the exalted quadrant themselves. Crossed Antennae had to train her daughters in the most important points. First was secrecy. It was better for individual pieces of information to be given up than for the void ants to be revealed. Few things were so critical that it could have a greater impact than void ants appearing on the border worlds. The exalted quadrant would obviously wish to annihilate them, and the chaotic conglomeration wasn't necessarily above joining in. After all, they had just as much to fear as any other cultivators, and perhaps even more if they realized how smart these ones were. Which was why Crossed Antennae made sure that any activity would go unnoticed. Most people wouldn't recognize void ants at a glance. They could appear as ordinary black ants, as long as nobody was carefully inspecting them with energy. An ant that had no cultivation wasn't all that different from a tiny little void. Most people would just ignore it, except sects that worked with bugs. They were most likely of anyone to be friends with the void ants, and conversely also most likely to be enemies. Anything but neutral, so they simply had to avoid them. Secrecy was important, which was part of the reason Crossed Antennae was worried about planets falling. She'd held back from the border worlds at first to avoid such situations, but among other things the border had shifted. A world with some of her daughters had been captured, and now Crossed Antennae was worried. Worried that they had died, and worried that maybe they hadn't and could still be discovered. She didn't know which one scared her more. She was probably supposed to be more worried about the goal than any individual offspring of hers, but associating with people long-term made her more aware of individuality. How annoying. And also extremely useful. Hopefully, the twins would be able to get her a chance to inspect the planet. Maybe there were some remaining who needed extraction. For all the void ant tech that they'd been trying to develop, interstellar abilities were still a bit lacking, especially if it was supposed to be bidirectional. Chapter 1161. Step by step, Misai brought Crossed Antennae's army of 1,000,000 strong to their ship. The carrying case was insulated from casual inspection, and the slower void ants would take some time to make the relatively short journey on their own. Thus, they had gathered together and now took up a slightly inconveniently sized container. It could have been smaller, but this was a compromise to lower the number of layers the void ants were packed in. A few layers was fine. A dozen was not too bad. But those at the bottom of a multiple kilogram mass could become quite uncomfortable. The latest communication from her void ants had been received several days prior. Either the relay structures had been destroyed or the void ants had been annihilated. Crossed antennae very much hoped for the former, and the exalted quadrant wasn't known for leaving much of previous occupations behind. It was rather silly, in her opinion, as humans could use the same infrastructure, but because they did not understand some of it, they crushed it all. A very human response. A single human ship was far too voluminous for the void ants, but such ships were best equipped to deal with travel to an unsecured location. Once aboard, they were able to spread out to some extent, but they never moved far from their supplies because there was nothing useful for them to do while the ship was in transit. Perhaps that was why it seemed to take forever, though it was only a few days. Crossed antennae wondered what she was even doing. What was the goal? She was going to confirm the status of her colony. After that, she'd figure it out. As if that made any sense. Clearly, they were already lost. It was a good thing she had her royal guard to consider, or she might have never gotten anywhere. Is there any purpose to this? Fire responded easily. I don't think you would have mobilized us for no reason at all. Inaction is the most foolish choice, Snips agreed. If you truly find there is no purpose, we will have wasted just a small amount of time. 10 million days, Crossed antennae said, spread among all of us. Days that would have passed regardless, Bullet said. Their words resolved very little, but they at least broke her out of her thoughts. The planet in question, Timoria, came into view as they wound their way around groups of enemy ships. Those ships were greater in number because of the recency of the planet being captured, and they were the greatest threat. Only a small number of the void ants would survive the void of space should their ship be destroyed, and they would have little chance to defend it should they be attacked. Fortunately, the twins were more than capable of bringing their ship past their enemies. There were also some benefits to going to a planet that had recently swapped hands. No planetary barriers. Not that most of the border systems usually had those, as they changed hands too frequently for the expense to be worthwhile. The planet itself technically looked like the readouts Crossed antennae had been staring at. She saw familiar continents, stretching widely around the planet. She could pick out the regions that the void ants had established themselves. However, seeing it again in person after some decades was quite different. Crossed antennae recalled the queens she had left to take over. They had not taken upon themselves names as far as she was aware, but she remembered each of them. If they were dead, she would make the exalted quadrant pay in blood. That thought lasted for several minutes before she managed to wrestle it into submission. She could deal much more damage to their cause if she did not compromise their mission. Knowing that, the sensible solution was an immediate retreat, as she would risk much for lives that could be replaced. Some version of herself or her sister, or even her mother from long in the past may have accepted that argument, but the void ants weren't the same as they once were. We must land at each location to scour it for survivors, Crossed antennae declared. Retrieval is our primary goal. Secrecy is paramount. Misai kindly took them to land at the first location, a forest marred by signs of battle. Large craters, toppled trees, and evidence of fires were the most prominent remains. Yet even with all of that, the greatest devastation at the moment was the trees that had been cut to establish new structures. A great pile of refuse shielded their landing location from the exalted quadrant. They had active formations to cloak them on the way down, but remaining stationary within enemy senses was a risky proposition without combining traditional stealth elements. The remains of former buildings made it clear that no humans would be around, but the void ants should have nests underground. Where they could freely live among humans, their colonies were quite different, but underground there was plenty of space and used by humans, which was good for the sake of secrecy. We will split the numbers between myself and the Royal Guard, Crossed antennae declared. You may manage your groups as you wish. The majority will remain here, ready to respond to combat. They really didn't need so many void ants unless they were fighting. Even the foundations of the sect that had once been before them were broken up. A good way to prevent any dangerous formations from remaining, but it showed a lack of trust in their ability to assess safety. Judging their choices wasn't Crossed antennae's purpose here, however. She merely had to pick a place to start. Keep your senses open, crossed antennae warned. Let no humans spot your movements. If necessary, use blending protocols. Void ants were so much slower when mimicking their mundane cousins, marching in single-file lines as if they could not plan their own routes or form into movement and combat groups. However, sometimes such limitations were necessary. Crossed antennae had already told the twins to care for their own safety. They did not seem concerned that their single ship could be spotted, but it still bore caution. In the worst case, if they had to flee, crossed antennae could find some other way off planet. Operating human ships was difficult, but not impossible with sufficient numbers. And those she expected to have. Rolling formations were obviously unnatural to human eyes, but they were very efficient uses of void ant numbers for movement. Crossed antennae organized her people into a cylindrical formation, keeping her awareness primarily on potential sight lines to nearby cultivators. Here the rubble and new construction were quite advantageous. Riding atop the formation to keep a proper view, crossed antennae guided them with her motions down what had once been a street and was now little more than packed dirt. Not that the void ants cared. Because of the way everything had been torn up and the time that had passed, crossed antennae almost missed the pheromones. Almost being the key word. Perhaps they had already passed some, but she signaled for the formation to pause and shelter under a decaying log while she descended to the ground. Yes, there it was. They'd gotten close enough, and while the scent was old, it was a good sign. Void ants had been active here around the time the last message had been received, which meant they were active. After the fall of Timoria, they should not have been expecting retrieval, but hopefully they had chosen to survive regardless. After all, it was not unreasonable that the planet would one day fall back into the hands of their allies. The exact orders for a planet's fall were adaptable according to how each queen best saw the mission should be carried out. It took some time for crossed antennae to find the correct direction to follow the pheromone trail, but soon it became more powerful. More void ants had passed this way, and more recently, humans stomped around nearby, but the cover of brush allowed the void ants to keep up a strong pace. They seemed to be gaining, and crossed antennae expected to catch up before nightfall. She left her own signs indicating where the void ants should go, if they were split up and not part of this group. Her own royal authority would be recognized as higher than the local queen's, though she did hope to find everyone together. Darkness came. It seemed the pace of the void ants had increased, throwing off crossed antennae's estimates. She eventually made the decision to move forward alone, as her own speed outpaced even a proper rolling formation. The rest would establish a temporary nest, finding what food they could in the surroundings to sustain themselves. It wouldn't do any good for them to wear themselves out and go hungry. Crossed antennae's legs moved swiftly, her somewhat greater size and significantly greater strength propelling her forward. Flight was even faster, but made her more likely to be spotted. Thus, she made use of that only in the densest surroundings when cultivators were distant. Then she saw them, pouring out of mounds among the leaves. She landed heavily next to the colony, and there were a few tense moments. "I am the Queen Crossed Antennae," she declared herself in the moonlight. "I have come to retrieve your colony." The local ants had no spokesperson visible. A small few approached to verify her identity via scent, but they did not respond directly. Instead, they signed to each other, a wave quickly spreading through the colony. Crossed Antennae couldn't wait for void ant-scale communications to work well in a mobile form without a relay. Though in this case, she couldn't have been certain they would be able to flee with such equipment. On the other hand, fleeing without, it would also be a danger to the colonies. The scent of one of her daughters soon reached Crossed Antennae. She sensed confusion, but also relief. Conversation was difficult in the dim light, but she was soon brought into the tunnels. One chamber inside housed some small lights, concealed from the surface by twists and turns. "We expected no rescue," the queen explained. "We abandoned our colony, taking with us any signs of being anything more. The plan was to dispose of it somewhere far afield." "That will no longer be necessary," Crossed Antennae said. "I have a ship that can carry us." "Is your whole colony here?" "We should have over 90% of survivors. Some were out on missions and can't be expected to report back." "Very well," Crossed Antennae said. "We will establish a location for them to gather, should we have a chance to pass by once more." 90% was more than enough. They might lose some exceptional individuals, but that had to be balanced against potential catastrophes of remaining in place or returning. Since she had come, crossed antennae intended to do this. Right. This was one. Now there were just far too many left. There was some use to the otherwise far too many ants she had brought along, at least. She had them split up into many smaller groups of thousands, creating smaller rolling formations that weren't much slower. They would cover a much wider area on their return trip to the ship, allowing any void ants that came across to get the message. The Royal Guard should be leaving similar pheromones even if they did not come across the colony's trails. The schedule was to have them return within several days and report, but since crossed antennae had accomplished the goal, they would move on once the various groups arrived. For the sake of sustainability as they retrieved more colonies, most of their numbers would be inactive, minimizing food intake. One void ant ate insignificant quantities, but millions started to add up. There would only be so many opportunities to gather food that they could keep for the duration of their mission. The ship should already have sufficient supplies, but if an emergency came, it would be too late to suddenly become conservative with their food intake. So they would have to start right away. Those who were going to be active would eat their fill, but the others wouldn't exactly go hungry. Chapter 1162. They waited for everyone to arrive at the ship, then made their way to the second colony. Crossed antennae thought things were going well. Obviously, they'd only found one, but it had been fairly simple. They'd survived even after the planet was taken over, as they were focused on hiding instead of doing something stupid like fighting. Revealing themselves would be terrible. The area was a bit too sandy for crossed antennae's liking, but that was the fault of human cultivators. The void ants didn't get to pick where the humans wanted to go. It took some better engineering to make a nest in subpar materials, but the void ants could do it. Crossed antennae found the nest in perfect condition, except that it was empty. Well, not quite empty. The inhabitants had clearly left in a hurry, as they left behind all of their food. And quite tellingly, other materials as well. Careless. It wouldn't look like a regular ant nest, especially not with the construction. "We'll do a thorough inspection," she said. "If there's really nobody here, take everything and head back to the ship after dismantling it." Their reinforcements would be a dead giveaway that something was up if humans found the nest, and it would last for years without any maintenance. Not that void ants let anything go nearly at long somewhere they actually lived. After assigning workers to that task, crossed antennae thought it would be trivial to track down the nest. After all, they could just follow the various trails that led out from the nest. She sent out a few thousand individuals to explore down various paths to determine which ones were oldest. Half an hour later, they reported back. Most of the trails were older, obviously, but the group that found a newer trail was concerned. They couldn't really explain it. The trail ends. What? Did they get crushed? Exploded? Crossed antennae asked. Maybe they got picked up. She hoped it was not that last one. You should smell for yourself. So she did, going about 100 meters from the nest before. Quite suddenly, the massive pheromone trails just stopped. There wasn't even a danger warning. That was fine. She should still be able to pick out. She should have been able to pick out something. Void ants left a scent even if they weren't intentionally creating a pheromone trail. It wouldn't be strong, but the whole colony had been moving together. Yet there was nothing. Erasure? Except, the only way she could think of was the sort of thing cultivators would do. And that would leave traces of energy. It wasn't so long ago that lingering energy fluctuations would have settled beyond her notice. Then she found it. A tiny spot. And around it, she saw disturbed grains. The void ants had continued in this direction, but somehow erased their minimal scent. How would they? It would be quite an advanced technique, no matter the method. She could only speculate. Still, there were imperfections. Gather the others, crossed antennae ordered. We will split up to try to follow this trail. Reports will be delivered to superior officers up the chain. Stay alert for humans. Speaking of which, she was going to go investigate the humans. A quick bit of flying saw that the cultivators weren't even trying to capture the area, but were instead patrolling around. Descending towards one group, she listened in on their speech as she tasted their energy. A bit spectral, if her palate didn't deceive her. "I don't see why we've got to do this. We already wiped out the sect." "It's not just about the Wandering Heart sect's resources," replied one of the pair. "The sect had heard that there was someone who awakened a great anima nature. Then why haven't the hounds found anything?" the first one said, gesturing towards rather large canines with 3 nostrils. They can smell anything. At that moment, one of them looked up at crossed antennae. It just barely began to growl. What a rude mutt. What is it? The second handler asked. Crossed antennae glared at the hound. It whimpered and covered its head. Good. She wouldn't let herself be compromised so easily. But if she was so easily scented at a distance, she could understand why the nest would have to erase their traces. How was a matter she'd be interested in, but later. She had to warn the others, though they would generally be avoiding humans regardless. Before anything else, crossed antennae stopped to look for Misai and Julie, but they'd already noticed the searchers. She took the risk of messaging them. A risk because even low-power communications could potentially be noticed. We're all right, came Misai's reply. But we don't want to rely on continuous stealth systems against active searches like that. Let us know when and where you want to be picked up. When she got back to her searching group, Fire had actually found a pattern in movement, and they had settled on a trail. Leave it to the tiny poisoners to pick out individual grains out of place. Even crossed antennae wasn't so perceptive in most ways. They still moved slowly, occasionally having to spread out to catch the trail again. Humans with the great hounds nearly stumbled upon them a few times, but the void ants could sense them coming. As for their trail, rather than erasing it, Fire and Bullet dealt with that. They spread some overpoweringly strong powders around, so that a hound that got close wouldn't be able to smell anything else. Not right on the trail, of course, and crossed antennae flew around to place spots much further so they didn't get suspicious of their hound's behavior. Or at least, so they wouldn't get anything useful out of it soon enough to matter. It still took several days to track down their quarry to a cave, if it could even be called that. It was more like a depression in some sandstone. It did a good job of concealing what was inside, though, and the thing inside was a human-shaped mass of void ants. No, wait. They were just crawling over the human. Well, that was a good way to fully negate their presence. Crossed antennae picked out the larger queen among the group. Good. I found you, she signed. What is this? A human? Why? A human? The queen nervously fidgeted for a while. I know we're not supposed to reveal ourselves to them, but the bad humans wanted this human, so we thought it would be better that they not get it. How did you communicate with her? We really didn't, she replied, indicating the human's meditative posture. It has been too afraid to move. We cleaned up after its trail and then sort of just covered it. We thought it wouldn't mind. You're terrible at understanding humans. She's probably terrified. All right, let me handle this. Crossed antennae had spoken to Chitty. It was difficult, chewing on energy to produce sounds, but she could vaguely accomplish it. Human. The woman twitched. Do not be afraid. You are safe. Remain as you are until help can arrive. That would have to be it, since the woman didn't seem to be interested in speaking. Maybe she was worried the void ants would get inside her mouth, but they already could have gone in her nose and ears. Were they? Crossed antennae approached closely. No, they made proper structures over the various parts of her face, leaving room for airflow. Good. It would have been embarrassing to be related to these people otherwise. Crossed antennae informed Misai and Julie of a nearby landmark they could use to navigate. A proper beacon might be too much. It didn't take long for the ship to arrive. Human. There is a nearby vessel that we will lead you to. I suggest you come with us, unless you wish to be captured by those cultivators from the crossed antennae considered the distant scent of their energy. Soul piercers. The human woman nodded slowly. Good. Crossed antennae then ordered through the other queen the ants over her eyelids to withdraw, and the ones who would be beneath her feet. She could have directly given the order, but maintaining the chain of command was best outside of emergencies. And she wanted to see how the queen did. You can open your eyes. We are shielding your energy from searchers. Please step carefully. The woman opened her eyes. She looked around. She began to speak before suddenly stopping, no doubt realizing the rest of her was still covered. But the distributed weight of void ants wasn't much. Crossed antennae flew into her vision. This woman already knew about void ants, so they either had to silence her or accept it. They could do either later. Though if they were going to silence her, it would have been best to do so before allied humans knew about it. Not that crossed antennae would have killed an ally if there were other options. The ship wasn't far, and the void ants slowly disentangled themselves from her once they were sealed inside. They looked even more exhausted than the woman. She had just been sitting for a few days, not difficult for a cultivator. The void ants had been actively holding positions. The woman looked down at herself, then at Misai and Julie who were waiting. Which of you spoke to me? That would be me, Crossed Antennae said, both with sign and by manipulating energy. From now on, they will translate. Oh, thank you. The woman bowed her head. I am Brindis, of the Wandering Heart sect. You too. I know of you. The great lore masters Misai and Julie. In the name of this other one, she asked, her voice creaking. We'll get you some water, Misai said. That's Crossed Antennae, by the way. Is she some kind of, sapient ant? I'm a void ant. Obviously, Crossed Antennae signed. Misai picked it out and translated. Oh, I thought maybe. I hadn't heard great things about void ants. I'd never want one as an enemy, Misai confirmed. Come, let's get you something to eat. Their ship didn't have much room for extras, specifically humans. Brindis took more space than they expected from several colonies of void ants. They could fit a few extras, but the ship wasn't that big. Though cultivators could cram themselves into smaller spaces if necessary, and use less food at least for a while. At least if they hadn't already been starved for days. So, Misai said, the soul piercers. I thought the planet fell rather quickly. Was it Corinne? Brindis seemed much calmer, so even with a difficult topic being brought up, she answered calmly. No, I don't believe so. At the very least, I didn't sense anyone of her power. Corinne is the sect head of the soul piercers? She was looking for you. Crossed Antennae mentioned, being translated for her own ease. And maybe Brindis would take the chance to try to learn void ant sign. She was her subordinates. But she had told them to look for you. Is that why dash? Julie interrupted. They would have probably come here anyway. This wasn't just their sect, after all. Do we know why she would have? Well, Brindis hesitated. Crossed Antennae explained. She recently developed a great anima nature. Congratulations, Misai and Julie said together. Misai continued alone. I've heard that's a difficult feat to achieve. You've heard of it? Brindis asked. Oh, right. Lore masters. Julie grinned. We like to know everything. But that would certainly explain why she wanted you. If you were desouled, she could dash. Misai held a hand over his sister's mouth. She likely doesn't need to hear any details. Needless to say, Corinne is not known for being respectful of any bodies, including her original one. Right, Brindis said. So why are you here? Since I don't think it was to save me, was it? She looked over at Crossed Antennae. I'm here for my people, Crossed Antennae confirmed. I hoped they would go unnoticed, as they had been when they lived among you. Lived among us. Why do you think there were void ants around during the attack? Crossed Antennae said. My daughter was here to make certain that no cultivation knowledge was abused. Oh, that, Brindis grimaced. I thought it was dash. Relax, Misai said. Information would not have been shared with your sect originally if it was not meant to be used. And you've clearly not shared with outsiders. So if you could just keep one more secret. What oh? She stared at Crossed Antennae some more. I certainly wouldn't want to cause trouble for my saviors. Even if she thought they were a bit terrifying. She'd convinced herself they weren't void ants over the last few days on account of not being devoured whole. She was still sort of shocked to find out she'd been right with her first judgment. If she'd been able to respond before she'd been covered, the encounter might have been significantly more violent. Others would likely lean towards that sort of response. Chapter 1163. The third colony exploded. It happened a day or two before their ship arrived in the area, and humans were still talking about it. Crossed Antennae immediately set about scouring the area, but she found only what she feared. Also a few human bodies, but those seemed to be from people of the Exalted Quadrant, so that didn't matter. But the main thing she found were tiny remains of the void ants. She understood why they would do it, of course. The humans wouldn't find any traces they could make use of, nor did anyone have expectations of being rescued. It wasn't part of the plans. But perhaps it should have been. At the turn of the cycle, Crossed Antennae had to leave so many colonies to handle themselves because she could only be in one place at a time. But here, things weren't happening all at once. The goal was very different. Her people weren't meant to be a buffer against the invasion of the upper realms. They were simply meant to watch over people and knowledge. If in the course of those duties they perished, it would have been acceptable, but they had neither been able to save those around them or themselves. Though one of her daughters had saved a single individual, and they likely could have saved more. They just hadn't thought it worthwhile. Crossed Antennae had to think on this. Individual humans had value, just like individual void ants. It still had to be weighed against their overall mission, and their presence being truly discovered was a massive risk for themselves and the chaotic conglomeration. Even so, they were necessary to keep tabs on those who had agreed to follow certain rules in exchange for the knowledge of the Alliance, and to keep it out of the hands of the Exalted Quadrant. Mostly, they should have expected that she would come for them. But how could they have, when even she didn't truly know? It was a risk that almost seemed to lack any proper form of balance. Sometimes, crossed antennae was barely too late, and sometimes she was right on time. They approached the final colony just about the time that void ants were massacring the local cultivators. That was concerning. It seemed to be either quite late, or it should never have happened at all, but there was only one way to find out. You too, she said to the twins. Be prepared to act if it is necessary. I will survey the situation. The colony had been monitoring a group of the Serene Pill Society, and crossed antennae also determined that was who they were fighting. She dove into the fighting with her royal guard and other high-ranking followers, but she did not immediately begin to assault the humans. Instead, they pulled aside some of the void ants. Bring me to your queen, she declared. I need a report on the situation. Impossible, replied the soldier she was speaking to. Crossed antennae was about to remind him who was ultimately in charge, but the wording of the soldier gave her pause. The soldier continued. The queen has perished. Senior queen, are you taking command? Who can I ask about what is happening? Why are you fighting the humans? I follow one of the royal guard. I can help you get in contact. That help was slightly sidetracked by having to finish taking down a human that they were in combat with. They were flinging fire everywhere, which could have been quite troublesome if all the heat didn't come from the energy aspects. If they actually just lit the area on fire, void ants would burn to death. Focusing on unnatural levels of heat made things relatively safe for the void ants. At the very least, they didn't all burn up. The royal guard in question was burnt to a crisp on one side, though. That didn't stop her from standing as straight as she could when crossed antennae appeared. Queen, what is your desire? Report. Why are you fighting the humans? Short version. Fighting was still going on, after all. Our queen found evidence of this sect conspiring with the Exalted Quadrant. If their continued existence after the invasion wasn't evidence enough, are there physical pieces of evidence? Crossed antennae asked. She dismissed the possibility that she was being lied to. The humans may need it. Unfortunately not. It was something only a select few of the guard overheard. Point me to the highest-ranking humans. I will help capture them for interrogation by others. They had room for a couple more. Then we will resolve the matter of the bodies. The battle was half over already, but not all of the humans were doing as poorly as the fire user. The Serene Pill Society had poisons, after all. Even if they weren't necessarily made for void ants, sufficient quantities could cause them some issues, and a few humans had managed that. Bullet. Fire. Crossed antennae called the two of them forward. Help identify the poisons being used, or otherwise come up with counters. She sent a few soldiers back to the ship to report on the situation. Then she set about trying to find the strongest remaining cultivator. It was an old man flinging about handfuls of powder, but any time he tried to broaden the spread with his energy, the void ants congregating around him caused his efforts to fall flat. Without that, he nearly ended up poisoning himself. Void ants were dying by the hundreds and thousands, but their seemingly endless numbers kept him constrained. He was powerful, but he wasn't that fast. Crossed antennae didn't know what the powder did, but it didn't matter if it never got near her. She flew in from above, all at once chomping down on his energy while releasing pheromones to call off the attack. If the void ants tore him apart, he wouldn't be much good as a captive. Of course, there were some things he didn't need, like the tendons in his arms which were currently trying to fling about death. She called upon the insights of her two most cutting royal guards to help deal with that. As her mandibles were insufficiently swift, she continued to gnaw on the man's energy, tearing it out of him as she made her way towards his legs. She was a bit careful with how she bit as he had gotten some of his powders on his legs, but a few void ants who were either insubordinate or extraordinarily brave worked with her to topple the man, away from the major clouds of poison. He probably wasn't immune to all of those things. In the end, about a quarter of the local void ants survived, and they captured 3 humans in various states of functional. Everything except for their energy, of course. Crossed antennae wasn't gentle with that. Ripping energy out of people was hard on them, and they'd have trouble gathering any more for quite some time, even in the best circumstances for recovery. Misai and Julie carried the captured cultivators into the ship, with restraints in case they could move or use their energy. Then they set about solving the issue of the bodies. "We should just burn everything," Julie said. "They already half started the process. It will obviously look like someone covering up evidence when we do it, but as long as it actually does, it won't matter. You should set up a formation," she said to her brother, "so that nobody will think void ants. It should leave little but bone dust behind." "You should start sorting bodies," Misai said. "Sure thing," Julie agreed. Brindis looked around nervously. "I suppose I should as well." "If you feel up for it," Misai shrugged. "I can tell you're not entirely comfortable." "Well, you know, void ants." She whispered the last, as if that would make a difference. There were probably some hanging out on her. Misai didn't need to tell her that, though. "Don't worry. They understand how scary they are. But we trust them," Misai explained. "And if there is some mistake, I have no doubt that Crossed Antennae will personally see to the execution of any rogue void ants." "All right." Brindis frowned. "I've seen some of these people. You can just go back to the ship." "No, it's all right. We weren't friends. I've dealt with death before. Is it odd I'm upset they survived this long and my sect mates didn't?" "Not really. Especially if they're responsible for some of this. They might have been the ones to give you up. Perhaps I should have let myself be captured, if it could have spared a planet." "Don't be stupid," Julie called from where she was shoving things aside to make room for Misai's formation work. "They would have just gotten you and massacred everyone anyway. Remember, it's never your fault if someone wants to kill you for being special." Brindis tilted her head. "Is that a thing people say?" "Where we come from, most recently," Julie shrugged. "Enemies always try to make those who are powerful but decent deal with themselves. But the kind of people who threaten innocents are just going to kill more of them later." Misai was crawling along the ground, carving temporary formation markings. There was no point in using expensive materials for a one-time activation. "They say that those who are going to die for something like that should at least try to die fighting to save people. Unless people are just asking for stuff. Then you can just trade it, make sure people are safe, and then deal with problems. Now then, let's try to finish up before any neighbors come to investigate." While flames of war sparked and grew in the western portion of the upper realms, Anton was dealing with the most important thing. It might not seem like a relatively small number of people in one system mattered, but they did. It wasn't because they were entirely new, providing revelations into the cultivation of plants. It was because nobody else was there for them, so it became the most important thing he could be doing. Like Motern and Unoff, the total population of those two planets had been only a small fraction of major systems, or even mini-planets. Yet that didn't make them not matter. Likewise, even if Anton found only a few hundreds or thousands of sapient individuals in Clar's system, people still mattered. It didn't have to be him, though. Soon, Anton would be introducing Lev to the plant cultivators. He just needed to be certain it wouldn't seem like he was going to try to enslave them or something. That meant building up trust first. The destruction that had swept over the planet had come to an end. The damaged regions weren't suddenly recovered, but they were limited enough on a planetary scale that they should recover within a few years. Probably just about in time for it to all happen over again. Anton wasn't certain what the frequency might be, but he'd observed a sort of pattern passing through the planets. Bear Hug traveled with him back to their home, where the traveling algae walked right into the significantly larger mass out on the lake, flopping down like one would onto a bed. "I'm tired," Bear Hug said as a whole. "I don't like being eaten. I'm going to go tell the briar patch that later. And I'm going to convince Helix to come live here." They gestured towards a snail on the shore. "At least Rocky will be here for me." "That's right," Anton said. The biggest difficulty here was the lack of a network for the cultivators. No, for the people. Perhaps plants that gained sapience didn't have the same need for companionship that humans did. But Bear Hug was a clear example that some of them cared about it. The briar patch was a clear sign of antisocial behavior. So there was also that extreme. "I can't always be around. Though if I bond to the star." With an energy-based language, he might just be able to talk to people in the system. It would be a bit of an excessive use of energy to reach a planet, but it could work. Anton did a slight check of the system's unity readiness. It wasn't significantly closer than it had been before, but it was closer. Presumably, one of the minds that had been changed was Helix. Not that he intended to pressure any individuals. He didn't want to push his attempt at unity too often either, as he didn't know what the reaction might be. Chapter 1164. Blood dripped down Tano's left shoulder onto what he was generously calling his arm. It was undeniably his, but whether it was an arm was certainly in question. He'd had one not long before. Now he had carved pieces of bone held together with straps of leather. Tano was quite aware that he would be able to get a much better replacement if he returned to the Alliance's territory, but he felt like he was finally making progress. Apparently, after fighting enough beasts the size of a small planet, you would eventually see some improvement. Or maybe that was the blood loss talking, and he was going to die soon. Perhaps even in this very battle. The untamed territories of the Trigold cluster were vast, and had provided a great number of enemies to train against. Size wasn't everything, but Tano thought that he might have overestimated himself stepping up from small planet-sized to large planet-sized foes. He should have left it for later. It wasn't like someone else was going to come along and take this prey from him. Nobody even really knew it was there, since he'd only intuited its presence from how ships seemed to disappear in a certain region of space. Tano literally couldn't see all of the beast he'd been fighting, and not because it was mostly in subspace like distortion beasts. Instead, it was kind of the opposite. It was mostly in normal space, but not entirely. It had appeared from a distance to be a large blob, but he supposed any beast large enough to generate its own gravity might relax into such a position. Various parts of it unfurled into long appendages covered with spikes, and they were by no means slow. Many parts split into smaller branches, though they didn't necessarily need to. The vast amounts of energy coming off of the thing meant it didn't actually have to hit Tano directly. The blood dripping down his shoulder was not a product of a direct hit, or he would be mush. As for damage to the beast, he'd managed to injure the beast enough for a lake of blood to pour out. Unfortunately, Tano would need a whole planet's worth of oceans to even begin to win. This was the sort of thing he'd need to be domination to defeat. He should run to fight again later. His grip clenched on a spine taken from the very creature he was fighting. Even if he could escape, he knew he'd never come back. Once he acted on his fear in that manner, he could collapse. He remembered acting on his fear long in the past, and he never wanted to return. Death would be better. Sometimes wars had a long period of building tension before they happened, and sometimes they just began. Though in the case of the Exalted Quadrant and the Trigold Cluster, it was more like they simply returned to not fighting. Whatever dominion the Scarlet Alliance had simply didn't seem to matter as fighting broke out in the southern end of the Scarlet Midfields. It seemed their agreement was only good as long as it was convenient for them. On the surface, this seemed like a perfect occurrence for the Scarlet Alliance. They were still a bit too weak to stand against either of the great powers, but the fighting was occurring outside their direct territory and it would weaken their enemies. As long as they kept out of the fighting, it seemed that everything should be fine. Except nothing was that easy. Their active interaction with the lower realms nearly got caught in the crossfire, and while not all of the Scarlet Midfields was their territory, they did have some association with the whole area. Just like it had before, the greatest damage would come to the local residents and not the great powers using their territory for battle. The council had hoped that the first clashes would be all of it, but every sign pointed to a continuing gathering of forces in the area. Thus, they had to choose how to react. The boldest but perhaps riskiest move, Timothy began, would be for me to go and declare our interests in the region. They might respect my position as a domination cultivator. And if they don't, Prasad finished the thought for them, then our position is much weakened, and we might be drawn into conflict. I didn't say it was the best idea, Timothy admitted. I just wished I was well enough established for it to work. We can't afford to join such a war, Zazel said. We have 2 domination cultivators, but we could easily turn all their wrath towards the core of the Scarlet Alliance. Then they could freely fight over our remnants once we were wiped out by a handful of domination cultivators. Katerina frowned. It would be a bit more difficult for them to push into our territory, but it would certainly be infeasible to face odds on that scale. We can continue to send ships to the lower realms the long way, routing far around the fighting, but we still have to consider the people of the Scarlet Midfields. Uzin, thank you, he said, activating a display in the center of the chamber, showing both a star chart and a ship. This is a standard shipping vessel. If modified to carry passengers, it can fit 10,000 people, and sufficient resources for them to survive a journey of half a year. They wouldn't be comfortable, but it would be possible. Great. Then we just need 1 million of those, and we can clear out the conflict region in, oh, a century, Prasad said sarcastically. We do actually have that many, Uzan said, though most are in use for other tasks. Still, we could redirect a sufficient portion to go with everything else. Ambitious, Sly said, but I don't see how bankrupting ourselves and diluting our other resources is worthwhile. I'd rather just fight. That's fine, Uzan said. It's not like anyone would have any use for planets full of eternally grateful people anyway. Wouldn't that be where devotion comes from? Durf asked. I'm pretty far from domination, so it's not that important, but I'd like to help people. That was indeed the point of bringing it up. The altruism of some of the council members only stretched so far, but perhaps that was critical to keep the Scarlet Alliance functional. But if they could do something good for others and for themselves at the same time, it would be worth it. Where would we even put them? Prasad said. It's not like Xianxia could hold a flood of trillions. That's simple, Katerina said. Our expansion plans already included 20 suitable worlds on the border. The ships could settle them there. We can create modular habitats rapidly, and organizing people into a functional planet isn't that difficult with our experience. That might work, Zazel admitted. But leaving them vulnerable beyond our borders would be problematic. And if we expand our borders, wouldn't it actually take longer for them to reach those systems? We don't have to always have the spatial distortion active, Katerina said, before anyone could react. I know, we rely on that for outside trade, spreading out from Xianxia as a center. But I've actually been thinking about that for a while. I've done a few tests, and if we expand the border, I can just let through which ships I select without actually deactivating the spatial distortion. Everything else would have to face Xianxia. It's still a vast number of people, Prasad said. Even if you take just the narrow slice we're seeing become active war zones. That's why we need to get started, Timothy said, before it spreads far enough that we get caught in the crossfire. The Exalted Quadrant wasn't limited to fighting wars on just one front. The chaotic conglomeration had been constantly at war with them in living memory, and while it wasn't always at maximum intensity, the war seemed to be ramping up there as well. Several other planets fell after crossed antennae, Misai, Julie, and the others got back from Timoria. That was in the course of just a few months, signaling the start of a big push. The chaotic conglomeration had a recent surge of growth, but they weren't suddenly invincible. They had to fall back and protect some better secured planets, especially where they came up against the Soul Piercer's territory. Fortunately, with proper warning of future attacks, they were at least able to withdraw some of their forces. Crossed Antennae was relieved that most of the Void Ants were able to sneak onto ships as they left, arriving back in safe territory, but she still had to delegate further rescue missions. She couldn't possibly attend to all locations herself, but she did have some displaced queens that had shown initiative. The one whose nest had saved Brindis took on the name Covering Mesh for herself and her colony. She would be an excellent candidate for active missions. The risk of discovery was still important to consider, but Crossed Antennae wasn't willing to simply let her people die. Anton was completely covered in algae. Bear Hug was way bigger now at their lake, so Anton was more being held in slimy hands than actually hugged, but the smallest bits still wrapped around Anton warmly. In heart, if not in physical temperature. You are going to a place with many battles to fight. Bear Hug prompted once more. You could not do that. If I'm lucky, Anton said, I'll go and not have to fight. It was difficult for him to explain the situation to someone with little concept of things beyond one planet or maybe a system. Bear Hug hadn't seen Anton shoot anything in a different system, for example. If I do end up in battle, Anton said, I will be all right. Make a promise you will not be hurt. I can't quite do that, Anton said. It's always a possibility, but I intend to be safe. Take me with you. Don't you have things to do here? I do, but I am ready to go with you again. I'm sorry, Anton shook his head, but I doubt you can go that far. And I don't think you'd do well in space. You cannot forget me. I won't. And Lev is still coming, at least for a little while. He will be able to tell you how things are going. Lev had begun to expand his domain some time before, but he hadn't gotten anywhere close to the border. Even if he had, he couldn't really do anything. Anton might not be able to do much either, but he did have range. And the Lower Realms Alliance was just as concerned about the people getting wrapped up in the war as their Upper Realms counterparts. Anton didn't want to reveal his abilities too early, But if he did nothing while so many people were at risk, it might be too late. Though the plan was not to need him, there were only so many interrealm ships like the Far Horizon, but they were going to try to do something. And technically, it was possible for other ships to make the trip. They just tended to become non-functional part-way over the border, which really brought things from a screeching halt. The difference between light years and light days would do that. People had thrown around all sorts of ideas like cryo-freezing people for what could be something like a 20 or 30-year trip. Anton thought that would be better than nothing, but he was hoping they could do better. And maybe now that technology was improved, convert a few larger ships to interrealm functionality. All of that depended on anyone being willing to come with them. But as it turned out, people tended to prefer to live no matter what. There were still risks to consider, and they weren't guaranteed to actually bring anyone to the lower realms. But if there was any chance of it, Anton wanted to be ready, watching over them. And his bound stars simply weren't enough for that. Chapter 1165. The second human that Bear Hug ever met might have actually been a tree in disguise. Lev didn't feel much like a human. He wasn't warm and full of the sky. He did come from the sky, though, and he knew enough about Anton that Bear Hug was sure he was the right one. "You talk funny," Bear Hug commented. "You don't speak slowly like me, but your words twist about each other a lot." "I'm actually used to speaking verbally," Lev pointed out. He'd been able to fairly quickly pick up the basics of this energy-based language, as it was designed to be intuitive. The control part was easy for someone of his level. "I was told about that, and it seems weird." "Not everyone has energy," Lev said. "You can talk to Anton." "What is he doing?" Lev chuckled to himself. "It takes time for messages to come and go, you know. As for what he's doing, hopefully nothing. Everything is better when he doesn't have to fight. But sometimes you have to fight. A bunch of really mean guys came from the sky recently and tried to eat me. I think they were a bad influence because some fish from downstream also seriously tried to eat me. They didn't stop when I poked them on the head." Lev wasn't sure how to reply to that. To many, Bear Hug probably felt like a big pile of food just laying there in the lake. Ultimately, Bear Hug wasn't looking for a response. "I heard you grow big trees. Are they people?" Lev shook his head. "Not really." He sometimes had to stop and ask a Bioi for words. "I speak of some like people, but even Grandfather Willow doesn't think in that way apart from me." They had a connection, and through that the grasping Willow had developed a sense of friends and foes. But Grandfather Willow didn't seem to think or speak. He was just an old and large tree with great power. It was possible Lev could spark sapience within some of his trees, but he didn't really think he wanted to. Not with there being so many ways it could go wrong. "So, Bear Hug," Lev said, "what are your plans?" "I'm going to grow big and strong and make friends with everything, even the briar patch. Then I think I will go to our other planets and do it again. Though maybe I will find a very nice lake and live there instead." Studying Bear Hug, Lev couldn't say he had any more insights into how they cultivated than Anton did. A lack of a central energy system with meridians and a dantian just didn't quite fit. Not for active and intentional control. But he was here, and not intending to interfere with things over the border anytime soon. So he was interested in trying to help Bear Hug's growth. "Did Anton help you train?" Lev asked. "He taught me how to twist energy," Bear Hug said. "And Anton made the sun good. But I already know how to grow." "I see. Let me know if you want to try to grow differently." Though the Scarlet Alliance had no intention to interfere directly with the brewing war, that didn't mean Timothy was going to sit around and do nothing. He might be somewhat stronger inside the borders of the Scarlet Alliance, but he hadn't been afraid to leave their borders before and certainly wasn't now that he was stronger. Of everyone who could go, he was probably the safest. He would also attract the most attention. A few systems away from the war, the great powers were beginning in the southern Scarlet midfields. Timothy found ships setting down on a particular planet. Some were planning to stay, while others were gearing up to go out again after resupplying. He thought the latter were the smart ones, because the war wouldn't be constrained to its current area forever, and those who settled would merely have to move again, and not without risk. For all the vast plans of the Alliance, there were some difficulties. Specifically, even if they had the ships and were able to rapidly expand and make new refuge worlds, they kind of had to convince people to come. Residents of the Scarlet Midfields were generally well disposed towards the Alliance, but the fact that they were still living in their own systems meant they didn't truly want to join, or they didn't have the means. Immigration wasn't terribly restrictive. The bulk of the effort went to keeping out spies, but it was more difficult for the random average individual to travel from outside of the Scarlet Alliance. Meanwhile, if they were sufficiently motivated, any citizen of the Alliance could travel from one end to the other without being wealthy in some manner. Timothy looked down upon the planet and did his best to project a comforting, protective feeling. Protection was what he was good at, so the only difficulty was making sure it didn't feel oppressive with the amount of power he had. Do not be alarmed. You may have heard that the Scarlet Alliance is willing to offer you shelter. Communications, at least, traveled faster than their fleets could. This is true. We can direct you to safe planets we are establishing. Along with me are a number of ships that can help. Timothy wasn't here just to come this far, however. It would be a bit much to personally go into systems where there was fighting, but he was certainly going to get closer. If his presence was excuse enough for either of the great powers to take exception, they would be able to concoct some excuse in the near future regardless. While he was around, Timothy broke up a number of fights. Tensions were high, and people likely felt they had to establish themselves in their own way. When they were suddenly unable to harm anyone else, people had no choice but to try to settle things other ways. Timothy was willing to put up with people who kept attacking his barriers, partially because he didn't take them seriously, but there were limits. If he explained things to them, and they still remained stubborn, they wouldn't last very long anyway. Only a few groups were stupid enough to ignore a domination cultivator. Closer to the front lines were more ships packed with refugees. Most were cultivators or others with some amount of wealth, at least relatively. And as these ships seemed to have left later, they were truly packed. Sometimes people didn't even have room to move. They could be crushed to death or die of thirst. Starvation took longer. Timothy himself could do very little about those situations. He couldn't expand the size of the ships to provide more room which likely should be used to pack in even more people. Traditionally, most ships were smaller, meant for hundreds of passengers at most. It would take more ships than anywhere had to even get close to fully evacuation a planet. This was where Timothy first spotted others with ill intent. Certainly, there were some captains who were likely taking advantage of people's desperation to overcharge them further out, but in particular he was referring to those with direct intent. Slavers and bandits. Anyone who wished to take advantage of tight-packed group of people for either the people themselves or for what they carried on them, which would be all the wealth they could possibly carry. Even if that wealth wasn't on the people themselves but in the ship's hold, paid as passage, it was tempting. A ship was under attack as he arrived, and he immediately put a stop to that, forming a defensive barrier over the poorly defended civilian ship. Even if they had cultivators aboard, they weren't necessarily armed in a way they could effectively fight back in space. Timothy landed on the attacking ship. To get there, he did have to slice through their defensive barrier, but that didn't take much effort at all. He could have easily done it as an augmentation cultivator. Even if he was specialized in defensive techniques, his offensive strength greatly increased in domination. Some brave souls attacked Timothy as he landed. He formed a barrier around him in all directions, absorbing the incoming attacks and reflecting them. A dozen cultivators were immediately wounded. You have 10 seconds to give a good explanation for why you are attacking this ship, Timothy said, holding his sword at the throat of the captain, an older woman. Seems like you've already decided which side is righteous and which is not. The woman spat. I'm at least willing to give you a chance, Timothy said, turning his head to survey the ship. His point every so slightly wavered from its position. On purpose, of course. There was no way his body would lose control so easily even for such minor things. It was just an excuse for the woman to try to attack him when his back was turned, an opportunity she didn't miss. She drew a dagger and struck Timothy's neck. Her blade shattered. Apparently, she hadn't been able to sense Timothy's layered energy under his general aura, though he could have easily formed such a barrier in an instant either way. Timothy scanned the rest of the ship with his insight. The vessel wasn't particularly large, but it could still put it to use. It was only a question of whether any of the crew aboard deserved another chance. Velvet hadn't been on a rescue mission in ages. This one was a bit more difficult, as she was going deep into enemy territory. Well, occupied territory. This was closer to belonging to the Alliance than anyone else. But now the two great powers were making a mess of things, and the locals were losing out. Poetic Justice said Velvet should steal some of their warships to transport people off-planet. Practicality said that she was going to have to find whatever was available and fit as many people as possible. They would be monitoring ships going in and out of the system, and while they might let some smaller ships flee, they certainly wouldn't let stolen ships get away on either side. Velvet wasn't the only one. It would have been kind of a waste for her to go somewhere and save what? A couple hundred people over the course of a week or two. Quantity wasn't the only factor, but it was certainly a large one. There wouldn't be enough ships, but if they could sneak ships out, they could also sneak them back in. Hopefully, it would be fast enough. Velvet was surprised that some sects that had ships hadn't made their way off planet. They likely didn't have sufficient numbers to bring everyone, but they sure were risking a lot. Either side would happily take over their sects and take everything they had, and they simply hadn't gotten around to it yet. That was because they were currently killing each other. Quite blatantly, in fact. Fortunately, it was mainly the twirling forest and the ponderous turtle clan here. Nobody taking bites out of the planet like would happen if the disciples of the beyond were present. Yet battles between augmentation cultivators could cause aftershocks that made a whole country tremble, and if a battle was particularly poorly placed, could have wide-ranging ecological consequences into the future. Though Velvet didn't care what was going to happen to the planet in a few years as much as she was the immediate future, choosing who to tell was difficult. Was it an unreasonable bias to mainly pick out the young and the healthy? Was it unfair? They would have the greatest chances of survival if things were tough. Plus, kids, whatever. Others could make their own judgments if they wanted to. Obviously, Velvet would be taking whole families where she could, though she had to make quick decisions. If she told the wrong people, the ships she knew about could easily be swarmed by crowds and draw the wrong sort of attention. Speaking of ships, some of them would be stolen. Just not from the Exalted Quadrant or Trigold Cluster. Not yet, anyway. Personally, Velvet thought that anyone staying around this long was in for trouble anyway. Along with routes out, Velvet and the others would be making plans to smuggle ships into the systems. Unfortunately, they couldn't use the largest vessels because even Velvet couldn't keep one of those hidden from the eyes of two fleets. But at the very least, they could use whatever was local to shuttle people back and forth, saving some of the population, and indirectly choosing who would die. Too bad it wouldn't be either of the aggressors. Though, maybe one or two important individuals might mysteriously go missing, or even more mysteriously wind up dead. Velvet had to determine if that would cause the war to heat up in a problematic way or not. Chapter 1166. The distance that Anton's senses could go beyond the northern border was significantly less than elsewhere, and far more transitory. Normally, focusing on a single strand was something he could keep up indefinitely, but when reaching into the upper realms, his energy was constantly eaten away. Thus, he had to keep investing more energy into it. At one point, he'd barely been able to reach Alva, just beyond the border. Now he could at the very least sense a few systems deeper, though it took enough energy that he might deplete his reserves even as a unity cultivator. Eventually, even the most strenuous sensing wouldn't usually be that draining. Technically, he could have done better if he was willing to let his senses be obvious. The distance and the corrosive effects of the upper realms on his energy combined together in such a way that he had to use more energy, and thus it was easier to sense. It took more to keep it hidden, dissolving into the surroundings without creating any noticeable effects. He could sense the war. He could even affect it, if he had been willing. Given the distance, he would have to settle for taking out integration cultivators while merely being a thorn in the side of augmentation cultivators. Even so, he could easily shift the flow of critical battles and make one side the victor, or draw them into an eternal stalemate. Neither one was actually that beneficial for the Alliance. Instead, Anton's efforts were focused on finding people and carrying along with that far-reaching energy the efforts of others. Specifically, Erona's energy. At such a distance, Anton could probably communicate a few words, but they wouldn't be good words. Erona's path was focused on interactions with people in a direct way. She could put more than a few words into her energy if it was necessary, or more efficiently transmit ideas and feelings. People could be led to specific areas with a feeling of safety instead of having to be convinced one by one. The main targets were those on the near side of the war, directing them to a planet that would be relatively safe. For that, they'd have to go all the way to the border, preferably to the same planet. Anton picked out Bounty, scarred as it was. The upper realms had scoured the planet to eliminate any traces of void ants at the turn of the tides, just like many others. However, Bounty had been more prosperous and fruitful than the others. Much of its plant life had survived and naturally spread over the planet. Enough that there were some fertile fields and some natural food available. It was the closest planet over the border to the Alliance systems, so the more people they could get there, the better. It would still be a difficult process to get people over the border, but even if those efforts fell through, people should be safer than they would have otherwise been, as long as they weren't actually targeted by any of the war efforts. Jiun had no idea what she was doing. That might not have been obvious to anyone else, but to her it was crystal clear. The war had come to her homeworld without warning. At least, not a warning anyone of her status got. There had been quite a few people taking trip away before it came, but Jiun hadn't really thought it to be extraordinary. The Sonorous Quintessence sect had a very fancy name and absolutely no way to stand up against the great powers. When the Ponderous Turtle clan had landed on the planet after a clash in the skies and demanded everything the sect had, they couldn't exactly refuse. Especially not with the sect head and many elders already gone. Jiun hadn't even been able to take a storage bag, just what clothes she could carry with her. As a spirit-building cultivator, that was more than she really needed, but less than she hoped. Or rather, less of everything else. No weapons, no armor, and not even a decent harp. She was a little relieved she survived, but that was it. For weeks, she wandered with other sect mates, but they were attacked by bandits taking advantage of the chaos. Jiun ended up fleeing for her life into the mountains. Alone, she thought all hope was lost as she dined on berries, hoping that her stomach wouldn't reject them. Even if she didn't starve, the constant battles above and around the planet could easily kill her with just the aftershocks, if nobody else came after her. Without any instruments, her only comfort was her song, when she was brave enough to make noise. It echoed into the mountains in a way that worried her she would draw the attention of man or beast. So she whispered, which made it a much worse song. But one day, she somehow felt it calling her somewhere. Or at least, something did. She stumbled into a cave, fumbling around in the dark as she barely had any sense of her surroundings. Perhaps some spirit-building cultivators could feel the world around them like breathing, but for Jiun, it was more difficult. She did hear how it echoed, however, as something drew her further in. Somehow, she wasn't worried about running out of supplies and starving, simply following the sounds. Perhaps she should have worried, but that only occurred to her after she entered a chamber full of glowing crystals, lighting up what was clearly a ship. A fortuitous encounter, she said to no one in particular. That didn't make any sense. That sort of thing didn't just happen. Not to her. Was it karmic balance following the time of a disaster? She wasn't exactly pleased with that result, but she couldn't deny the sight in front of her. She climbed aboard, struggling up the supports as it seemed to lack any sort of ladder. June was going to be very displeased if she learned that this ship was supposed to navigate local lakes or rivers. Or worse, if it was some sort of forgotten art project hidden deep within a cave for no reason. There was a certain sort of individual who loved making things like that. Useless versions of practical items. The more she looked over the ship, the more she was certain that it was a sky ship, at least. She was a little bit unclear if it was capable of any form of interstellar travel, because the markings weren't exactly clear. She'd never been in a position of piloting such a vessel, or really anything larger than a small dinghy on the Sex Lake. Jiun found some darkened crystals inside the ship's core and intuited that it was out of power. She carefully gathered some from the surrounding caves, hoping that they were the same sort of crystals without any real knowledge on the topic. The ship took flight the moment she replaced the final crystal. There were a few flaws with that, foremost of which was that it was still attached to the structure holding it up. Jiun fiddled around with poorly labeled controls before finally just breaking off a few points of connection that didn't seem important. She somehow managed to make it fly before she remembered that she was in a cave. She got dangerously close to the ceiling when it exploded, raining chunks of rock all around her. If the ship's barriers were up, most of them would have deflected off of those. Instead, the deck was littered with rocks, some of which stuck into it. But the sails looked fine, and the helm was intact, so it would be fine. Probably. She had no idea what she was doing, but she figured out how to make it stop going up just in time to avoid crashing into a flying turtle and a ship with far too many bones for it to merely be an aesthetic choice. The battling cultivators gave her no more than a glance, but June did her best to get out of there towards safety. And where was safety? She didn't know. but she listened to the song inside of her. It seemed to know. She was a bit nervous to find she was going towards people, but most of them were weaker than her. Mainly, not even cultivators. A small village came into view, with people standing and staring up at her. "Anyone know how to fly this thing?" she called down as she skimmed the rooftops, angling towards a small lake that even had a dock. She was lucky that the formation seemed to somewhat follow her mental commands, furling and unfurling sails so that she could stop. It seemed the village and the people around had designated an old man, who was probably a rank or two above her, but similarly in spirit building, to speak for them. "We didn't expect a rescue to come." June hadn't expected to be a rescue, but for some reason, she felt like she was supposed to be. "Well, here I am. I don't think we can delay. Get everyone on board as soon as possible and bring as many supplies as you have. I don't think we're coming back." She wasn't sure why she was so confident. Or maybe she wasn't. But if she was trying to fool herself, it was okay to lie to these people too, right? "Of course, we will move with all speed," the old man said from the dock. "You'll have to lower the gangplank, however." "Yeah," Jiyun said, admitting she didn't know how to do that would weaken her position. "Can't even jump up here and do it yourself? I give you permission." She leaned on the wheel in front of her as casually as possible. Fortunately, the old guy did know how to jump, and he also knew how the ramp worked. Oh, that was the gangplank. That made sense. People were packed rather uncomfortably onto their ship, and June winced as the captain's quarters were taken over by a family. Maybe she'd sleep on deck, then. Or not at all. "Everyone aboard? Get ready to cast off." June was glad to see that some of the people helped lift up the ramp. "Good. Our next destination is the stars." June pointed, and was extremely surprised to see everyone turn in unison, as if she'd somehow done something truly profound instead of pointing towards the star that felt best. Or rather, just somewhere in the sky. They began to climb again, and June kept her senses out for any battles happening, or incoming ships. There wasn't anything particularly nearby, but she soon found herself short of breath. Others were as well. Oh right, they were really high up. There had to be some sort of space mode, right? She knew what most of the things did, so she eventually managed to activate the barrier and draw the attention of an enemy ship. Jiyun knew how to make the ship go faster, so she did. Its sails stretched in the non-existent wind, but she didn't know if it was going to be enough. Until suddenly the rudder of the ship behind her exploded, which somehow made the ship twist and turn. By the time they got back on track, she was out of the atmosphere, and they were set upon by another turtle. The turtles were surprisingly fast. Jiyun looked at the few controls she had in front of her. She hoped one of them didn't turn off the barrier. If that was the same one as the one that turned it on, then one of them had to do the thing. The interstellar thing. She sure hoped this was an interstellar ship. It at least flew into space without trouble, so she had some hope. Jiyun and many of the others turned to look at the planet most of them thought would be their home forever. It was already small, and getting smaller, but probably not fast enough. She turned her attention back to the controls. Now, which of the buttons wouldn't kill her? She was about to press one of them, when the ship suddenly jerked, and something which felt a lot like whatever exploded the ceiling of the cavern activated part of the formation. The helm locked in place, and the stars faded away. So now there was a ship packed with people. What was Jiyun supposed to do about that? Except sing, she supposed. You were supposed to do that on ships, right? She didn't know any sea, sky, or space shanties, but music was probably good. Chapter 1167. 2 weeks later, the ship that Jiyun was piloting suddenly dropped out of subspace, or rose into normal space. She wasn't qualified to comment on interstellar travel. They were just outside any war zone, she thought. She didn't completely know, but that fit with what she'd heard. However, she had hoped to go further, that the ship would last longer. At least it hadn't dropped them out in between systems. She wasn't exactly looking forward to seeing if they could last years in this ship, especially because she knew they couldn't. It was already packed full, over full, perhaps. Something drew her towards a particular planet. She probably would have chosen it as their destination regardless as the most inhabitable world in the system, but she could feel something drawing her towards it. It wasn't terrifying, though. Instead, it was the same force that had brought all the karmic luck she'd experienced to stumble across the ship to begin with, and to meet up with the village. She had learned that most of the people at the village hadn't actually been members. Juan, the old man who was the village chief, had been surprised when people began to show up without any forewarning, but he'd been happy to accept them regardless. Somehow, he said, we knew you were coming, or that someone was coming. Jiun nodded. Somehow, I knew I was supposed to go to you. It was a risk, taking people she didn't know with her, but she might not have been able to manage without their help and their supplies. If they hadn't packed up all the food they had, she would be close to starvation. A spirit-building cultivator could only go so far. It's strange, isn't it? I feel like I should be afraid of being guided by an unknown source, but it feels like we came to an agreement, Village Chief Huan commented. Without even saying anything, I took guidance. It was exactly that, I think, June admitted. Upon their landing, she was directed to a lake. That was good, because she really didn't know how to land the vessel. They skipped a few times on the surface of the water, but because she made it go down so much, it stayed. It seemed like a decent place to live. Except, we're not supposed to stay here, are we? Jiun asked. I was thinking we needed to collect food, Huan said. For another journey, perhaps. That's what I'd do anyway. I need to get something. She shook her head. Maybe energy for the ship? Whether it was a run of extreme luck following disaster or someone guiding her, Jiun felt it was too easy. What she found to power the ship wasn't exactly what she recognized, but a different sort of crystals also seemed to fit the ship. Stronger, maybe. Perhaps the most amazing part was that there were no conflicts, except a few people who wanted to stay behind on this new planet. But the village head managed to convince them. Another few weeks of travel, and they somehow ended up at the border. This was as far as they could go. It wasn't possible to enter the lower realms without the tides of the world. Surprisingly, the planet was quite lively. The villagers immediately commented on the fertility of the soil, and they and some of the stronger cultivators set about planting what they had. With natural food sources, they should be able to stretch their resources until the harvest. Jiun could still remember the feeling of battle, just a month behind her. The power she could never hope to match. But she was safe here if she stayed. That was what confused her most, because she knew that. And yet, having no idea what she was doing, she found another path. Everything told her that she should stay here and be safe. But she saw the ship every day. And there was another path, aside from farming and building shelters. She wandered too far from their new little village and noticed another path, guiding her. She could return, or she could follow her curiosity. A buried cache of crystals, mostly broken, but powerful enough to help her make a return trip. For who? Another group like this village, she was certain. She didn't know what she was doing, but she did know she was going to go back. Anton nodded. That one's a good egg, he said. We should have more people like her. I agree, Erona said. Do you think one planet will be enough? Erona couldn't feel everything Anton did, just what he passed along for the sake of making use of her empathic ties. Most people are fleeing to the north, and they did so some time ago, Anton explained. So we only have to deal with a small portion of the population. Left unsaid was that they would be dealing with only those who were left. They hadn't anticipated such a swift start to the war, so they were some months delayed and trying to aid people dozens of light years distant. Anton had to push himself to pick out even small opportunities for people to follow. Erona did her part to find those who would actually function together, which meant that some people would inevitably not fit into their plans. Along with those who were already dead or deemed unreachable, one planet's worth was about what they got. Anton didn't think that would be too bad. They had numerous ships making the journey, routed through various systems so as to lead people to appropriate rest points along the way. Some people had better ships than Jiun and could make it in one long jump. She only sort of understood how to fly the one she had, but she was willing to go again. That was good enough. Devon watched the two of them work. Unless they needed someone neutralized, there was little point in including his abilities into their workings. However, he was still interested in the work. He could also contribute some of his energy to assist Erona, as she would tire more quickly than Anton. What do we do when we're done? Devon asked. When there's just a planet full of refugees sitting on the border? I hope that the great powers will have the wisdom to leave them alone, Anton said, because he would be shooting anyone who attacked Bounty. Let them try to come get him in the lower realms. But if they have no wisdom, I hope they will have apathy. A large number of poor and weak individuals don't have anything worth their time. Except the ships, Devon suggested. If that's what they want, perhaps we let them have them. Once we're done, coordinating that with the locals would be more difficult. Guiding them to do things they wanted to do, to head towards safety, would be much easier than explaining an actual plan that just seemed like stranding them on the planet. Anton shook his head. But we'll hope to avoid it. Bounty is decent, Devin commented. But it's not an optimal place for these people. We can get somewhere around a few hundred across the border in a month, Anton said. That's a greater throughput than even most large ships we could send to drift through the border. And I doubt people would do well with 20 years of drifting. But it would also take forever to get everyone. Possibly literally, as the birth rates might surpass that rate over the years. Devin nodded slowly. How much power can you use? Where? How? Anton asked. Could you make an artificial star? For more than a millisecond? Anton asked. No. I'm thinking about heating up a planet, Devin clarified. Is there some icy planet that would be a better home with a bit of work? Anton pondered. He didn't remember anything like that near the border. Devin clearly had some plan, but Anton couldn't quite figure it out. Could you do it? Heat a whole planet? In the upper realms? Not for very long, Anton said. Even just across the border. The energy there would be quite unfriendly to me. Let's say at that distance, Devin said. But without factoring in the negative effects of upper energy for your case. How long would you last? A few months, maybe, Anton frowned. If I was fully rested. Devin sighed. Oh well, it was a bit of a long shot anyway. Oh, but now I'm curious, Anton insisted. You can't just leave me like this. I'm going to make up all sorts of crazy theories. I just thought. Well, we've moved planets before, right? Sure, Anton said. Slightly. One of the unified sector planets wanted to change its relative orbital location, Devin said. There were a whole bunch of calculations, and I helped move it. Anton waited. I can technically go to the upper realms like this. I didn't practice fleeting youth like you did. I could probably get a planet moving at least 2/3 the speed of light, once I got it out of the system. But that would mean 30 years without being near a star. That's about 100 years off of your estimate. Oh, I see, Anton said. That is a long shot. Right, Devin said. I wouldn't have to heat the planet 24 hours a day, though. Anton pursed his lips. 12 would do. And it would be getting closer the whole time. I think I'd find it difficult to do time zones, though. It would be easier to rain sunlight down on the planet from all angles half the day and rest the other half, especially for a long-term project like this. Sounds like a basis for ecological instability. I'd have to speak with a number of experts. Aren't you one? It's always better to hear what others have to say, Anton said. Still, Devin said. 6 months or a year isn't much better. I could do more, Anton said. Without constant output, I could do far better. But I'd still need some help. Having reached unity, it's still not enough on my own. But if everyone helped, I might actually be able to do it. I can start talking to people, Erona said. Anton shook his head. I don't mean like that. Though you could ask if anyone can help Devin push that planet a little bit faster. Safely. Meanwhile, I'll be seeing if all of the citizens of my stars are in agreement that we should try something crazy like this. I actually should do something about this, Erona said. If I begin a campaign presenting the idea to people, they can be familiarized with it. Then they're more likely to think positively on the idea. The simple agreement should be what you need to draw that kind of power, right? Well, it's not like I've ever done anything exactly like this, Anton said. I'd hold off on mentioning it to too many people until we are more certain it would be possible. But I'd be willing to try. And I think this is a far better use of such power than joining the war. The idea first went out to enrichment cultivators. Lev didn't think he could do much of use. If he had a few decades to plant some enormous trees on the planet, perhaps, but otherwise he was limited in that regard. Anishka had reached enrichment, and while she could create fire, she wasn't much good for proper sunlight. However, she might be useful for balancing temperatures. She wouldn't be able to constantly remain with the planet since she wouldn't be able to balance her own energy usage. All of the enrichment cultivators ran on lower energy after all, so they'd suffer similar restrictions as invaders from the upper realms coming down. The final piece of the puzzle was somewhat of a surprise, even though in retrospect it seemed perfectly natural. Erin of the Island Tenders was also an enrichment cultivator, and she shared the information with Paradise. No sooner than she had done so than Paradise turned towards the upper realms. They really did have to leave as soon as possible if they were going to do it, but Erin really thought they should have properly canceled all their appearances. But obviously Paradise didn't care about any of that. She at least managed to get him to agree to a flight path that would optimize his recovery time between systems. Chapter 1168. While she thought that direct clashes over useless territory were probably the worst way to engage in a war, Velvet wasn't going to tell anyone from the great powers that. Ultimately, it was best that they wore each other down. Over the course of a couple years, she had focused mostly on organizing local groups to be transported away, and only very rarely did she remove anyone from the land of the living. If she did, it was in a way that could easily be traced to the most visible enemies. Soon, they would be reaching a threshold where extracting anyone else from the core of the fighting became impractical. Those who were going to die were mostly dead already. That didn't count those still at risk as the war zone expanded, which it might as more sub-factions got involved. Things hadn't yet reached the disaster levels that had created something like the blood-soaked nebula. But now that proper fighting was happening between the two great powers, it was likely that things would go further than they had in centuries. Shady back-alley deals weren't anything new to Velvet, but she hadn't previously done many where just a few kilometers away largish turtles were eating forests at approximately the same rate those forests grew, flailing at them. You'll pass on the word to others who need to know, right? Velvet said. Of course, the man said. I know just the right people to speak to. Excellent. She made a show of walking away, slowly slipping into crowds. A small strand of her senses was stuck to her espionage target for the day, and once she thought it reasonable, she doubled back and began to follow him. Sometimes, people lied to her face and she would get rid of them. Other times, she had to let them go. This time, she just had to wait. He didn't know who he was going to speak to, but Velvet didn't. So she was going to have to find that out. She assumed he didn't keep a clear record of criminal associates in his pockets at all times. Criminals weren't all bad. There were plenty of reasons for people to be keeping a low profile in the current climate. But this guy was supposed to be helping gather people to take off world. What he ended up doing involved significant amounts of negotiation and things going into his pockets, or storage bag. Usually, Velvet would have stopped things there, but he seemed to know where the right sorts of people were. She couldn't reliably extract that information from his head, so he was left to continue. If he went too far, she'd handle him then. As she continued to conceal herself, the question of domination continued to flicker through her mind. It wasn't a distraction, but instead a way she focused on her own power. She still didn't know what an appropriate anchor might be, but the more she considered it, the closer she could get. She didn't need more of her mental faculties to track down a single fellow and avoid the armies stomping all over the planet. Velvet had to admit, this guy was pretty good at what he did. She had expressly forbidden him to charge anyone anything and offered payment instead, so his greed was certainly a problem. But he knew all sorts of hiding places and had many contacts. One group either didn't have the price he wanted to charge, or they were too stubborn to pay. Either way, Velvet briefly stopped to deal with that. Show up here, she said to a quite surprised young man. With your family. A scrap of paper dropped into his hand. Don't invite anyone you can't trust. It was risky, having physical evidence. But a location was not by itself suspicious. We don't have the price, the young man said cautiously. Velvet turned her head towards her companion in skullduggery. He'll be paying it. He just doesn't know that yet. Katerina was quite pleased at how quickly the expansion plans were working out. They had the materials for the formations available. They were merely being redirected from their general expansion projects to this particular need. People had been shuttled to the newly established planets, finding a viable home waiting for them. They were still outside the spatial distortion, but most of the work was done. The plan was to leave the activation until the end. Otherwise, they would have to route everyone through the whole territory of the Scarlet Alliance. That was an acceptable contingency, but nowhere near optimal. So far, the great powers hadn't bothered to chase anyone close to Alliance territory. They certainly weren't happy about losing resources, but they didn't have the spare manpower to chase after everyone. So far, the Scarlet Alliance had managed to avoid serious conflicts. Katerina herself hadn't even been close to any of them, obviously, but Timothy was much closer and Uzin was involved with a massive ship inspired by numerological compact designs. It could carry over 1 million individuals and increased in functionality with each cultivator aboard. By their rankings, it would be somewhere between a Class 4 and Class V ship. The Alliance could consider it augmentation class, but it wasn't a proper battleship. Timothy was late. Though in that case, the Alliance fleets were also late. It might be better said that the enemy fleets were ahead of schedule, though for the moment, he was not going to treat the great powers like enemies. It had been predicted that this planet would be drawn into the war. They'd thought it would be at least one more day and hoped for a week, but here they were. The creeping fire sect was clashing with the forest of death. Poison and fire were spreading towards the greatest population centers, and Timothy had to pick one. Or did he? They were trying to avoid being drawn into the war, but he had to make choices. He decided that he would be protecting the whole hemisphere in question. The two fleets could fight each other above them. He didn't care. Some groups were going to be disappointed they couldn't land and begin looting, but that wasn't Timothy's problem. Or rather, it was another thing he'd prefer to prevent. There were a few morons who actually attacked his barrier. Didn't they know he could kill them? Maybe he'd been too nice so far. He'd avoided killing anyone from the great powers because he never knew when someone might be a young master or a favored elder or some sort of once-in-a-century genius that certain sects would take offense to losing. But maybe his defensive posture was giving people big heads. He focused his senses on some of the fools attacking. One of them was clearly doing so at the direction of others. And while he wouldn't say that personal responsibility wasn't necessary, that wasn't the best target. Not much of a domination cultivator if he can only defend, said a woman. In other circumstances, Timothy could have let personal insults slide. Here, he cut off her head. He was really not great at attacking half a planet away, but he didn't have to get a significant portion of his energy to reach that far. Just a tiny fraction, really. Traditional cultivators thought their honor was more important than everything else, and Timothy was willing to let them think that the Scarlet Alliance was the same. Everyone stopped their bombardments while important people in the fleet either continued to fight each other or discuss what to do about the whole barrier situation. And Scarlet Alliance fleets swooped in and began scooping people up. Anyone who was willing. Fortunately, the planet was lightly populated as such things went. A few large population centers with millions, low enough that they could take most of them. They'd have to leave all of their stuff to fit, which was an excellent excuse for why the Alliance would leave behind so many tempting resources. But the actual reason was the temptation, so that they wouldn't chase the fleets. Nobody addressed Timothy directly. He wondered if he should make demands, but he liked being enigmatic. He was a domination cultivator now, after all, though he did have a good excuse for why he wanted so many people. It was true that saving large numbers of people was great for the amount of devotion he received. Erona hugged Devon's arm as she frowned. It seems we've made too tempting of a target. Perhaps, Devon agreed. But I would argue that they're too late. Anton had warned of forces making a move towards bounty, and there was nothing else of note within several systems, so it would be hard to make a mistake of their target. Both sides had taken interest as it was impossible for them to completely miss the people being shuttled away to the southern border of the upper realms. However, they had been far enough away that with the limitations of moving at the speed of their slowest ships, they were barely entering the system. Though only because Paradise pushed hard to reach them. I thought we'd be weaker, Anishka commented, before glancing over at Aaron, meditating atop Paradise's head, though she was only the tiniest blip on the horizon. It turns out bringing a small planet's worth of natural energy with you is very helpful. Anton still remained in the lower realms. Even stepping a single toe into the upper realms would be a danger for him. Lingering in between wouldn't be particularly good for him, either. Erona was the one who had to act first. The groundwork had already been laid by her and Anton, but she still had to make sure that a planet full of people wouldn't panic. Or at least, not panic in unfortunate ways. Not that they'd have any reason to. It wasn't like fleets of invaders had just shown up, and some unknown individuals from the lower realm. And a giant turtle, who looked like he was about to headbutt the planet. Making people feel comfortable with that was a bit difficult, but they would vaguely recognize her. And people would get over any panic within a few days. Watching the approaching fleets and the incoming turtle, as well as reading the general feeling of the people on the planet, Erona did what she could, projecting feelings and responding in ways that weren't quite words. "Do not fear," she said. "Please, trust us." Not that they had much choice, though she would have called the whole thing off if the population completely rejected it. Dragging a planet of struggling people out of its system would not be feasible even for a handful of augmentation cultivators. "You might as well begin," Erona said to Devon. "Try to make it comforting." He grinned. "Comforting chains, coming right up." The chains began to wrap around the planet at about the same time as Paradise began to push the oceans. He did nearly headbutt the planet, though, and one hemisphere was getting a good look at his face. Bounty was now accelerating away from the incoming fleets. Probably not fast enough to completely avoid them, but there was some clear commotion among them. Neither of the great powers was going to let the other claim whatever this prize was first. No doubt they assumed that something about the planet was special instead of it just being full of people. To them, people without sufficient cultivation literally didn't matter. Anishka was ready to freeze and incinerate the first people to get close, but she would have to keep some energy in reserve. Actually, she should probably get started soon. They'd already reached a significant deviation from Bounty's normal position relative to the sun. She wasn't going to provide good artificial sunlight, but she didn't have to last forever. Hopefully just a few days, maybe weeks, depending on how long it took them to get into an area with thinner ascension energy. After that, Anton could take over. Chapter 1169. It was audacious to take a planet from the upper realms, but aside from the fact that neither of the great powers had any claim to it, they owed the lower realms at least a planet or two. Anton had hoped that they would be able to take a more leisurely approach, but the approaching enemy fleets had forced them to accelerate the process. Nothing good would have happened to the refugees on Bounty when the great powers arrived. It might still be a problem. For all that they were actively involved in a war, they seemed far too focused on the people yanking away the planet instead of killing each other there. And while Anton had a high estimation of the abilities of everyone involved, it wasn't feasible for the handful of enrichment cultivators to beat a number of augmentation cultivators in their own realm, especially not with full fleets supporting the upper realms instead of just the island tenders. Timing would be important. Anton readied himself, gathering what ascension energy he had through fleeing youth. The upper realms itself would not be happy with his theft, but Anton thought that was just because it was jealous. If he understood correctly, he was only taking from himself what might have been. The actual energy in the upper realms likely didn't have feelings and merely reacted with the energy because it was off in some way. He wanted to conserve some for when he had to act as a starter bounty. They would appreciate a smooth transition. But the approaching fleets were a problem. He estimated the time when the first fleets would likely be within range of Paradise, the natural target as he was most visible. The island tenders would no doubt help protect him, but most of Paradise's own energy, as well as Aaron's, was focused towards the planet. They could turn and fight, but Anton didn't think they should have to make that choice. Anton's arrows cut through subspace, covering light years in an extremely short span of time. His first arrow glanced across the bow of the foremost enemy ship, its trajectory altered at the last moment to keep up with the active situation. The warning shot did little good, not that Anton expected much else. That first arrow whipped back around, piercing through one of the larger ships at the same time as his second arrow, creating 4 large holes. Instead of taking the hint, an augmentation cultivator on the ship launched himself forward, joining one of the ponderous turtle clan on a much smaller turtle. The turtle would be spared, for now. But the augmentation cultivators were going down. Shooting into the upper realms wasn't optimal for Anton, but he wasn't afraid to show that he could. If they believed he was limited to the very edge, that was all well and good. Even if they determined he could reach deeper, he didn't care. The whole point of his power was to use it in situations like this, protecting people, not moving planets. Though he thought Unity was fairly suited to the latter as well, if people wanted it. The augmentation cultivators survived the first few shots Anton actually intended to hit them. Not because of their own merits, but because Anton carefully controlled the way his energy reacted with the native ascension energy. Otherwise, it would have exploded and hurt the turtle. Then one of the twirling forest pulled out in front, ready to attack. An arrow returned to normal space just a few hundred kilometers away, covering that distance in an instant and striking the man directly. Anton let the natural reaction happen, which caused a great rush of the local energy to try to annihilate his own energy and the enemy that happened to be there. Anton wondered if he might actually be more effective right on the edge of the upper realms, where his attacks didn't have to pass through much ascension energy but could still provoke such a reaction. Lacking the ability to launch a counterattack on Anton, who was some 20 light years away, the great powers had the choice between retreating or simply trying to take down their targets. They made the wrong choice, obviously. So Anton began annihilating their integration cultivators. Their numbers would have helped swarm the people who were quite busy doing things other than fighting. Anton continued to attack the augmentation cultivators as well. Paradise seemed to think that the planet was moving fast enough for the moment, and he turned to face them. His fins swept out, ripples of water suddenly appearing around him and washing over the fleet. Humans were knocked away, including those who were riding upon the backs of giant turtles, but not the turtles themselves. They did slow. After all, even trained animals could understand fear. As Paradise could probably fit half of them in his mouth at once and crunch through their shells, it was a fully rational fear. With Paradise briefly ending his contact with Bounty, Erin redirected her focus to fighting of augmentation cultivators as well. Anton continued to support them, hoping that they would decide that further losses weren't worthwhile, and soon, Bounty was beginning to reach the point that could truly be considered outside of the local system, but it was still mainly surrounded by ascension energy, with some portion of that coming from the planet itself. Anishka had to provide warmth and light, and Devon was still pulling it along, accelerating it bit by bit closer to the speed of light. Not that it would ever reach such speed, as it required more and more power. Cultivators could break the rules of the universe around themselves, and that limit could be circumvented in subspace, but nobody had the ability to do that with a planet. Not even Anton. How is it going? Anton turned to see his most adorable mammalian disciple. Bear Hug was a strong contestant for most adorable in general. Three Squeaks had waited for a lull in the combat. There's fighting, right? Anton nodded. It's difficult to hold them off. He still had some arrows in flight, but he had to consider future use. A few moments would allow him to replenish some of his energy, at least. Can I help? Could he? Three Squeaks certainly had a significant attack distance, but it was still on the planetary or system scale. But Anton didn't expect he meant that, since it was clear he couldn't reach the battle in that manner. I'm not certain. What were you thinking? Akari supports you, Three Squeaks said. Maybe we can help somehow. There were many things about Unity that Anton hadn't tested. There hadn't been an opportunity, and if successful, it would have been a significant waste of power. But here there was an important cause. Yes, I think you might be able to. Anton drew upon his connection to the local star, and through that, the residents of Acaris. All of them would have noticed his attacks. It only took the slightest nudge to call upon their energy. Anton didn't know what he had expected, but he directed the sudden surge of energy along the trail of his perception that led into the upper realms. It wasn't a proper attack, and he no doubt wasted most of it, but some of it actually managed to tear its way through space and reach the end destination. Once there, that energy barely clung together. Anton directed it over Bounty and Paradise, sending it vaguely towards the fleets. The shape it took was nearly a sphere. Anton had thought it was like a star, but the power didn't annihilate the fleet as it washed over them. Perhaps it had diminished too much from the journey, but Anton merely thought that wasn't how it worked. He wasn't interested in killing people, and his Unity connection to Acaris would have indicated the same. He just wanted the fleets to leave, and they did, as the sphere tore apart into millions of individual shapes, natural energy that took on the form of a great many cultivators of Acaris. Most likely just the strongest among them, as their energy was durable enough. It might not have been able to actually harm anyone in the fleets, but it didn't stop people from fleeing like it could, as the mass of energy resolved into individual forms. It wasn't so much an attack as it was a demonstration of will, but it provided much-needed space. Paradise took the opportunity to turn about once more. Though his movements appeared slow, it was only because his bulk was so massive. His movements would cause great tsunamis if he were in any sea. Not that he could really fit in most seas anymore. He returned to Bounty, once again pushing upon its seas, accelerating the planet with Devon. Anton kept watch on the fleets, but after a day passed he began to relax. He let his energy recover for a few weeks as Anishka strained herself. He had a long task ahead of himself, so he needed to be ready. Jiun looked up at the sky. Most of the stars were still there, and why wouldn't they be? They hadn't moved far on the galactic scale. They just happened to be a little bit distant from Bounty's star. She never would have expected anything like that to happen when she was fleeing the war. She just wanted to be safe, and surprisingly to keep strangers she didn't even know safe, taking several journeys on her ship. Said ship was now properly anchored at a dock. It really should have gone in some sort of sky port, but Bounty didn't have much more than simple structures at the moment. After all, they'd had just a few years to establish the vast population. People were worried. That was inevitable, even with someone projecting confidence to them. They had reasons to worry, though not so much about attacking fleets anymore. They needed crops, and for that they needed a sun. One of the cultivators was providing warmth and light, but even June could tell it was no proper substitution for a sun. She was still looking up at the sky when the sun rose, and she was extremely confused. There wasn't supposed to be one of those anymore. Where did it come from? Was there a secret star, hidden from their star charts? Watching it move through the sky, it was clearly not the same star. But everything told her it was a star. Even her energy senses, except they said something more. It was more than a star, and much closer than one should normally be. She was also fairly certain it was rotating around their planet instead of the planet spinning, since their rotation had been more or less locked in place since people started moving them. Moving a planet. June had sort of tuned out the massive chains in the sky, but they were still there, not all the time, but they were never gone for long. Chains should have made her feel restricted, but somehow she didn't. News spread slowly. The people of this planet hadn't exactly established a proper network for such things. June didn't even hear that there was a sect on the sky turtle until after the sun appeared. If she had, she would have gone to visit. No, that was crazy, wasn't it? Could such a grand sect even allow someone like her to approach, especially on a kind of terrible ship? It was a silly thought, but as she looked up, someone looked into her eyes. There was no way June could see someone on the back of the turtle, but she did. A kind woman, waving her upward? Was she reading her thoughts? Ah, it was that other woman next to her. The one who kept people from doing anything crazy. She also revealed herself. Just to be clear, a voice rang in her head. That was an invitation to visit. You can bring others, if you wish. Other people from Bounty, what one of our friends named this planet some time ago, have already had the opportunity. Erona says you took many trips to bring people, so you deserve it as much as anyone else. But I'm just a spirit-building cultivator. She forgot that she might be heard. The woman's calm face filled her mind. Bravery and honor in weakness is all the more deserving. But you also don't have to remain weak. I wasn't able to save any of my sex techniques, just the early part of the cultivation method. We have many others, the woman said, but you won't be able to see them if you don't come. Where do I land? June knew how to pilot the ship well enough to not crash into things now. The previous times had been luck. We do have docks, the woman said, gesturing to a part of the turtle's shell. June couldn't see anything, but she could at least fly to the vague region and hope they didn't yell at her. Chapter 1170. Acting as a star wasn't the highest intensity thing Anton had ever done, though that was because he was constraining himself to a single planet. He could have managed that for a while with his enrichment strength, but a number of years was out of the question. With the power of unity, he could have kept up the process forever. The issue at the moment was the distance. As far as Anton could guess, he would be similarly effective where he was next to a bound star, directly channeling everything else through his connection, compared to if he were physically closer to his intended destination, drawing from a distance. That balance might change as time went on, but currently Anton was concerned about approaching too close to the upper realms himself. Projecting his own energy that way might draw less attention than going himself, and he didn't want to find out the hard way. Having some of his energy annihilated was fine, but having his self annihilated wouldn't be great. Bounty wouldn't make it to the lower realms that way. Anton had a million other things he wanted to do. Oh, and he'd be dead. But that would just stop him from doing all the other things he needed. It wasn't important in and of itself. Though people who cared about him might argue differently, he intended to continue to live for their sake. The people of Acaris were great. They just so happened to be the closest to Bounty, and they had been the first to offer their assistance. Unlike Anton, few of them were actively contributing energy at all hours of the day. However, there were always some. It was Anton's job to channel that energy through their connection to the local star. As more of the lower realms became aware of what was happening, it hadn't been widely publicized ahead of time, they would contribute more. Anton reminded himself that this was the hardest things would ever be, which was good, because he would be dripping sweat if it didn't immediately evaporate. He wondered how Maheg did it. It probably helped that Maheg was born a star. Still, Anton had connections to approximately 200 stars. Drawing upon a fraction of their power and the power of their people, Anton still found it difficult. He wanted the temporary star to be as good as possible. He paid careful attention to the planet below, the people, the crops, and the oceans. He needed to provide light and heat, but not too much. Blasting away the atmosphere or boiling the sea would ruin what they were doing. Proper seasons would have to come later. He didn't have the capacity for anything more complex than a steady orbit of energy. He was already close to needing Anishka to take over again, but while she would keep people from freezing to death, her flames simply weren't sunlight. Despite her hesitancy, June had actually been quite excited to visit Paradise. So much so that she hadn't considered energy for the ship. It was actually sufficient to leave atmosphere, which made her arrival at Paradise almost inevitable, but she couldn't stop. June tried, of course. The ship didn't have anything left except just enough to power the barrier, but she used her own energy to try to slow things down. It was like ants throwing themselves at a rolling boulder. She hadn't thought she would be gaining more momentum in space, but June hadn't thought about the fact that Paradise was big enough to have his own gravity. Less than a typical planet, but a truly real amount. She exhausted her energy in the attempt. What an embarrassing way to die. She was going to crash into the docks, if she was even aimed correctly and didn't just hit the shell or crash into the sect. And what's worse, the sect head was watching. She was waiting on the docks and June was going to crash. Aaron was even smiling. June was pretty sure that was her name. She reached out her hand, and the ship was flooded with energy. Lower energy, June thought, but she couldn't be quite certain because it was far too strong for that. Wasn't this more power than an integration cultivator had? That great power formed a powerful cushion that slowed the ship down, as well as the people on it, causing them to stop directly at the docks. We're going to have to take on ferrying duties ourselves, Aaron commented to the woman next to her. Erona, perhaps? Sect head. June clasped her hands. Thank you for Dash. You're a guest. Obviously, I am responsible for your safety. And it appears that the ascension energy is beginning to run out everywhere. Ascension energy? Oh yes. Actually, now that she thought about it, she had no more energy herself. And having been somewhat unexpectedly pulled away from the upper realms, she might not have any again. There was still some, down on bounty, but lower energy was becoming dominant. You are worried, Erona said, her face calm. Don't be. Do you think we offered cultivation techniques for nothing? You can pick something suitable for making use of natural energy. All of you can, she said, addressing the rest of the ship. Do be careful with the texts. We won't be able to easily replace them. June frowned. Will we truly be allowed to view such precious texts? The woman's laugh was melodious. They are important, but I simply meant we'll have difficulty retrieving anything. Our ships won't function this far out. Paradise here is a fortunate sort of exception, as he carried much with him. And now Anton is providing ways for us to replenish, she gestured. That's the sun? And the explosions. They were arrows, Aaron commented. Though I suppose you wouldn't have been able to tell at that distance. Come, let's walk. Welcome to Paradise. The turtle's shell was made of mighty peaks upon which sat great forests and cities. June knew that some sects had entire planets they called their own, but usually they didn't move. Not even though it could be considered only a small planet. June didn't notice, as most of those with her were approached by various disciples, taken away to deal with their particular needs. But eventually, she found herself in the company of two women far more powerful than she had ever seen up close. An augmentation cultivator had passed by her home planet once, and there had been some fighting over it. An attacking bounty, but actually walking with and conversing with them, when she could find words, was a surprise even to her, especially with how easy it was. We did mean it, you know, Aaron said. You were very helpful and brave. What sort of cultivation method did you practice? Erona asked. We can find you one like it, or adapt it for use with lower energy. Can you? June said, surprised. Well, I only have a portion of the technique. Ah yes, Erona nodded. Some people still do that. It's not always bad, Aaron commented, but usually unnecessary. Erona looked at June. May I see it? If you wish to keep it secret, that's fine as well. June didn't think she could continue to use it anyway. She hadn't intended to leave the upper realms. Not consciously, but now that it was happening, she felt like she'd made that choice all along. She pulled it out and handed it over. If people of this power wanted to take it from her, they could have simply done so. She felt safe doing so. Erona gave it little more than a glance. A serious one, but only a short moment. A vocal technique, is it? That would explain the singing. I can suggest a good number of replacements, unless you're tied to this very particular style. It was the only sect that would accept me, June admitted. But I like it. Similar would be fine. She didn't expect to find herself sitting at a table with 100 options laid out in front of her an hour later. How were there even that many options? Who were these people? Could they truly be from the lower realms? The last question, at least, was immediately obvious. They had to be from the lower realms. They felt like it. Their energy advertised it clearly. But all the rest would take her some time to absorb. The ponderous turtle clan, along with some others from the exalted quadrant, had been butting heads with the Trigold cluster for a few years now. Everhart was surprised it had taken them so long to actually begin fighting. Maybe they had really meant that treaty. Or maybe they were scared because of the domination cultivators dying. It seemed that way, until Symbol left their home system. Everhart didn't believe it until he got confirmation from a secondary and then tertiary location. He wasn't sure what could have caused the man to move towards the front lines himself, but Everhart wasn't going to miss the chance. Ready to cut up some turtles? He grinned at Rahayu. The other man yawned. I wish the Limitless Edge was still around. They were more fun. Fine, Everhart shrugged. Addi. Just to be clear, the woman said. We're not just catching a single turtle this time, right? Oh, now that you mention it, Everhart said. Try to avoid damaging their eggs. It's fine if a hatchery or two goes down, but I don't want to annihilate the turtles. Just the clan. Addi's eyes widened. Annihilate. Everhart frowned. Do you have a problem killing them? Not at all. It's just ambitious. Symbol is gone, Everhart pointed out. I plan to weaken his base. Then if he comes to mess with number 17, we'll take him out. Sounds like a personal grudge, Addi muttered. She hadn't intended to be heard. Never met the man, Everhart said. Somehow, she knew that was true. But at the same time, it didn't sound true. Prepare your ship, Everhart said. You're serious? Addi said. I haven't gotten to use it. Absolutely. The numerological compact ships are quite intriguing, but I think our modifications will be better. The 13th Everhart system was mobilizing with even greater intensity than the 17th. Some of the ponderous Turtle Clan's enemies would doubtless have to respond to Symbol's movements, which would leave them vulnerable as well. Making too many moves at once might be risky, considering he could draw the ire of multiple domination cultivators. But that hadn't stopped Everhart even before he reached the stage himself. He had contingencies in case he had to die again, but the plan wasn't to get that close. The Scarlet Alliance was doing great with their too. They seemed to underestimate how much attention that suddenly fell upon them because of that. Or perhaps they knew and couldn't resist continuing to be outrageous in their actions. Frankly, Everhart approved. One of them had stolen formation knowledge and essentially a whole planet from him. The other was achieving a level of invincibility that made even Everhart jealous. He wondered if it was Timothy who had drawn Symbol's attention. Maybe the lad had killed one of the turtles? There was a fine line between defending people and annihilating enemies. Maybe some favored nephew had fallen in the war. That news hadn't reached Everhart's ears yet. He went over his plans. There was a vault, shared by several great sections. With all of them on guard, it was difficult for Everhart to do anything. But if just one or two were distracted, he thought he could steal it. The whole thing. He could already picture it now. The guards would be standing around, and a giant structure would disappear in front of their eyes. Or behind them. He chuckled. And then the news finally reached him. Everhart threw out his plans. The lower realms stole a planet. Nobody would even notice a vault if he did it now. Sure, he'd stolen a planet before, but never an important one. Never right in front of two armies. And most importantly, not across the borders of the realms. Could they even do that? Maybe they just disintegrated it outside the system. He began to scrawl new plans. Was it more impressive to steal a whole system, or just the star? Where would he even put it? Maybe he could make a binary. Did he have a matching star? Planning a star heist wasn't the sort of thing you spent just a couple years on. But Everhart had some old plans he'd scrapped when he was young and foolish. Now that he was old and foolish, maybe he could update them. Teleportation might not be viable, but what about spatial folding? Or maybe he could trick someone else into doing it. He grinned. This was going to be fun. Chapter 1171. Crossed Antennae had been worried about her own people being left behind on conquered planets. It was a problem if they weren't ready to evacuate, and they couldn't exactly ask the humans to wait for them. Not when they were supposed to be secret. Now she was more concerned about everyone dying. War had begun in the Scarlet Midfields, but that had in no way stopped the wars on the western end of the Exalted Quadrant. In fact, they seemed to be even more eager. Corinne had made personal appearances on the battlefield, essentially guaranteeing their victory wherever she showed up. That was the difference a single domination cultivator made. They weren't immortal, of course. That had been shown recently more than once. However, their presence could turn an almost certain loss into a victory, and a modest victory into a slaughter. The chaotic conglomeration didn't have so many exceptional individuals as the Scarlet Alliance. Not in the opinion of Crossed Antennae, at least. The twins were on loan, and their combat prowess didn't truly match the rest. Runa and Emmerich were decent cultivators, and the spirit slicing sect had grown stronger under them. However, augmentation cultivators simply weren't enough. Everything before had been mere skirmishes, despite their scale. Now war had come. At least it was easier to handle proper war. Crossed Antennae would have preferred that her sister take charge for such things, but fearsome Mandibles was in the lower realms, and she was here. She knew what to do. There was only one appropriate option. The Void Ants would have to take an active role. Convincing the spirit-slicing sect and the few others that knew about them might be difficult, but there was no way they were going to remain passive. Not that their previous actions had truly been that way. Could their presence cause more trouble for the chaotic conglomeration? Perhaps, but with a domination cultivator already involved, things couldn't get much more extreme. They just needed proper human allies, like Brindis, who already knew they existed. Even if they managed to produce sufficient Void Ant-scale interstellar travel technology, they needed to coordinate with humans. When she explained the matter to Misai and Julie, they were less enthusiastic. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Misai asked. "What risk factors do you believe will be enhanced by this?" Crossed Antennae countered. "The conglomeration might just exterminate you," Julie pointed out. "That would be unfortunate." "And foolish," Crossed Antennae said. "But setting aside risks to Void Ants, what is the primary concern?" "I don't think we can just ignore the risk to you," Misai said. "Humans were difficult. Crossed Antennae sometimes wish she were larger, so they might take her more seriously. Even if their cognition understood her power, they wouldn't always act like it. Is it your intention to have the Scarlet Alliance withdraw from support of the chaotic conglomeration? If not, then we must fight alongside them. And you." The only concern that they could voice was the risk of drawing more attention, but that would only prove more beneficial for the Scarlet Midfields. Of course, they did have to convince their local allies that it would be worthwhile. It would be shameful to draw more danger when trying to mitigate it, but Crossed Antennae was going to mention all the benefits. Like how Void Ants could probably kill a domination cultivator. Some had failed against Sudan, but neither she nor her royal guard had been present. And they'd had no human helpers, either. Stealing a planet was hard work. Fortunately, as much as the momentum of the planet and the limitations of light speed made the process difficult, that also allowed some leeway for rest. Devon was currently on a long break from dragging the planet along. At this point, he couldn't even shave off another year from the final travel time no matter how hard he worked. As far as planets went, it had been a long time since Devon had been on one so weak. However, that wasn't because Bounty wasn't a wonderful planet. It was just going through a difficult transition between energy types. Difficult for the people as well as the flora and fauna. Convincing people of the lower realms' alliance growth philosophies was fortunately not Devon's job. That was on Erona. She was backed by large quantities of data and video. Video was important because pure tech stuff worked and was something that people found impressive. Mixed tech would work given the way that Anton was blanketing the planet in natural energy, but the depletion rate wasn't worth the benefit. As for where that tech came from, they did have some interrealm ships. Those were currently being used to bring all sorts of necessary things to Bounty. Different crops that would grow abundantly in natural energy were chief among them. Transporting a few people back and forth wasn't really worthwhile compared to the population of a planet, but they could make things better. He was going to return to pulling the planet along soon enough. Not because he needed to, but because it would make the people feel better. He might manage a single % increase in speed and nothing more, but since nobody could feel the speed without anything to relate to, they might feel trapped. And that was the thing the Lower Realms Alliance wanted least. Everyone was going to be given the best opportunities available. That included, if they wished, returning to the upper realms. The preferred method they would be advocating was ascension. Obviously, it was a strange topic given that they had all been born in the upper realms, but the theory was still sound. If they recultivated with natural energy, ascension should be possible. They had many reliable methods. If that didn't work, they could be taken by interrealm ship. More would be built over the coming decades, as that had always been the plan. Since they had already shown their abilities to some extent, the risk of getting caught with more wasn't so severe. But before any of that really mattered, they still had to wait something like 20 years. Unless someone was so quick with their cultivation that they could grow and ascend in that time, which would require someone near the peak of life transformation that was exceptionally quick with reforging their energy. On a populous enough planet that might be possible, but unlikely. People weren't actually going to be encouraged to return to the upper realms anyway. That was just an option. If they were, the plan was to have them join up with the Scarlet Alliance, obviously. But once they saw how things were in the lower realms, many people might not be interested. Even if they wanted to strive for the peak of cultivation, seeing assimilation and enrichment cultivators would certainly sway some of their ideas on what that meant. The news that Symbol was coming to the Scarlet Midfields was not widely advertised, but neither was it subtle. After all, the Domination Cultivator came on a fairly large turtle. To anyone not part of the Scarlet Alliance, they would have probably said a massive turtle, or even the biggest. But they would have been wrong. Velvet had seen paradise. She didn't know what Symbol was feeding his own companion, but it clearly wasn't as good for promoting growth as what Paradise was eating, which was mostly distortion beasts, if she recalled correctly. They might be the only things with enough calories for something Paradise's size. Her task had changed, unsurprisingly. She was now responsible exclusively for monitoring Symbol. She was somewhat nervous about that, but she was far more experienced than when she had first encountered Zorbarids, and she didn't need to get close. Neither the man nor the turtle hid their energy, preferring to display it openly. She could be in another system and know where they were. And she was. If they could spot her using her utmost stealth skills from an adjacent system, she deserved to die. Velvet was fairly sure Anton couldn't even do that. At least, not if he wasn't expecting her. It wasn't quite possible to test given she would be weaker in the lower realms and Anton would be weaker cross-realm. But maybe some cross-realm hide-and-seek would be valuable training for her. Later, Symbol was approaching the system that had once held bounty. It was a tense moment, because Velvet didn't know if he would chase after them. The planet hadn't even gone as far as one system over just yet, though it was more than a light year outside of the proper upper realms. Would he risk weakening himself to chase after them? Did he even want to? Velvet assumed he cared about Paradise. There was pretty much no chance he didn't. He wouldn't even have to go into the lower realms to catch them. But he didn't. He spent about a month, presumably watching their progress. Then he turned north. Velvet was relieved. She was going to have to relocate herself, but that was easy enough. She could track his movements with either or both of them in subspace. Symbol did not stop on the front lines of the war. He didn't avoid them, either. Velvet followed his journey where he just annihilated his way through enemy fleets along the border of their battles. But he never stopped. It was like he was taking a stroll, or at least a long hike, and happened to be joining battle along the way. He continued north, towards the Scarlet Alliance. Velvet continued to monitor him, but her reports would be only a small portion of what was being sent. "I'm going to meet him," Timothy declared. "Across the border." Katerina nodded. "Do you want me to come with you?" A few moments of silence. "You shouldn't. It might make us appear weak," Timothy finally decided. "If I go myself, even if I have to retreat, I don't necessarily look weak. I'm still a new domination cultivator, after all. Obviously, I would prefer to negotiate with the force of the council, but..." Timothy shook his head. "I doubt he would properly understand." "Do you think he means to attack?" Katerina asked. "If he does, we'll be ready. Frankly, a lone domination cultivator. I'm not going to say it would be easy, but the portion of forces he has with him is relatively small. As long as the spatial distortions hold on the border, the Alliance should be fine. And as long as I don't do anything stupid, I will be fine," Timothy said. I suppose laying a trap when we don't know for certain if there is going to be conflict is a bit excessive," Katerina admitted. "Was that your plan?" She shook her head. "No, just a whim. And traps are what I'm best at now. Not all formations are traps. Tell that to people who foolishly get themselves inside one," Katerina said. "If they can't overpower it, it's a trap." Timothy had polite greetings prepared for Symbol. Being respectful shouldn't hurt. They were both domination cultivators, but the other man was older and likely to have a larger ego. He wasn't going to be overly polite, but he had plans for how to speak. And then the man began yelling as soon as he got vaguely within the bounds of the system where Timothy was waiting. "Bring me someone from the planet Cerritos." That was an excessive way to start things off. Waves of his voice flooded the system, causing earthquakes and twisting the atmosphere of the local planets. The wave of energy washed over Timothy as well, but it didn't move him. He told himself he would stand his ground, until such a point as people tried to surround him. A casual yell certainly couldn't do anything. "I ascended from Cerritos," Timothy said. There was no reason to lie. That much information was probably already known, or at least easy enough to research. "What grievance do you bear?" Timothy knew, but he wanted him to say it. "You robbed our eggs." "Did we? I remember that your clan once lived peacefully on our world, but we never stole any of your eggs. Though I recall there was a particularly large turtle around when I ascended." The distance between them was vast. Timothy could make out the turtle and just a hint of the man standing atop it. Paradise hadn't been that big in the past, but he dwarfed it now. "So you admit it." Timothy shook his head. The small movement was exaggerated through his energy, just as Timothy's words. "I thought the head of an illustrious clan such as yours would be better informed. Everhart stole it. Then the turtle was roaming free, or perhaps under his orders." Timothy wasn't a good liar, but he didn't mind pushing blame onto Everhart where it mostly fit. This wasn't a minute negotiation, but a shouting match. On one side only. "I'm surprised you came all the way here because of something Everhart did, when one of the systems he's taken is a neighbor for you, isn't it? You should know better than to bring up that man's name." Symbol not shouting was actually a little bit threatening. "Titan, crush him." Paradise was a better name. Only people who had complexes named their beast companions for how big or strong they were. What seemed to be an entire planet's worth of water formed in front of the turtle, flying halfway across the system towards Timothy. He held his shield firm, extending around him his powers. The sphere of water rippled and rebounded. Titan negated it, of course, but that meant he expended twice the energy for no effect. "If you ever step foot on Scarlet Alliance territory without permission, you won't be leaving," Timothy said simply. "Since you don't appear interested in talking, we're done here." He turned his back. Thinking he spotted a moment of weakness, Symbol attacked along with Titan, riding a stream of water and covering the distance in an instant. Timothy took the hit directly in his back. He converted all of the power into instant momentum, springing forward without changing his posture. It was convenient to not have to use his own energy to speed up. Though it wasn't actually more efficient, it was probably much more frustrating for the other domination cultivator. Chapter 1172. Symbol was smart enough not to chase Timothy into Scarlet Alliance territory. Most likely the head of the ponderous turtle clan hadn't been intending anything more than posturing. Timothy thought he came out ahead, riding the momentum of his enemy's attack out of the system before eventually heading across the border. Instead of ending up directly around Xianxia, however, he ended up near one of the new border planets. The planets and systems weren't new, but they were newly inhabited. It was a mix of Scarlet Alliance members and various refugees from the war in the midfields. Katarina was there waiting for him, presumably responsible for controlling the spatial distortion formations. "How was your first battle with a domination cultivator on an equal playing field?" "I wouldn't really call it a battle," Timothy said. "I can't even say that Symbol used his maximum power in the few attacks exchanged. But at least I determined I can repeatedly block casual attacks. I feel I successfully established myself as a real domination cultivator. I was planning to never fight anyone on the basis of cultivation again," Katarina said. "So it's good that one of us is." Timothy raised an eyebrow. That declaration could have been indicating she had become a pacifist, but he knew better. "I feel sorry for anyone who provokes your wrath." She had put together formations that could trap a domination cultivator while she was merely in augmentation. They didn't keep Zor forever, but they had been sufficient for Timothy to stand toe-to-toe with him for a few moments. Long enough for Chitty to familiarize himself with the man's energy and thus prepare for a single moment of negation. The injury from that had driven him away in fear, ending the Second War. "So," Katarina began, "did you figure out his anchor?" Timothy shook his head. "The only thing I can say is that it's not his turtle. However, he was able to channel his power through said turtle. presumably improving the versatility of his attacks. Unfortunately, that's not outside of the realm of expectation of a combat companion, Katarina said. It would be best if we didn't need to know what his anchor was anyway, either because we don't have to fight or because we could win straightforwardly. We'll have to monitor his movements, but I don't expect we'll be engaging in battle for at least a few years. Hopefully he goes back to butting heads with the Trigold cluster. At least that would bring about positive results for us. We'd probably need to help more planets with evacuations, though. Bear Hug listened to Lev's explanation of what was happening with Anton. They didn't really understand war, but Lev said it was kind of like when the beasts rained from the sky. There will be a new planet? Bear Hug asked. Are plants needed? I think they will have plenty of normal plants, Lev said, or otherwise be able to provide them. As for people, I think they will have enough difficulties already, with the humans and the people of Acaris. Okay, do you know how to make a briar patch less angry? I could defeat one, Lev said, but if it actually angers, I'm not certain about the results. Bear Hug nodded again. They liked nodding. Movement was fun. What's with all that energy over there? Bear Hug asked. Over there. Pointing with energy was actually quite specific, though Bear Hug didn't know the proper distance the direction was clear enough. I'm surprised you can feel that, Lev said. I'm not really certain. The mountain is building up energy, but it doesn't seem like an eruption. I think we should go look. That's a far journey, Lev said. Nobody has eaten me in a long time, Bear Hug said. I can walk far. Maybe we can find a good lake so I can stay there while we go there. Lev had heard about Bear Hug's ability to split themselves. He still didn't fully understand it, and maybe Bear Hug didn't either. However, it seemed to provide some form of safety and stability, so that was good enough. He could have carried Bear Hug and been there in moments. But the journey was the whole point. So they set out. Lev was interested in seeing some of the other people in that direction anyway. Velvet followed Symbol back to the south. She might have complained about being drawn back and forth across the upper realms, but it was better for the domination cultivator to spend all his time traveling than to actually be doing anything important. Unsurprisingly, he dove right back into battle. Symbol wasn't taking things seriously, but perhaps that didn't matter. With attacks that were significantly less powerful than those launched at Timothy, whatever section of the battlefield he was targeting still fell. Velvet sensed the many points of energy disappearing under the waves of his power. Then suddenly, he stopped. He ran, leaving behind clan members and others from the Exalted Quadrant. Velvet suspected that they would still win the battle, but it was far less guaranteed without him. She struggled to keep up. She made it one system in the time he made it two. Even if she was willing to give up all pretense of stealth, she wouldn't be able to catch him. All she could determine was he was heading directly back towards the Exalted Quadrant. It might have been some sort of trick to throw her off, if she'd been spotted, but if that was the case, she would wonder why he didn't simply charge towards her. She wouldn't have been able to get away, and she had no illusions she could harm a domination cultivator alone, not without successfully advancing herself. Runa was having a difficult time understanding crossed antennae. She understood that void ants weren't human, but the way she acted was just difficult. It was crazy. You want us to just launch a direct assault? On a domination cultivator? Of course not, crossed antennae corrected. It will be an ambush. That wasn't the issue, Runa grimaced. What about wearing down her base first? Are your forces sufficiently superior? Crossed antennae asked. So far, the chaotic conglomeration has lost battles with and without her presence. How many humans will die to her while you weaken her base? It's still, Runa grimaced. I'll need the support of other humans. How will I convince them? I can do it, crossed antennae said. Well, our presence will inevitably be revealed. Surely your own allies would appreciate knowing ahead of time. What if someone tries to kill you? I'll eat their energy, but just the extra bits for the attacks. Misai interrupted there. I think what she means is that nobody will be prepared to fight void ants in particular. You are aware of her people here, and thus you have likely thought of countermeasures. Runa bit her lip. I should hope so, crossed antennae signed. It is only proper caution. Either way, Misai said, you do know that physical attacks will be most effective. But most cultivators won't even try to hit her with their actual weapon. An energy extension or a wide field attack would be people's first instinct upon recognizing an enemy. And she has her royal guard, Julie said. I know that they're not so easy to cut to pieces. Two of said royal guard didn't appear particularly special, aside from being relatively large for void ants. Still smaller than a finger, though. But those were the ones best suited to dealing with weapons, especially of a certain sort. As for the other two, they had many small pouches that she knew were full of extremely deadly substances. I'm still not certain about your persuasive abilities, Runa admitted. Crossed antennae sprang forward, landing on her nose before Runa could react. How about now? Runa's eyes could only barely process the sign language from that close. I'd rather you not have to resort to intimidation, but I do understand the idea. Of the various sects within the chaotic conglomeration, the Serene Pill Society was mysteriously left out of a particular strategy meeting. Their loyalty was still suspect and currently under review by certain tiny spies as well as larger human-sized spies. Why are we all here? Tesuat of the Retributive League asked. We should be out on the battlefield, if we are to be called upon at all. If you would wait but a minute, Emmerich said, you would have your explanation. You know my daughter has brought allies to us previously. Eyes shifted to the twins, who nodded. They brought wisdom and power, and slightly more, meant only for emergencies. A domination cultivator certainly meets that requirement. Those who were already in the loop no doubt could predict where things were going. However, they did not point out that the presence of the void ants was actually for a different purpose. What is it then? A special weapon? Tesuat asked. Techniques to seal the power of a domination cultivator? Yes. We merely need to prepare an ambush, and we will unleash a threat that no domination cultivator can withstand. Emmerich wasn't lying there, but he was only about 80% convinced himself. However, he could see that the only other option was to continually accept losses. Unless the chaotic conglomeration could pull domination cultivators out of their pockets somehow. Some of the factions might have them, but they weren't willing to admit it if they did. So we just trust that you have this secret weapon and aren't sacrificing us for your own gain. Tesuat questioned. Others murmured assenting and distrustful messages. Of course not, Emmerich said. We didn't expect you to take us on trust. He could hope, but he certainly had not expected it. That is why we have brought these allies here today. Senses swept around the room, and far beyond, throughout the city. Tesuat frowned. I sense nobody of relevant strength. Nor should you, Runa said. Eyes drifted to her as she extended her arm. From here on out, I will be translating for one of our secret guardians. Crossed antennae stood proudly and freely on her hand. Audiobook, the representative of the actual Order of Light and Darkness that Velvet had once posed as a member of, reacted first. Of course it would be a light cultivator. A beam of energy crossed the room and was promptly chewed on. She says your energy is of decent quality, Runa translated, but that you should know void ants aren't so easily harmed. Runa cleared her throat. I would appreciate if you not throw attacks towards me, however. A void ant. Tesuat's words were nothing more than that, but the accusatory tone said everything. Why would you bring that thing here among us? A queen. Rather than Runa translating, the words were the strange production of distorted energy Crossed antennae had once learned to speak with Chitty. Not a thing. Everyone could tell the source of the manipulation, but they didn't quite believe it. She also says that the reason to bring her is the same as any other. Allies against powerful foes must be strong themselves. The only difference between a powerful weapon and herself is that she can choose whether she wants to help. Like any other person. She truly speaks. Audiobook asked. The motions of her antennae and forelimbs are far from random, Runa commented. Specifically meant for communicating with humans. They are here because cooperation with humans is beneficial for them. Runa left out the middle bit where Crossed antennae said not to wipe out the humans, even if it was supposed to be reassuring. Crossed antennae gave Runa an annoyed look, but continued. The Exalted Quadrant is not a friend of the void ants. So we share mutual enemies and can use our strengths together to great effect. How long have they been here? Tesuat asked. Runa smiled. You must not let what you have heard previously influence you. Crossed antennae has lived among us with her people for decades, and you would never have known, if not for her offer to provide aid. Chapter 1173. Tempers flared, and Crossed antennae wished that some of the people present were the sort who ate negative feelings like void ants did energy. Or perhaps they didn't quite do that, but the tearing away of anger would be quite useful at the moment. Humans who were good at things besides fighting were very important. But even the twins with their many areas of expertise were not social experts. It took a large investment of cultivation time to become relevantly proficient. Nobody was foolish enough to launch additional attacks, verbal assaults excluded. If they had, they would have found the humans protected by more void ants than they realized, and the void ants protected by humans, should it be necessary. Human bickering reminded her of family matters. The current circumstances were not quite as friendly as her conflicts with fearsome mandibles, but though there was much blame being levied at the Scarlet Alliance, and quite a significant number of uses of the word monsters, it was mainly a discussion of inflamed passions. Humans also called strong human cultivators monsters on occasion, though they might not realize the comparison consciously. Eventually, there was a lull in the conversation. "Are we ready to kill a domination cultivator now?" Crossed Antennae asked. She had to draw Runa's attention to remind her to translate it. The tiniest snip on the outer edge of her energy. The humans weren't, but they said they were, and as long as a decent proportion of them were going to act, Crossed Antennae knew her people should be able to take care of the rest. They had to be able to. Though if she was wrong, at least she probably wouldn't be around to feel shame. With each step that Bounty drew closer to Anton, the easier his task became. However, he didn't think he could truly relax until it had been 5 or 10 years. He had been worried by Symbol's presence at the border, but he would have been able to provide a proper reason to leave. He was quite certain he could replicate his constellation archery, and while he wouldn't necessarily kill a domination cultivator, he wouldn't expect one to be brave enough to leave their cozy blanket of ascension energy after he attacked. As much as Anton liked providing sunlight, he was primarily an archer. His proficiency as a power source was much less trained. So even if he was somewhat tired, he could be a serious threat. Hearing about how things had gone, Anton was content enough. Even if people had their suspicions about connections between the upper and lower realms, they were not yet ready to act. Anton wished he could snoop out what made Symbol rush back towards home, but he really couldn't afford to use more energy on even relatively simple tasks like sensing. He had to keep up 4 seasons a year. Winter could be less intense, but not much less. He tried to make sure people had finished harvests before taking short breaks, during which Anishka picked up the slack. Erin didn't want people to think that she was above them, despite being literally above them in a sky turtle. She had people come to her at first because she wanted the new locals of Bounty to get used to interacting with her. Even if Irona had instilled some level of friendliness and everyone had been picked to maximize unity, it was better to avoid any incidents. Obviously, Erin couldn't manage a whole planet herself, but the island tenders could hit every major population center. With the help of a steady stream of ships from the lower realms a few times per year, they were managing to keep up with the demand for the most popular cultivation techniques. Unsurprisingly, the island tenders were popular. The same was true of the Order of 100 Stars and the Shattered Chains. People could feel that power. People were a bit less impressed by Anishka's fire, and she didn't have any reason to use ice powers. Things would get cold naturally without her input. So the Palace of Fire and Ice was a less common choice. There were also a great number of more generic cultivation techniques made available to people, which were quite helpful for the transition from ascension energy to lower energy. Some people were hesitant to try, afraid of making themselves weaker. But as they could no longer replenish ascension energy, they would inevitably grow weaker regardless. The lack of trust was reasonable, though. Erona used her power to align people's thoughts with her own, and though it wasn't a forceful process, people might still be potentially put off by any form of mental manipulation. Though from Aaron's understanding, it wasn't different from having a long and deep conversation. Humans always tried to get others to think how they wanted them to. The important part was the motivations behind it. The whole planet was still in the midst of a transitional period, but Aaron thought that despite the no doubt distressing circumstances, people as a whole were feeling fairly positive. How did she know that? It was simple. People were having children on purpose. Cultivators could easily prevent pregnancies if they wished, and those who hadn't been cultivators had taken the opportunity to at least begin body tempering. Those with talent had already reached spirit building, as it took just a few years. For a planet full of people whose lives had been uprooted, she thought things were going quite well. But something like 20 years of interstellar travel would doubtless be difficult for a society. And then they would have more change to get used to on the other end. If someone had a clan that revolved around giant turtles, Everhart would have thought that maybe their anchor would be something like a hatchery. That made sense to him, and he knew many things about the lower realms version of the ponderous turtle clan. But Everhart had enough eggs to make an omelet that would cover a planet, and there was no sign of an anchor. That really lowered the number of remaining candidates. Everhart grinned, imagining Sinbul running back from the battlefield, desperate to save the clan. What did he think was going to happen? Maybe he'd gotten too used to the 17th Everhart system, too relaxed with an enemy at their doorstep. This was a perfect time to remind people that he was still important, and that they should never relax. Lots of people had fled from the ponderous turtle clan's territory. Everhart let them. Even most of those who cleaned out vaults as they fled. He had goals to accomplish, and he couldn't let himself get distracted by chasing down stray treasure. Despite his plans and backup plans, none of them actually involved an actual tomb. Besides, it was more difficult to take a little trapped tomb break with all of these subordinates and territory he had to manage. It was worth it, though. Usually Everhart could only terrorize parts of a planet at a single time, but they'd gone through several systems. Now then, the next best candidate for anchor should be at the edge of this system, quite far out. That would make it seem less well defended, but an anchor didn't necessarily need anyone but the domination cultivator. And though Everhart was one himself, he wasn't going to guarantee he could smash one. Not fast enough that help wouldn't come from the neighbors. The exalted quadrant might have its infighting, but they wouldn't hold back against him. So Everhart was just going to do a little confirmation and then withdraw. The ponderous turtle clan had already taken a significant enough blow with the loss of several augmentation cultivators and their hatchery. Everhart didn't have to do everything at once. He was going to live forever, after all, and he had a planet to steal somewhere in the Trigold cluster. Everhart knew that the graveyard was the right spot before a pair of kilometer-wide shells tried to smash him. He hadn't been able to sense it from afar, but up close the anchor couldn't hide its true colors. Deep domination energy ran through everything. As a master of faking his own death, Everhart was pretty good with morbid stuff. One time he'd had a full tomb full of corpses that looked like him, or at least one of him. If they actually looked like his true self, people would have found it easier to track him down. But there was that sort of morbidity, and then there was tying your very essence to a planet full of turtle bones. That seemed antithetical to a happy turtle clan, but maybe that was why something had always felt off with them. Massive jaws tried to snap closed around Everhart, but he countered by holding up a shield, expanding his energy such that the jaws never got the momentum they needed to snap down. They strained against his energy as he pulled back. When the turtle jaws snapped closed, he cracked the face with a hammer. He was somewhat surprised that he had actually damaged it, but Everhart surmised that was because this turtle skeleton wasn't really the anchor. The anchor was the conglomeration of all of them. Or perhaps Sinbul wasn't very good at fighting through his anchor. No, that wasn't it. It was probably because he had the choice between Rahayu cutting through half of everything or Everhart making one tiny crack. Rahayu wasn't quite a domination cultivator yet, but the Fanatic Sword cultivator had an amazing offense. That offense usually doubled as a defensive technique, because people couldn't hurt him when they were dead. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite as good against someone on a higher tier. The step from augmentation to domination was the biggest one. We've learned enough. Everhart called. We're moving out. He flicked a bow into his hands, taking shots at a few shells, forcing them off course. The bow wasn't as good as the one he'd given up, but he hadn't been able to use that one to its full potential anyway. Getting it out of the upper realms wasn't that bad anyway, and when Sudin had died it had all been worth it. If anyone asked, he would tell them he predicted that the whole time. Everhart could already feel some leftover light lackeys approaching the system, and more neighbors approaching the 17th Everhart system. Since he'd put all that effort into establishing the system, he figured he shouldn't let it get assaulted so easily. He just had one last thing to test. He let the spindly bones of a turtle fin slap him further up as he dumped storage bag after storage bag around him, seemingly randomly. Formation flags fluttered about as a surge of bones launched towards the concentrated ranks of Everhart and his allies. With a flick of his wrist, Everhart adjusted a few flags. The bones tried to crash into the barrier, but they suddenly stopped. Everhart grabbed onto one of the outer chambers of Addy's ship. Let's go. Should I take a shot? She asked. Depends. Do you like being vaporized? She didn't even hesitate to push the ship into subspace, without even bothering to get fully out of the system's gravity well. Maybe because Everhart would be responsible for the repairs, but it was a good instinct. Everhart counted the seconds. When he got to 10, he felt a shockwave rippling over them. He'd have liked to say that shockwave was going to damage Sinbul's anchor, but mainly it was meant to remove all traces of his formation flags. Hopefully without destroying the hidden probes he'd placed around the battlefield. Everhart really liked energy tech. If he'd known Ruterra existed, he would have visited before he ascended. He could have been so much further ahead. Instead, he'd had to steal bits and pieces of tech from the Scarlet Alliance. Other people were starting to get tech too, but they were missing most of the infrastructure. The 14th Everhart system was devoted to tech production. It was probably inefficient, but kidnapping someone like Uzan would be a real pain. Besides, he liked trying to puzzle through the missing links himself. He hoped the recordings of the time freeze showed something interesting. If not, he could at least hope the subsequent explosion could show flaws in Sinbul's energy. Everhart wasn't the sort of person who fought people head-on and overwhelmed them, even if he tried to make things look like that as often as possible. Chapter 1174. Nobody was eager to be the first person to engage with a domination cultivator, not even those who otherwise preferred to be matched against powerful opponents. Tesuat was particularly vocal because void ants were involved, yet he also couldn't deny they had a unique opportunity. Emmerich explained the general idea that had been worked out. Normally, they would spend much longer on such a plan, but they were at risk of losing further planets on a regular basis, losing resources they might never recover. The optimal situation is to draw Corinne into the atmosphere of a planet where the void ants will fight at optimal capacity, he said. To that end, Julie has prepared a technological threat. Julie grinned widely. It's called a transdimensional focus dash. It's a subspace laser. Misai cut her off, capable of threatening even the fastest cultivators. But that's not the proper dash. Julie shook her head. It's likely insufficient to kill a domination cultivator on its own, but it can be fired from safety. By likely insufficient, she actually meant only the most foolish domination cultivators would be harmed. But explaining the full limitations of the technology wouldn't be valuable. If it was kept vague, it would be a greater worry when it was accidentally leaked. It's vastly weakened in atmosphere, so it will be useful for encouraging Corinne to land on a planet. We expect it to be sufficient along with other maneuvers. There were many details to be worked out to make certain everyone had a position with risks they found to be acceptable. Obviously, anyone stepping onto a battlefield with a domination cultivator was going to be at significant risk even if things went perfectly, but they also had to consider the risks of not acting decisively. If they rushed, they might have saved one planet, or doomed their section of the chaotic conglomeration. Ultimately, one more planet fell as Corinne and the Soul Piercers pushed deeper past the border worlds, close enough that some quite long-term chaotic conglomeration planets felt threatened. Knowledge from the Scarlet Alliance gave a slight advantage in speed due to improved ships, and along with certain sensors they were able to predict which of several next targets Corinne had. When she made a move, they moved ahead to cut her off. Julie was barely in the system, manning the subspace laser. Though she was the furthest of anyone, if the plan failed, she was nearly as likely to die as everyone else. Not that she thought it was likely. She trusted crossed antennae and the other void ants, and they brought a whole lot of them. Some were still shipboard, in case Corinne didn't maneuver as they wanted. Swarming her with void ants wasn't the way they wanted to do things, but in an emergency, they might have to do that. The void ants were happy enough to accept the risks, so Julie couldn't say anything against it. The Serene Pill Society had stumbled across some information recently. They had been confirmed to be communicating said information to an unknown destination, but they wouldn't have any reason to transmit information to anyone within the chaotic conglomeration. They might be curious about what odd weapons had been obtained by their people, but the information didn't go to anyone who might want it. It was likely that there were other indications that would spoil the ambush, but anyone involved with the void ant aspects had been carefully selected. Even if they might wish for the void ants to also die in the battle, Corinne would be the priority. The woman was actually likely to land on their target planet without Julie interfering, but she would be more aware of her surroundings if she did so casually. At the agreed-upon timing, Julie fired the laser. The beam cut through subspace towards a woman who seemed to have little of her original flesh remaining, with metallic and organic parts interspersed seemingly randomly. It probably could have killed an off-guard augmentation cultivator. Corinne wasn't so foolish as to have her defenses down, so the first volley was more or less absorbed by her defenses without ceremony. The second volley was stronger. If they could continuously ramp up, Corinne might actually find herself in danger. Julie hoped she didn't test it. It actually looked like she might. Corinne was no defensive monster, but domination cultivators were still strong enough to resist most attacks even if they weren't specialized. Fortunately, the lasers seemed to make a particular cultivator feel inadequate. Audiobook was supposed to wait to launch her attacks until Corinne got closer to the planet, suddenly finding herself assaulted from a different angle. Instead, a twisting beam of light and darkness rose up from the planet, scraping just past Corinne. The spear-wielding domination cultivator immediately locked onto a much more easily reached target, diving towards the planet while her fleets followed behind. But they couldn't match her pace. Chaotic conglomeration forces were already en route to head them off, hoping to isolate Corinne. A spear pierced through Audiobook's heart, but instead of a splatter of blood, a spray of light burst from her chest. She was at least smart enough not to attack from her actual position directly. A strong cultivator would likely lock onto her location at some point. However, before Corinne could withdraw her spear, Emmerich leapt from his hiding location, attempting to sever her connection to the spear. The spirit-slicing sect was perfect for such a task, but even with a void steel blade and special techniques, he couldn't break Corinne's connection in a single attack. The spear nearly impaled him as it was drawn back to Corinne's hand, but Tessuat rose up and deflected the blow. His shield trembled from the grazing blow. For a moment, Corinne hesitated. She was a domination cultivator, but she was aware of her own mortality. She could spot a trap. Then the bait revealed herself. A late addition to the plans, Brindis had insisted that she be allowed to take part. She was betting on Corinne, wanting her body more or less intact for whatever purposes she had. Brindis only gave a light flicker of her energy as she turned to run. There was bravery, and then there was stupidity. She wasn't an augmentation cultivator, so standing to fight would be the end of her. And if she got close, Corinne could certainly catch her. Me-sized trap formation barely stopped Corinne, who appeared to nearly teleport towards her target. Brindis was looking over her shoulder at a face that seemed to have been replaced with a mask, not covered with one, but replaced entirely. Corinne was only a kilometer away when her momentum was halted, at least for an instant. From there, it was a scene of chaos. Attacks rained down from all directions, with the bravest souls moving to engage Corinne in close combat. A sweep of Corinne's spear cut the formation, marking in half, while also deflecting many incoming assaults. Runa and Emmerich prepared to take advantage of any opportunity they could find, but even Void Steel couldn't pierce limitless energy. Perhaps not even Void Ants could do it. They merely hoped. Several handfuls of augmentation cultivators arose, and hundreds more integration cultivators as well just meant to wear down Corinne. But no Void Ants had shown themselves. Crossed Antennae was supposed to call for the assault to begin. She was the only one who could make the proper signal. But she hesitated, not out of fear. She had chosen to be here, and she intended to fight. But once Corinne's energy hit her senses, she was both overwhelmed and confused. This wasn't a domination cultivator in front of her. Something with domination energy inside of it? Certainly, but not a domination cultivator. Nor could it be an anchor, because an anchor would be the source of said energy. Furthermore, it would be more vulnerable in some ways than the cultivator themselves. This was a puppet. She was grateful she realized that before moving to attack, but unfortunately that fact wouldn't save people. In fact, in the time she'd hesitated, Audiobook had lost a leg. She was far better off than the mountain next to her, but Crossed Antennae was well aware that the illusionist's real body had been harmed, even if she tried to fake it by making a flicking image that disappeared. Crossed Antennae had to act, but this was the only true opportunity to harm Corinne. Once she was aware of the Void Ants, their chances would be much weaker. So what could Crossed Antennae do? Certainly not betray the trust of her friends and companions. She wasn't going to fail, either. Guards, Crossed Antennae made a much shorter range signal. Change in orders. Incapacitate only. Crossed Antennae was going to have to do something she'd never seen done before. It was intimidating, but having studied many human cultivators filled her with confidence. Humans did it all the time. She tried not to think about the people who were probably trying to replicate similar things and simply perished. A tear in the planet's energy propelled Crossed Antennae forward along with her wings. She flung forward her 4 royal guard with that momentum, aiming for a location Corinne was bound to pause, if only for an instant. They might die, but not sending them into battle would be an insult to their resolve. Corinne was well and truly distracted, and she still nearly killed Snips. A swing of her spear created shockwaves that echoed through the atmosphere with such intensity as to shatter rocks, and they weren't formed by her energy, but merely an aftereffect. Snips only survived by managing to cut apart the air in front of her, but crossed antennae thought she saw a limb snap regardless. Tesuat took a hit head-on. It seemed foolish of him to exchange blows with a domination cultivator, but doing anything else with his style would have weakened him and spelled his doom. His feathered shield was still destroyed as his own spear bent on Corinne's arm. Chops took off one of Corinne's toes as a blanket of several million void ants was dropped from an inconspicuous flyer. A great many more were arrayed around the distant edges of the battlefield, ready to snag Corinne's energy should she attempt to flee. She didn't seem to notice her toe was gone. Perhaps the inability to believe she could be injured and the lack of sensory feedback was what did it. She shouldn't have been expecting void ants. However, she certainly noticed when Chops landed and began to tear at her energy. Her spear twirled and stabbed downward without even registering what she was targeting. The blade scraped past her own flesh, striking Chops with great force. Crossed antennae couldn't see if she was split in two or somehow survived. It was unclear if the poisoners were having any success. With a body lacking so many human features, crossed antennae couldn't blame them if they weren't. Corinne finally took in the falling blanket of void ants as her eyes swept for enemies. She also spotted crossed antennae. Her spear was tossed with a speed crossed antennae couldn't ever hope to dodge, and the supernatural speed falling off if she tore the energy away was small comfort. But it wasn't aimed at her. No, it was a few centimeters to the left. Several full body widths. Even crossed antennae had barely noticed the energy that made the distortion of light. A tiny morsel of pretty adequate energy. But even if her energy was only adequate, a duac seemed to know how to use it well. The turbulence of the blow nearly sent crossed antennae away, but she caught onto the very energy controlling the spear. Rather than severing the connection, she took advantage of it, snapping back to pull herself to Corinne. The spear cultivator probably didn't know what happened as crossed antennae buried her face in the woman's abdomen. Or the doll's abdomen, more accurately. Crossed antennae sure hoped she didn't, because it was an embarrassing amount of nothing. People made of metal were awful. Corinne swept her spear, creating a whirlwind that knocked away the incoming void ant swarm. They hadn't been able to speed up their fall, so being noticed was practically a death sentence. Crossed antennae was going to pay back Corinne for their deaths. She just didn't know how. Chapter 1175. The human-scale battle against Corinne was not going well, but neither was it going as poorly as it could have. Because Corinne had to focus individual attacks on some of the void ants, a significant amount of pressure had been taken off of the humans. Enough that very few of the powerful ones had died. Tesuat didn't know if he trusted the void ants. He saw them fighting, of course. The great mass of void ants dying meant nothing to him. But one of them had taken off one of Corinne's toes. He was pretty sure that she could replace that easily enough, but comparatively, it was like him taking out her whole body. Potentially more than that. It was too bad that one got stabbed. He watched carefully. The void ants might try to annihilate all of the humans after they killed the domination cultivator. He needed to be ready for that. Corinne looked directly at him. No, past him. She still had her focus on Brindis. He would have thrown up a shield to defend her, but he had nothing of the sort to bring to bear. Then several things happened in an instant. A snip of his energy drew his attention down. A pillar of void ants had climbed up to his feet. They latched onto one foot. So this was how he was going to die. He kicked his leg forward, and the column came with it, flexing. They swung up, flinging several of their members off the end before curling towards his arm, where he was habitually holding his arm. The shape of the void ants reformed into a shield. Not his sort of shield, just a big round disc, but it was impossible to mistake it for anything else. What a strange shape to choose for eating his arm. But since they were going to do that, he could take advantage before he died. He wanted to participate in the death of a domination cultivator before he died, but he would settle for slightly annoying one. A surge of his energy brought him in front of Brindis as Corinne tossed her spear. His energy wrapped around the mass of void ants from all sides. It couldn't flow through it, like it would if it was a proper shield. But he did his best. His initial layer of energy was useless, pierced through like it was nothing. Tessuat imagined that the same would happen with the void ants and the inner layer as well. He was half right, and he survived to comprehend the process, which was pretty nice. The void ants folded around the spear, tearing away the energy even as he watched thousands of them get crushed. The shape of his own energy was collapsing when the spear struck it, but it was just a spear. A masterpiece made for a domination cultivator going at close to light speed, but still just a spear. Without the vast majority of the energy allowing it to ignore physics, Tessuat was able to use his own energy to deflect it. Just a few centimeters off course from his position, but that was plenty. The spear turned a mountain into a crater, but it didn't hit Brindis or Tessuat, nor did it return to Corinne's hand. Also, the void ants hadn't eaten Tessuat's arm yet. So that was something. Expending energy to save a single ant had not been something Aduak ever thought she was going to do, but it seemed like the best use of her abilities at the moment. Now, that ant, Crossed Antennae was her name, happened to be climbing on Corinne. Aduak couldn't create a visual illusion inside Corinne's sphere of influence, but she could bend light just enough that her current target was missed. Some of the other ants, flying from a strange whip dangling from Tessuat's leg. They moved so slowly through the air. Corinne's eyes would say they were moving a little more slowly. That was all Aduak could do before the void ants landed on the woman. She'd already killed a great cloud of them, so a few dozen more probably wouldn't mean anything. But what was there to lose? Her life, maybe. She probably should have run. The loss of a leg was inconvenient, but she could fly. Retreat to fight again another time. But she saved more ants instead. Crossed Antennae was surprisingly inspiring. The scent of her royal guard was sufficient to rally Crossed Antennae. She didn't even have time to properly say anything. She just spewed out the most attack pheromones she could, gesturing to a specific part of Corinne's body. Snips didn't fail her. It was unclear how Snips got herself flung to Corinne during the battle. Maybe Runa helped? But she was there and along with a significant quantity of functional legs. Snips had learned from a swordmaster. It was a strange thing for a void ant, but cutting was good. The metal plates that had caused so much trouble for Crossed Antennae tore open. That left her open to do something. She knew what she wanted to do, but she didn't know how to do it. She flat out refused to consider if it was possible. It was way too late to deal with such trivial things. Corinne had to die. Crossed Antennae hadn't had the time to communicate that this was a puppet. Corinne wasn't here. Crossed Antennae probably couldn't kill someone that wasn't present. She killed so many void ants. And Chops, probably. Fire and Bullet joined Snips on the attack, trying all sort of poisons. There was some living flesh in this puppet, so they were probably doing great. Crossed Antennae didn't have time to think. So she did what she would do to any cultivator she found herself fighting. She took a bite out of their cultivation. Corinne wasn't even in the same system. There was only a puppet, but Corinne was connected to the puppet. Crossed Antennae bit that. Domination energy was spicy. It was almost strong enough to convince Crossed Antennae that she couldn't bite things she knew she could. From up close, Crossed Antennae thought it was like the sun turning off. A massive conduit of energy just stopped. The body that people thought was Corinne began to fall out of the sky. Corinne wasn't dead, but Crossed Antennae would have bet all her nests that Corinne was injured, and where it mattered most. Morale was a tricky thing for people. Sometimes, killing a great hero in front of people would drive them into a frenzy. Other times, they would fall into despair. Corinne's fall was much more like the latter. In fact, her sudden lack of presence on the battlefield was astounding to both sides. But the chaotic conglomeration got over it more quickly, and when they attacked, many individual cultivators just weren't using their energy for anything. It didn't matter what their cultivation level was if they offered no defense. Some things happened automatically. Ship barriers generally stayed functional, unless a cultivator was actively manipulating them. Some had talismans that reacted, providing momentary defense. But it didn't matter, because Corinne was no longer on the battlefield. Runa didn't believe it until her dagger stabbed through the brain of Corinne's body. Her father didn't either. Emmerich actually severed the limbs, just in case. She's dead. Runa blinked. It was so fast. She knew void ants were dangerous, but she looked down. Crossed Antennae shook her head. A puppet, she signed. But injured. Runa could feel something from Crossed Antennae. Normally, a void ant had no energy signature, but just after they ate there could be a little bit. She had more than a little inside of her, almost ready to explode out. A puppet. Runa sighed. That made sense. There wasn't a connection to elsewhere, but it could have been internal. If it was external, she wouldn't have been so crazy as to get anywhere near the spirit-slicing sect with light years of a thin connection behind her, just waiting to be cut. We'll discuss this later. They had a battle to finish up, and Tessuat was looking quite concerned about the void ants he was carrying. The exalted quadrant was driven back. A domination cultivator, injured. A significant victory. Tessuat sighed. I thought it was too easy. You didn't lose a leg, Aduak commented. Or 3. Chops commented, but nobody translated for her. The void ant had a large part of her scraped off by the spear, but it was less than half of her body, so she thought it was fine. She hadn't died instantly. It would still take a while. Tessuat shook his head. No, but you only lost a leg. And we only lost a few others. Killing a domination cultivator isn't that easy. Even if it's happened a few times in the past century, I still believe that. Everyone wanted Crossed Antennae to explain the extent of the damage to Corinne. All that she could say was that her cultivation was injured. Not fully broken, but also not something superficial. And they had her body. One of her bodies. A doll. But she was putting in a lot of effort to get Brindy's body, so it was clearly not something she could easily replace. Nor could she just conjure another spear of the same quality. Even if she had several, the cost wasn't negligible. So what we should do from here, Runa looked around hesitantly, is discuss the void ants. They saved our hides, Aduak said. I can acknowledge that. But they're also a threat to us if they remain. She held up her hand. I don't mean directly. No more than any other allies we've fought alongside. But the Exalted Quadrant is quite determined to exterminate them. And if they focus on our planets, I believe they should stay, Emmerich said. If they wish to. Obviously that shouldn't be a surprise, since we knew they were around the whole time. Even if there are certain risks, there are also benefits. They were watching us, Tessuat said, making sure we didn't break the rules of the Scarlet Alliance. His eyes slid over to the twins. Isn't that right? We couldn't just trust your word, Misai said. Clearly, they weren't watching enough people. The Serene Pill Society. We'll deal with them, Runa said. Now that we know for certain, they were sharing information. So the Void Ants. There was a split. Many didn't think the knowledge the Alliance could provide outweighed the risks of the Void Ants and their own privacy. No doubt the parts of the chaotic conglomeration that hadn't personally witnessed the Void Ants fighting for them would be even more wary, despite the way the border held. Aduak wanted the Void Ants to withdraw from the Order of Light and Darkness and any planets they were established on. Tessuat hadn't trusted them at all. He held up his arm, looking at it. Can we get more? It took several months to decide everything, which was actually quite rapid as such large-scale things went. Officially, the Void Ants were going to withdraw from everywhere that didn't want them. That left only a few handfuls of planets that would keep their presence. Some who wanted knowledge enough were willing to uproot their sects from the planets that rejected the Void Ants so they could still maintain an influx of information. Now that we have a smaller group of trusted people, Misai said, I think the Scarlet Alliance can actually share more information. Domination? Tessuat tilted his head. Maybe, Julie said. But that won't be transmitted. You might be able to visit the Alliance. The connection between the Scarlet Alliance, the chaotic conglomeration, and the Void Ants couldn't stay secret. The Alliance only had a small presence, but it was clear enough. Meanwhile, the Void Ants were known to too many, and it was difficult to make sure everyone would be silent. You're not actually leaving them unsupervised, right? Tessuat asked Crossed Antennae directly. Nobody would notice a few little ants sneaking around. How dare you insinuate we would go against the terms of a contract? Crossed Antennae signed. All Void Ant colonies will be withdrawn. Obviously, some individuals would remain. It was far too dangerous to allow enemies to develop on both sides of her territory. But the nests would be gone, and no Void Ant would dare to act in any way that could reveal them. They'd die first, right? Tessuat grinned. Obviously. Could he read Void Ant body language? Crossed Antennae didn't know. Clearly her words still needed to be translated, but maybe he was good at reading people. Well, she wasn't worried about him. He intended to be covered in Void Ants most of the time. Tessuat appeared willing to sacrifice any amount of privacy for power. Void Ants directly working with people in the upper realms was exciting. And terrifying. Hopefully, they were strong enough to hold their own. An alliance needed to be as well.